you down. Nobody get you down. All right, let's find the appropriate places to distribute this. Dang, I'm gonna need to I wonder if I need to make something new for this. I just might need to do that. I don't think I'm gonna be doing this justice if I don't. Oh my goodness. There we go. That should be good enough, right? I feel like it was good enough in the past. What is that? I'm gonna have to mess with that later. I have never seen that in my life. What is? Here we go. Ooh. Good to see these faces in here. Smiling faces. Smiling faces. Al Gabon. Al Gabon. What's up, man? Al Gabon. Legendary Gnome. Got the notification. I love it. I love when YouTube actually does its job. David Flores. Uh-oh. Hot dog. Uh-oh. CJ MMA. What's up, CJ? Miss Chuck Almighty. With the doo-doo Plessy. We love you, Mr. Martial Arts. Thank you, man. Love you, man. Got much love for you, CJ. Lord Racer. No for gay. All right, let's pull up the news, man. I'm always making you guys wait. I'm always playing games with you. Is Ilia Tapuera too Hispanic to headline the UFC White House card? Somebody from MMA Mania, somebody from SB Nation has wrote an article that says, is Ilia Tapuera too Hispanic to headline the UFC White House card? What do you guys think? Is he too Hispanic even though he's not Hispanic whatsoever? And he's about as Hispanic as Israel Adesanya? Israel Adesanya is more Chinese than Ilia Tapuera is Hispanic. Ultimate Fighting Championship may pivot on its headliner plans for its upcoming White House card, which was looking like it was going to feature Ilia Tapuera and Justin Gaethje to unify the lightweight title. According to Team Tapuera insider Alvaro Colmenero, there are concerns that the fight may not be American enough. What is more American? Can you tell me, anybody in this chat right now, and anybody watching this from the future, please leave a comment, because my live streams could use some more comments. Can you tell me what is more American than an American beating up on a minority? What's more American than that? Isn't that what America was built on? And not only built on, isn't that what America was built for? If we can't have Americans beating up on minorities at the White House, then why are we doing it? What's the point? The whole reason this thing was even, I don't know, engaging, exciting, from the start is because it was going to be American and a Brit. It was going to be the highest ultimate form of LARPing. I was saying that from the start. We have never seen LARPing like this. I was driving by a park the other day and I saw some fools LARPing in real life. It was crazy, bro. It was like seeing a three-headed dog. I've seen it in the movies. I've never seen it in real life. I drove by a park and I saw some dudes LARPing. You know, no disrespect, but it was some low budget, low effort LARPing as far as I'm confirmed. It looked like they just picked up some equipment from Party City. This would have been the ultimate, most highest form of LARPing possible. The reenactment of independence from the Redcoats. And we lost that. We lost that. The UFC lost sight of that the moment Tomas Aspinall lost sight. Period. But I repeat, isn't that what it's all about? America was built both on the foundation of and in the hope and anticipation of beating up on the minority. What could be more American than Dustin Gaethje and Ilia Tapuera at the White House? This is insanity to me. According to Team Tapuera insider Alvaro Colmenero, there are concerns that the fight may not be American enough or a little too Hispanic. For an event celebrating the 250th birthday of the United States. We're calling Ilia Tapuera too Hispanic? He's not Hispanic. I think Donald Trump might be more Hispanic than Ilia Tapuera. I've said it before. Ilia Tapuera, and look, this ain't even like an attack. It's just an observation. Ilia Tapuera reminds me of that one dude, Puss in Boots. You know the guy I'm talking about that wears the little boots and the hat? He's always reminded me of him. I mean, we're talking about LARPing. I feel like that's what Ilia Tapuera is doing. I feel like Ilia Tapuera at any given time is like cosplaying Puss in Boots. Like it's a put on. It's kind of like, you know how Ariana Grande, that was kind of like her thing. Like she would kind of just like 50 shades of whatever ethnicity, like whatever she needed to be in that moment. She just went like full Jimmy Kimmel. You know, she needed to be black, she's black. She needed to be a little bit whiter, she's white. She needs to be Italian, she needs to be Mexican. She was just all over the 50 shades of, I don't know, types of brown. That's what Ilia's doing. He's the least Mexican. Of all the things that he pretends to be, Mexican's the least. Why? Just because he speaks Spanish? Anybody could speak Spanish. You could take some Russian spy and they'll learn how to speak Spanish. That doesn't mean that they're more Spanish. A little too Hispanic is what he's being called. Unbelievable. I think the thing that he is the most, let me look it up again before I don't want to just be talking out of my dickies right here. Ilia Tapo. I can't remember if he's actually German or actually Georgian. Let's see if they're gonna be genuine in his Wikipedia right here. So he was born in Germany. And his parents are Georgian refugees from Abkhazia. So his parents are Georgian refugees from Abkhazia. I don't even know what Abkhazia is. Does that mean that there's something other than Georgian as well? Are they Abkhazians? Abkhazia. What do you call people from Abkhazia? People from Abkhazia are called Abkhaz or Abkhazians. They are an indigenous Northwest Caucasian They are an indigenous Northwest Caucasian ethnic group with a distinct culture and language who primarily reside in the Black Sea region of Abkhazia. They often refer to themselves as Apsua. Key details about people in Abkhazia. ethnonym. The people are called Abkhaz or Abkhazians. They refer to themselves in their own language as Aspwa or Aspwa. They share close cultural and historical ties with North Caucasian peoples, including Circassians, Abaza, and Ubiks. While Abkhazians are the largest ethnic group in the region, the population also includes Georgians, Armenians, and Russians. Primarily, I mean, man, look, how much did Ilia Tapuera and his family have to read to declare themselves Georgian? How far down the Wikipedia page did they have to go? Bro, they must have licked on so many Q-tips and sent them out to so many different research laboratories before they got someone. They had to have their 12th opinion before someone was willing to call them Georgian. Primarily live along the Black Sea in the disputed territory of Abkhazia with a significant diaspora population. Wow. Okay, so we just found out right now, as I'm reading this article about how Ilia Tapuera is apparently too ethnic. They think he's too Hispanic. They think he's too Spanish to fight at the White House. So we do a little bit of research, and we find out that he's more white than we even thought from the beginning. He's Caucasian. He's more Asian than he is Hispanic, just for, when you, what do you say it? Phonetically, at least. So his parents are Abkhazian, which at its core, they's mountain folk. They some mountain folk. The hills have eyes type of stuff right here. Ilia Tapuera's, his family tree, you could find the tree up on a Caucasus mountain. That's where it's from. It's up in the hill country. I'm talking about rattlesnakes and banjos. That's where Ilia comes from, basically. His family are Abkhazians, and they had to reach. They had to do like Israel Adesanya, 57 and me. They had to do a 57 and mute. They're part French as well. They had to do a 57 and me to find out that they could get away with calling themselves Georgians in certain circles when it comes to certain peoples that don't have access to Wikipedia. But I have access to Wikipedia. So apparently, Ilia Tapuera's lineage comes from Abkhazians, white, Caucasian, mountain folk. They decided to call themselves Georgians, which, I didn't know that Georgia was a place outside of the United States till like 2 years ago. I'm going to be honest with you. I learned that because of UFC. I remember I would see fighters and they'd say they were from Georgia, and I'd be like, that fool don't look like he's from Georgia. Like, if you tell me Bryce Mitchell's from Georgia, I will believe that. This dude don't look like he's from Georgia. And then it turns out there's another Georgia, which is crazy to me. That's like if there's another place where dudes like this look like come from called Alabama. I'm like, bro, I get that some names may have to repeat because we're running out of names, but they can't sound like Georgia and Alabama, You gotta at least repeat the names of where people, you would expect them to look like where they came from, So he's got white parents. They move to Germany, so they by default they become even whiter somehow, just through osmosis from the German atmosphere. They go to Germany. Then they go back to Georgia again, not United States, Georgia. Both very white, though, by the way. Probably just as white. One just as white as the other. And then, where does he go to Spain? At the age of 15, then he finally goes to Spain. Then he goes to Spain. So if I move to China when I'm like 15, I've already lived life, bro. Especially someone that grew up the way that he did. You got to grow up fast. He grew up with dog years. By the time he moved to Spain, they say he's 15. By the time he moved to Spain, he's basically 49 in Ilia years. So he's already coming. He's seen the world already. He's had his heart broken. 15 years old, he goes to Spain. And now he's too Spanish. He's too Spanish to fight on the white card. Bro. This is the dude that was willing, and I don't know if I don't think I've articulated yet what my frustration is here. This is the dude that, as far as we're aware, with everything that we have available at our fingertips, this is the dude who had his life and his family and his marriage torn apart. Had to go to court and everything just so that he wouldn't have to fight Arman Tsarukyan. This is the dude that put us through I don't know how many months long debacle of his very public separation and all the shenanigans that went along that, and all the all that, seeing his heart broken every time we saw him on social media. I'm going to spar. I am out dancing. I also spar. It never ended, bro. Never ended. I've never seen the dude happier and more active. And now he's too Spanish. First, he was too single. He was too divorced. He was too single. He was too, I have to go to court. He was too, I'm getting blackmailed. He was too, I'm being accused of domestic abuse. He was too, all that. And now he's too Spanish to fight Gaethje. You know what's going to happen when it's time for him to fight Makhachev? Bro, you know what's going to happen when it's time for him to fight Makhachev? He's going to be too tall. Ilya's going to be too tall. I don't know how, but I'm excited to see it. I'm excited to see the gymnastics they're going to go through to pull that off. First he's too divorced, then he's too Spanish, now he's going to be too tall. Cuz they're just trying to give themselves challenges now. They're trying to play on God mode, They're trying to give. He's like, bro, I don't know how I'm gonna do it, but I'm competitive, bro. I can't do Ilya's voice. I can't do it. I'm too competitive. I can't do it. I tried it again. I don't know why I did that. He's getting bored. It's getting too easy. He's getting away with he's like a serial killer. He's getting away with it too often. He's leaving breadcrumbs on purpose now. He's getting away with it so often that he's leaving breadcrumbs. Cut. He's getting away with this so often that he's leaving breadcrumbs on purpose now. And he don't even eat carbs. Can you imagine that? This dude doesn't even eat carbs. He's intentionally going to the supermarket, purchasing bread just so that he could leave breadcrumbs. That's dedication. That's dedication to the insanity of his game. That's the dedication that he has to manipulating his fans, if he has any left. It's disturbing. And I appreciate all of those hearts that I see right now. Very much. Thank you. It's insane, bro. Too Spanish? He's too Spanish? This is coming out of his camp. According to Team Tapuera's insider Alvaro Colmanero, there are concerns that the fight may not be American enough or a little too Hispanic for an event celebrating the 250th birthday of the United States. Yeah, you know whose concerns this comes from? Ilia Tapuera. That's where it comes from. Did he say something?
¿Será el combate Ilia Topuria contra Justin Gaethje en la Casa Blanca?
Yeah, he's saying, by the way, I think that might have been too loud. I'll address that later. He's talking in Spanish anyway. Regarding Ilia Tapuera's fight against Gaethje at the White House, the fight has not been signed, and despite being a possibility, the chances of it taking place there have decreased. There are several geopolitical and economic arguments against the fight being held at the White House. At this point, I could tell you, and this is information I've been given, that there's no definitive confirmation that Tapuera will be at the White House. Colmanero reported in a new video, it would be ideal, but there's also a truth to this. We should never lose sight of the significance of the White House event. The White House is being used to commemorate the 250th anniversary of the United States independence. No, it's not. No, it's not. When it was, I was excited. I was excited about that. That's not true anymore. They changed it. It's very weird. You would think if you are, and I don't know who this falls on, But you would think if you are the president, you're in the White House, you could pretty much call these shots. Dana White and Trump are homies. Like, all the dudes at the top who could make this stuff happen, you would think they would be able to pull this off I mean, bro, I'm trying to think of something that I could compare this to. Like, could you imagine if they're like, hey, we have a fighter that just came on the scene. His name is Timothy Disney. He's Walt Disney's grandson, great-grandson. This is crazy, right? Disney's grandson, great-grandson became a fighter. Let's do an event at Disneyland, right? And then it's like this big old build-up. And then like a few months later, they're like, actually, it's still significant, and we think we could still get people interested, but now we're just gonna do it at Hurricane Harbor. You know, things kind of changed, and, you know, the weather and some geopolitical things and financial. I think we're just gonna do it, after all, at Universal Studios. And then at that point, it's like, okay. Coincidentally, I probably like Universal Studios even more than Disneyland, okay? However, the significance is now lost because we were doing it because of Walt Disney's great-grandson. That's why it was significant to do it here in this time and place. And it was going to be like on Walt Disney's, okay, it's going to get better. It's Walt Disney's great-grandson. And they were going to do it at Disneyland, and they were going to do it on and I don't know, if you're any of those weird Disney adults, don't correct me on this. It's not important. It's just hypothetical. Let's say they were going to do it on, because I don't know, the timeline's probably not going to match up. They were going to do it on the 100th year anniversary of when Disneyland opened, right? So now they're doing it at Universal Studios, and they're doing it like 8 months after the anniversary date. Now it's like, what happened, bro? And originally it was going to be on the day. How could it couldn't get more perfect than that. It couldn't possibly get more perfect than that. It was the most perfect of the most perfect. And then they're like, let's change it over to this. Now it feels gross. Now it feels weird. And I got to admit, because I'm an MMA truther, and I'm not going to hold out on you. Now, because I was always strongly like, it's not political, stop crying, shut up. It's just cool because it's like Street Fighter, and you're just on all these different locations. We should do that. But then when they changed it, then it kind of did feel like it was political. Because I know in a way, a lot of people will be like, how could you possibly get more political than doing something to commemorate the 250th anniversary of the independence of... I get it, but at the same time, it's such a thing that it's like more of a celebration than political. Who cares? Like, get over it. It's kind of just like, Cinco de Mayo, like whatever. It became more of a party than anything. Don't make it political. Don't make this from its very roots political thing. Don't make it political, right? We've turned it into a party. We've changed it over the years. But then they changed it, and now it feels political. Now it's like for a birthday and everything, or supposedly. Now it feels political, to be honest. But too Spanish, huh? Too Spanish. And yes, Dustin Gaethje has a chance of winning. Colmanero concluded. Well, where is this coming from? Because Tapuera says he's got no chance. I mean, where's this coming from now? But this is a matter of probabilities. This is also a matter of advice and of working as positively as possible for American interests. Okay, so now it kind of sounds like maybe he's trying to hint at, when he's starting to talk about American interests now it's not that Tapuera's too Spanish. Now it's almost like they're bragging, trying to say that it's not in America's best interest if Tapuera beats him. Now it sounds like it's kind of a backhanded which I think is manipulative because Tapuera's trying to get out of this by saying that he's too Spanish, but also he's giving a little backhanded. Plus, if I did fight him, I would beat him, and that would be bad for America. Colmenero added that International Fight Week in July was being considered as a backup should UFC decide to shift the fight back to a new date. UFC CEO Dana White has said he wasn't planning on stacking the card with American fighters to fit some American theme. But when it comes to the big matchups, we have no doubt there must be some consideration to what the Trump administration wants. Last month, it would be crazy to suggest that Tapuera will be passed on as a headliner because he's Hispanic. I'm as speechless as you are. I'm at a loss for words. Ilia Tapuera's not Hispanic, bro. He's not Hispanic. Because then the Super Bowl happened and you realize just how polarized things are right now. That's what it says. That's not what I'm saying. That's what it says on here. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, bro. This is crazy. I'm getting heated and I can't even. Oh, that feels good, bro. I need to get like some kind of contraption so this just stays right here. Shoot, can I just put it right here? You guys could hear that, huh? Is that like some white, is this some nice white noise? Or do you hate yourselves and you want to change the channel now? Did I just think I was on TV? I've been ignoring you guys forever. Look, I'm trying to find the perfect blend of actually giving you some information, giving you some news, giving you something to chew on, especially for the after the factors. I got too much love and respect for the after the factors, you know? I don't like it when people come in and I have a certain thumbnail and title and I don't ever end up talking about what it is because I just get so enamored with the chat, which is good. I like the chat. I like being in there. I like going back and forth. But then I feel like my thumbnails and my titles are dishonest, and I can't have that. So I'm just trying to give the best of both worlds right here, all right? Leon Enriquez. Tapuera is super American. McGregor tapped, and he's American. Whitaker is American, and he tapped too. We are all American. I'm Mexican. And America. Wait, what's happening, bro? Wait a minute. Tapuera is super American. McGregor tapped, and he's. Are they Americans because they tapped? Is that what makes them American? Mexican American. Leon Enriquez, I feel like you're hypnotizing me, bro. Whitaker's American too? What the heck? Thank you, bro. CJ MMA. Tapuera cheated on his wife, but now the entire world hates her and not him. That's some goat du Plessis right there. Yeah, it's complicated, bro. It's kind of weird. And I think everybody from all different types of lives walks into a situation like this, and they it's a difficult thing to handle because there's a lot of ladies who have been cheated on. There's lots of dudes who have been cheated on. There's lots of ladies who have cheated, lots of dudes who have cheated. And then there's those things where it's just like, if anybody does anything whatsoever to disrupt something you like, you're upset, you know? Like me. Like, I love Bill Cosby, right? I mean, I got, like, you know, Heathcliff Huxtable. Like, I got the Cosby Show, like on Blu-ray, you know? And I love the Cosby Show. That's just some white noise for me, ironically. That's one of my favorite shows of all time. It's just, and it's messed up, you know, because when it comes to just being a good husband, fatherhood, all that type of stuff, it was just such a beautiful representation, you know. You watch TV shows today, and it's like the whole writer's room and everyone involved is like, how could we make the husband look like a brain-dead, hopeless idiot, make the wife domineering, Make the husband just be this big doof, and all the kids be disrespectful animals that talk back to the parents, do whatever they want, and then one of them, whether the husband or the wife, one of them has a live-in side piece. You know, it's just like the absolute decline of society. That's what the next sitcom should be. That's what the next network television sitcom should be called, if they're gonna be honest. The absolute decline of society, and that's just what they're gonna do in the show. They're just gonna act how they want to act now in TV shows. And it was a great show. The Cosby Show is fantastic. And you know what's funny? You know, to your point, CJ MMA, when Bill Cosby got exposed for the stuff that happened or whatever, you know who I got mad at? I got mad at Hannibal Buress. I'm gonna be honest with you, bro. I got mad at Hannibal. That's just the truth. I'm not saying it's right or wrong, but, you know, like you're saying, Tapoera cheated on his wife. He's out there being a playboy, and people are mad at his wife. I get it. I can't be a hypocrite. When they did what they did, when they lynched Bill Cosby, I got mad at Hannibal Buress. Dirty, man. I ain't going to go as far as calling Hannibal Uncle Tom. I'm not going to do that out loud on stream. I'm not going to do that, but I was upset. I'm not going to get mad at Hannibal Buress for feeding into the agenda and setting up a hero. I'm not going to do that on live stream. But yeah, man, people are weird. People are weird. For a lot of people, she ruined the big fight. You know, that's just how they look at it. It's very plain and simple to them. Yeah, bro, Miss Chuck Almighty is crazy. When I'm trying to do stuff in Spanish or learn Spanish or whatever, I'll tell Marilena, because Marilena is like, she gets mad when I say it. I'm like, bro, you speak Spanish more fluently than you speak English. But when I'll try to converse with her and she'll correct me, I'm like, bro, I'll tell her, you know what? No, don't correct me. Let me correct Spanish, okay? Let me correct the whole language, because it's backwards. Literally, it's backwards and it makes no sense. But ironically, I was talking with one of my kids the other day, and they were telling me how it's crazy and confusing that we have so many different words that sound identical, but they mean totally different things, and they don't sound how they look. Like, English is weird as well. But, you know, not even close to as bad. Represent. ARJR. What's up, Dojo fam? On my way to get a massage from an old Chinese man that has given up on life and speaks no English. Let's go. Oh my gosh, dude. Hey, ARJR, I'm living vivaciously through you right now. Oh, by the way, dang it. I missed it. Angel Padilla wasn't here to prompt me. I think I'm gonna look for one myself, bro. I think I'm gonna put up like a Craigslist ad, and I'm gonna find myself an old Chinese man that has given up on life and speaks no English. I think I'm gonna find one myself, because I've had something in my neck, just like I was telling Marilena yesterday, like, give me that elbow sopa. Just give it everything you got. You guys remember what that's from? I was trying to just put it right there, but she's like, no, I'm gonna break it. I'm telling her, just do it. And then I try to start insulting her and saying things that'll hurt her feelings just so that she'll give me the hard elbow, because she won't do it. She keeps saying like, no, I'm gonna hurt you, I'm gonna hurt something. So then I just start like disrespecting her cooking and saying that her hair looks weird and stuff like that, so that she'll give me a bam, bam. But she just won't do it, bro, because that's not how she gets mad. She'll just give me the silent treatment, and then it backfires on me. So I don't know how to bring that out of her, you know? I'm trying to figure out how to bring that rage out of her. I'm jealous of you, bro. Michael Fury, what is going on, bro? This is pure insanity. I got Michael Fury with me. Heck yeah, we got a Beatles fan in here. I got Michael Fury with me. Thank you for doing it, bro. We are family. Throwing down big on just about the last day of the month. You already know this is the Mexican Martial Arts Telethon. This is how we make it to March. This is how we get to March. Which is funny because March marks the 10-year anniversary of the Mexican martial arts.
'Cause I got all my homies with
This
me.
March marks the 10-year anniversary of the Mexican martial arts. And I hope we get there. This is the Mexican martial arts telethon. We're going to be going till like midnight today, bro. All night long. We got to make it to March, homie. We're going to get that watch time in. We're going to do it. We're going to make it happen, bro. Thank you. Thank you. Yes, the legend, Mike Alfieri. He was born a legend. And he'll be raptured a legend. Leon Enriquez. The Caucasian pert is the regional wild mountain goat from the Caucasian mountains. They share habitat with the Caucasian chamois, which is another type of goat that dominates the tur with a horn choke called tapuera chin. Wait, no. Wait a minute. Have you guys ever been like on Instagram? Have you ever been like on Instagram, or sometimes people do it on YouTube, but I feel like they do it on Instagram a lot, where somebody starts pretending like they're explaining something and they're like super long-winded about it. So you think they've done their research, you know, like they're being like real detailed about their description. And then at the very end, they're like, psych, or they're like, I just made this all up and wasted your time. I don't know if this is one of those or if there really is something called tapoera chin. I'm going to Google this right now, bro. Hey, when I copied and pasted what you put, tapered chin comes up. Now it's showing me a bunch of tapered chins from dudes on here that look like K-pop singers. A narrow, slightly pointed or rounded facial feature often associated with a feminine, heart-shaped or delicate appearance. I think he played me, bro. Oh my gosh.
Now that I think about it, I hope he gets violated by pig monkey men in the woods.
Oh my goodness, bro. That was good. That was good. I was driving somewhere the other day and I saw a bunch of like goats in like precarious positions, you know? It was like a little mountainous type of area that I was driving by, and it made me think of those funky goats that like they're just like mountain climbers, you know how they're just like on these parts that look like they're gonna fall right over, but they were just born and bred for it, you know? It's crazy. How late is Dana going live? I have no idea. Is Dana live? Or, hey, that's not nice. That's not nice, bro.
Don't let him bully you, son.
You know, people have told me when I make certain expressions, in particular, that I have, there's some similarities between me and Dana White. Makes me very angry. I wouldn't fight at the White House for less than 30 million, bro. Don't play 30 million. Don't play, bro. You take 3,500, won't you? Man, I haven't had an Eggo in, I feel like, years and years. I used to live off of those. Is it on Flag Day for real? They go from the 250th anniversary of... Are you playing with me? That's like the weakest thing to put it on. When is... That sounds like a joke. That's actually a funny joke. That's for real? Bro, that comment, that just your matter-of-fact statement is on Flag Day. That sounds like a joke that somebody would write. Like, that's funny, bro. Because that seems like, and look, you guys know by now. So hopefully, you know, sometimes I speak with this level of ignorance that hopefully you just, because look, when I was in school, I was actually, I had a interaction the other day with Marilena and with Jesse Jr., and we were looking at some of his homework. And Marilena was giving him a little bit of a hard time because of how it looked, and, you know, she wants better from him. And she said something about like, or one of them asked me, like, what did my homework used to look like or something, whatever, I can't remember. And I just said, I didn't even think twice about it. I just said it. I took the sheet and I said, when I was his age, this sheet would have been filled with poetry and music lyrics. And drawings of professional wrestlers. That's what I did when I was in school. I don't know if you guys knew this. When I was a little kid, I wanted to be a poet. I wanted to grow up and be a poet. I used to write poetry like crazy. I have binders full of my poems. I used to write poetry like crazy. And then I started writing music lyrics. And I would always, if you would look at my homework or my classwork, you'd see drawings of Stone Cold Steve Austin, Hulk Hogan, The Big Show, Mankind. I was always drawing wrestlers. So I was like, give him a break, bro. He's doing better than me. I haven't seen one wrestler on his homework. So what I was trying to say is, look, I don't know a lot about certain national things and holidays and things in recent historical blah, blah, blah. Maybe Flag Day is a significant thing for a good reason, and I don't want to disrespect anybody. Just like when it comes to like Veterans Day and Memorial Day, I've always been kind of bothered. I always thought it's very weird how everybody just turns that into a party day. And all it is Costco weenies and Coronas. And it's like, bro, okay. But don't forget, don't forget though. There's people that never came home. And a great deal of them, and don't give me I have no sympathy because they chose, but there's a great deal of them, and that doesn't even matter, by the way. That's a stupid take. There's a great deal of them that didn't even have a choice. They got drafted. But that's always bothered me. So I don't want to come at it in a way that makes it seem like I'm just being disrespectful, because I don't even know what it's for. That's how ignorant I am. I'm just saying, when it was supposed to be about the 250th anniversary and how perfect it was, because you got the American and you got the red coat, and it's the biggest, the heavyweight division, and all the animosity and drama it was perfect. And then little by little, it just started. Bro, I wouldn't be surprised if at this point they don't even end up doing it at the White House. It ends up at the state capitol. It ends up at the Lincoln Memorial or something. Like, what's happening? This is all a big distraction, by the way. You know, right? This is all one big distraction that they've orchestrated to keep us away from what really matters, what we've all been wondering, what we've all been asking, what we've all been wanting them to address up at the top, why they keep passing up Armin Sarukian. That's all we care about. Release the information. Why do they keep disrespecting Armin Sarukian? Fool's going to end up fighting on Netflix with Jake Paul, his new best friend. Just watch. Oh, y'all, 6ix9ine, we're gonna be here. We're gonna be here for a long time, bro. I was saying it. I was hyping it up the last couple days. I'm wearing a diaper, homie. I'm not going anywhere. I got my drinks here. I got some more of this stirred up on deck. I'm not going anywhere, bro. I'm not going anywhere. I got diapers on. I got an empty bucket over there in the corner just in case. I ain't going anywhere. We're having a sleepover, bro. Green tea potion, heck yeah. Going to learn. Oh no. Kirk Lazarus. We are family. Cause I got all my Thank you, bro.
with me.
Self-inflicted is very significant. Self-inflicted is beautiful. It's a huge gesture. It's a blessure, as we refer to it in this community. Thank you, bro. Thank you very much. I appreciate seeing you here. I love your profile photo. It reminds me of a simpler time. Thank you, bro. Hey, heck yeah, Lord Racer. I did want to, you know what I did? One of my kids thought I was a weirdo because, and I didn't even think about it. Till I got back, till I came back. I went to the store the other day because I was bone dry, homie. I needed some more mayonnaise. So I went to the store and I got a big old thing. I don't think it was a big tub. It was like, they say 60% more every time. It was more. It was a value. So I got a big thing of mayonnaise and Twix. And when one of my kids saw that, they were like, "You look like a weirdo. You went to the store for mayonnaise and Twix. You know how weird that?" And then I looked at them in my hands and I was like, "That looks kind of weird." Why did I start talking about that? Oh, yeah, Lord Racer. You should get some Twix, bro. Landon Bow. Look. Whoa. Look at this. Thank you very much. Thank you for doing it. Landon Bow. Listen, I don't want anybody. I know some people do this just because of their good-hearted nature. I know that some people do this just to support, just to keep the channel going, just so that we can make it to the 10-year anniversary right here in March coming up. But there's a bunch of stuff in there for you. You have Discord access now. You can keep the party going in the Discord with everybody else. You could find and access all the videos that I've made, the huge backlog from years and years. Thank you, Landon. There's a lot of goodies in there for you. I appreciate it. I never did homework, ace the test, and do classwork only. Bro, I was pretty bad at all of it, man. I just didn't. I hated school, man. I hated it so bad. I was just convinced. I was convinced, bro. Nobody could convince me otherwise. I was either gonna be like some kind of professional athlete, or I was gonna be like a world famous poet, or I was gonna be some kind of author, or I was gonna be a musician. Like I was like, I don't need this. I'm never gonna need this. Gotta hit the like, Dojo. The new rose is uploaded, and I've been commissioned to make another. Dang, what the heck, bro? This is so beautiful to see from you, bro. From this community. Look at how this is turned into a thing for you, bro. I love this. I love it, man. All of you should commission the homie ARJR to make you a creation. Look at what he made for the dojo here. This is my trophy. I look at this like a trophy. This is me and the homie Flaco right here lighting up the YouTube algorithm. Giving him that Mexican footwork, throwing the chancla straight into his teeth. Look at Flaco with the noon chanclas as well. This is beautiful, bro. He makes beautiful creations. You got to scope out his channel. There's a lots of different types of things on there, man. It's beautiful. A prized possession. I gotta figure out some kind of, as things get better, you know, I need to find, like, I want to get some kind of lighting on there. I gotta make some changes, you know. I'll keep getting better. What? You could buy Hulk Hogan's house. It's for sale. Only 11 million. Dang. That would be so cool to have his house. I say this all the time, and I hope people get it. I am a selfish consumer. And I don't know if that's a thing. I feel like I coined that. I've never heard that phrase in my life. But it's the best way I could describe it. I'm a selfish consumer, right? Every time Hulk Hogan's name comes up, all people want to do is, oh, he did this and he said that and he was like this. And then you ask me, and I'm like, that's my hero. I love him. I have his toy in my room right now. I love the dude. Sorry. I'm a consumer. It's like, I don't care. Oh, he said that? Yeah. Well, you know, I've said stupid stuff too. Oh, he did that? Yeah, I did something dumb yesterday. And you did too, by the way. But it's like, I'm a selfish consumer. I like the art. I like what he provided, what entertained me, what just fascinated me as a child, and what gave me hope and something to look forward to. And so, you know, I'm the same way. Like, you know, every once in a while I'm going down the road and I'll put on, I believe I can fly. Woo! And I'm not thinking about all the stuff that dude did. I'm just thinking about the art that was created, man. I'm just thinking about me cruising down Blackstone. I'm a selfish consumer. And I think the reason that I'm okay with that is like what we were talking about yesterday when we were talking about the Epstein files and all that. And I'm like, oh, really? All you guys are at the edge of your seats biting your nails about who's on there. And I'm like, bro, who cares? Everybody's twisted. Did you have any expectations for any of these celebrities? They're all a bunch of wacko doodle doos. They're all a bunch of animals. Of course they were doing that. It's no threat off my beanie. I'm not surprised.
I'm not surprised.
That's why it's easy for me to be like, anyway. Let's listen to I Wanna Rock With You. Like, I don't care. Just give me the art. Because I never had any faith in the dude himself. I never had the dude himself, like that dude and his social security number and his government name. It was the art. I like the art. I like what was created for the world, for entertainment. That's what I like to consume. I didn't care about the dude just a dude. He farts and sneezes and scratches and he yawns and takes showers, has bodily functions. He drives and puts gas in his car. He's just another human. So it's easy to operate this way when it's like I didn't treat him like an idol anyway. I just liked the work that was created. That's why I could still be like, that's why I don't have to carry such vitriol for someone, because I'm like, yeah, I knew he was a fallen human that was very imperfect and was gonna do stupid stuff. But I like the music. But I like the show. But I like the movies they made. I like the wrestling matches. All of my homework and classwork had drawings and doodles to the point I was finally told to stop. Yup. I remember my teachers, having meetings with my parents. I remember one of the things, and I was so confused by it. One of my teachers, and I think I've mentioned it on here before. One of my teachers told my parents something like that I would be so much more productive if I wasn't such a perfectionist and I spent too much time on individual things, like on one thing at a time. I spent too much time there, and then it would discourage me and I would get distracted, and then I would just do other stuff. And I was like, why is that wrong? Isn't it good to be a perfectionist? But yeah, it's a problem even today. Yeah, I want something to be so perfect, and then when I feel like it's not gonna be, I just lose hope and then I get discouraged. Analysis paralysis. Asbestos, is that for real? James Bishop.
We are family.
I mean, I guess that could be possible, right? It's old, huh?
Cause I got all my homies with me.
Thank you very much, James Bishop.
We are
It
family.
warms my beanie to see this dude splashing around like Bobby Darin, sloshing around in his big old 2.5 foot high rain boots. These boots are made for sloshing, and that's just what they'll do. A lot of these fools don't understand the reference, but I do. Oh man, I love how the syllables worked out on that one.
I got all my homies with me.
It feels so good when the syllables work, bro.
We are family. 'Cause I got all my
Heck
homies
yeah.
with me.
Thank you, James Bishop. Release the Armin files. Hey, it is so cool to see so many different people here typing the same thing. Wow, dude, James Dillon, James Bishop, and Max Bluestein all said release the Armin files. I love it, man. Heck yeah. Where are we at? That was beautiful, man. I love that we're in harmony here. Yeah, Armin ain't getting a shot because the last time he couldn't make weight and blamed. Oh, bro, I read that incorrectly the first time, bro. Look, with all disrespect, how could a dude make weight if he hurt his back? And I remember I talked about this weeks ago. I was like, imagine someone broke his knee. Imagine he broke his neck. Imagine he broke his arm even. How are you going to make weight? It's such a strenuous thing to do. as is. I mean, we see Sean Strickland recently and Volkanovski not that long ago. It is hard to go through these weight cuts, right? It's a very who was it? So I don't think it was just one person. I feel like a lot of people have said this, that it's the most challenging thing to do the weight cut. Because a lot of these dudes love to fight. They fight every day. They spar. They love training. That's how they get their dopamine. The hardest thing isn't the fight, it's the weight cut. So if he was injured, how's he going to cut weight? Of course he has to say, hey, I can't make the weight. What do you mean? Because I'm injured. Oh, yeah? Well, it looks kind of fishy because you haven't made weight yet. Well, yeah, because I'm injured. How can I make the weight if I'm injured? It's just like a circle of death, man. Dang it. 5X seating brought to you by Father Bishop. Kirk Lazarus. AGM, hope you've been good. Haven't been able to join in forever. Kirk Lazarus. I don't know how long it's been. I don't know how long it's been. It was really bad, dude. It was really bad. Like, in every way, from every angle, it was like stupid bad for a long time. And things got better. But here's the thing: because some of you guys know I had to leave my. You know what? It kind of started. Remember, I told you guys it didn't. I thought I was gonna be all sad, and it never really hit me. You know what? It was kind of hitting me the other night, and I'm kind of afraid. Cause a few nights ago I was getting like really nostalgic and really emotional. And I was laying on my couch at like, I don't know, like 1 o'clock, 2 in the morning or something like that. And I was like closing my eyes, and I was like, you know how sometimes when you just go on a long day and you're going to Costco and you're doing things and there's a game and you got in a van or whatever you're doing, and you get home late, it's like, man, I feel like I haven't been home in forever. It feels good to be home, you know? I had this weird experience the other night where I was like, just like, and I didn't sit down with the intention of thinking about it and being all in my feelings or anything like that, but it's like I kind of just closed my eyes because I was tired, and then I just imagined, it's like, it was almost like I was just dropped, like Google Earth style, like back into my old house. And I was just remembering what it felt like to walk into certain areas of the house, and I just felt like it was still my house. And I felt like I just wanted, dang, bro. I felt like I just wanted to go home, you know? And then I realized I can't. I realized I can't. And it kind of freaked me out, man, because it made me feel like, oh, snap, have I been living in this weird, like, because I've told you guys, ever since I had to move, things have been non-stop. Things have been crazy with Marilena's job, with her school. She's been going to school, trying to get a degree. She's just been doing school forever. Jesse Jr. and all his sports, me trying to get this off the ground. It's been non-stop. And I realized that other night, I just don't think I've had that crack in time to really feel yet and to really let it hit me, to really let it sink in. I've been kind of numb. And it felt weird the other night. I was like, oh, snap, I can't go home. Like, it's gone. Somebody else lives in my home, fool. Somebody's there at my house right now. Like, it made me angry. And anyway, you're asking how I'm doing? So then I got here. It was really bad, right? And then I got here, and then it was better. I was like, oh, things are gonna be easier. But I don't know. I think we were in the honeymoon phase or something, being here, and maybe it just happened to be a good month on YouTube or something. Because then ever since then, it's been tough again. But there's something that feels nice when you know you have nowhere to go but up. There's something nice about that. There's something comforting about that part of it. But Kirk Lazarus, I have every intention of absolutely nothing but going up, going in the right direction, and just providing the best that anybody has ever seen from this channel. Chuck Fury, I'm lurking because I'm half asleep and been up for 24 hours, but I just want to shout out La Familia. Hey, I'm glad that you made an appearance, bro. Take care of yourself. Get your rest. Hey, I felt stupid today, and I felt bad because I've been telling you guys. I was telling you guys yesterday I wanted to get up at like 8 a.m. I wanted to stream from like 8 a.m. to 12 a.m., and it was going to be crazy. I didn't wake up till about 1:30 p.m. I don't know how many of you were here from the last time we were talking about it. I've been going through like these little practices and routines, trying to clear out my passages and whatnot. And I've been trying my best. I've been doing different things and falling asleep. I know this is going to sound so stupid to some of you, but you know what? Get off your high horse, bro. Don't judge me. Some of you that breathe through your nostrils and that have been breathing through your nostrils your whole life, those conceited folks out there, cut it out, all right? You don't understand how easy you have it. It is something that I have to go above and beyond. I have to so super consciously do to breathe through my nose. I've been falling asleep the last few days breathing through my nose, and I feel like I've never had deeper sleeps. I feel like Marilena's hitting me with the anesthesia and I'm not even realizing it or something like that. I'm having like that Michael Jackson type of sleep. I've never slept like this. I've been trying to breathe through my nose, and I've been getting some deep sleeps. I had some crazy dreams last night. I had like a nightmare. I had one dream where I felt something on the back of my neck, and it was like suctioned. It was like stuck on the back of my neck, and I had to put. That's probably when Marilena was putting in the anesthesia. Now that I think of it, I pulled it off, and it was a big old like gigantic. I swear, bro, it was like this big. It was like this big. It was like a big old spider, like something. I don't even know if those exist. They probably exist like in the Brazilian rainforest or something like that, like somewhere that we don't have access to, or like over there in Antarctica where they don't allow us to go, you know? But I don't even think it was like something I've never seen in my life, not even in a movie. It was a gigantic, big spider. And it had like attributes, and it would like move in ways that real spiders don't. It was crazy. It was like an alien, and it kept trying to come at me. It was crazy, man. It was crazy. So I get that. I get that you need that sleep, bro. Get it with all your might, bro. I miss where you said you got your sculpture because Legendary Gnome. I got it from ARJR721. You know, the legend in this community, the official recruiter of the Mexican martial arts. He makes artwork. He makes masterpieces. Next time you see his name, you got to click on it. You got to open another tab. Go to ARJR721. He makes these beautiful sculptures and creations. It's unbelievable. He makes them like out of, I don't even know how to say it. I don't want to say it incorrectly. Like out of metals and like welding and stuff like that. It's crazy, man. GM, I got denied for a job, one that wouldn't have worked, too much travel. I shouldn't care, but I do, and the interview went so well. Melancholy, I mean, hey, I don't know if it's a thing like that. I feel like I could relate with you on that level. There's something that just feels, it's hard to deal with, that I could relate to. I don't know. And people might be like, bro, that's just a human thing. What are you doing? You're like making this too much. Just feeling rejected, you know? It feels terrible. It feels terrible. I remember being at a job. I was at a job that I did very well at, and I would get like, I don't know how to word this. I would get, I guess you could say something along the lines of commendations. I would get very good feedback regularly because of how good I was doing on the job. And I put in for this promotion, and it looked good. Everything went good, felt good. And I didn't get it. And I felt so embarrassed. And I felt so rejected. And like I just felt, and I know it sounds like a big baby thing to some people, but I just felt like I can't go back there. I can't. I gave it everything I had. Everything made sense. I'm always getting like these pats on the back. And then I felt ashamed or like humiliated. Like, I just can't keep showing up here every day doing this thing I just feel like it's just a horror. And I know that sounds immature to a lot of people. Like, bro, just keep your head down, shut up, do your job, or like get over it. But I couldn't, bro. I don't know if it's a personality thing and the kind of thing. I don't want to go full blown melancholy because I haven't gone through the doors and had someone say it to my face and put it on paper. So I don't want to have stolen valor, you know? And some of you guys know what I'm talking about, but I don't want to be all so I know to me that's just something that is hard to deal with, and it doesn't feel good, you know. It isn't easy. Cuz I did end up leaving that job, and it was the best thing I ever did, and I was so happy. I didn't realize until I was out of that cycle that it was such a terrible place for me to be, and I was so happy once I left. But still, it bothered me that they didn't think I was good enough or whatever. So, yeah, I get it, man. Oh, shoot. If you put the same effort that you put into your drawing, if you put the same effort that you put into your drawings into your work, you'd be more successful. Dang, they told you that? Oh. Wait a minute. They told you that when you were a kid? They were trying to tell you that you weren't successful enough when you were a kid? That's wow. You wouldn't be so much of a disappointment. Wow. That's rough, man. Oh, snap, Landon Bell. Oh, snap, bro. We got a 50-piece right here, bro. We're going to need a bigger boat, homie. Oh, my gosh, dude. Thank you. Thank you, bro.
Whose hot dog is this?
I'm also a selfish consumer. MMA real talk is important in this world of MMA Joeys. Speaking of selfish consumerism, I don't know if you guys know this. I've said it time and time again, and then a couple more times. I am the golden retriever. I am the golden retriever of the MMA community. I get that. I like MMA Joey. I like the MMA guru. I like the MMA host. I got no beefs with anybody. But I respect people liking different things. GM couldn't be farther from Dana. One raised right, one disowned by mom. Oh, dang, that's right. He got disowned by his mom. And about to strip Aspinall for getting 3 stooged in the octagon. Man, you know, as much papas as I talk and as much as I try to entertain and be funny and this and that. And look, you guys need to understand something, man. I don't even want to say this right now, but I need you guys to understand something, all right? There are times, and there are gonna be times, when I say things that are 100% to make you laugh, to entertain you, to make you scratch your beanie, and to make you do all 3. That's my job here. My job is not to be Ariel Halweenie. My job is not to be Halin Yee. I'm not here to just regurgitate whatever's circulating already. I'm here to give you a break from your day, to give you some chuckles, to entertain you, to give you a different angle, and to make you scratch your beanie. And because of that, sometimes some of you that like being here in this community will get confused and think, why did he say that? It's because I'm trying to keep you on your toes. I'm trying to make you laugh. I'm trying to entertain you. And therefore, sometimes you're not going to like what I say. Just like sometimes I don't like what some of my favorite content creators say, some of my favorite comedians say, some of my favorite podcasters. But then in 10 seconds, I forget about it and they have me laughing again. So the reason I thought of that is because, yeah, I'll talk a bunch of papas on here. I'll say stuff about different shenanigans, Tomas Aspinall and this and that. But yeah, it's wild. It's crazy. It's crazy, the treatment from the UFC. I mean, starting initially from Jason Herzog, you know, and the way he handled or mishandled everything. It's wild, man. It is absolutely wild. I appreciate you very much, Landon Bell. Thank you. This is a significant gesture, and it helps me tremendously to get into the month of March. Thank you, bro. You don't get real creative art in any form unless the artist has done or been through some stuff. I agree. I mean, I feel like we've all heard very bland, uninspired music or lifeless paintings in hotel lobbies and stuff like that. I absolutely agree. It's gonna cost him an arm and a leg, bro. I like it. Heavyweight division has been cursed forever. I think Japanese dark art sorcerers are to blame. Who you got tomorrow, GMR Boy Moreno or El Sorotorio? Leon, I've recently started taking a very hard stance on such things because I put so much effort and thought and homework into my picks that when I don't have the time, when I haven't made the time to do my MMA long division, I like refuse. I just don't want to do it. I just don't want to make a pick because I just feel like it's disrespectful to you. It's a waste of your time. I don't want to have anybody put any kind, not that you would anyway, but I don't want anybody to put any kind of faith in any pick that I make willy-nilly, because when I do my MMA long division and make picks, they go very well and you could bank on them. So I don't want to not do that. But I will say this, I really, really, really hope Moreno wins. I think he got ripped off on the last one. I think anybody could see. I think Tomas Aspinall could see that he got done dirty, and that was a bad stoppage. It was insane, and they obviously just wanted that Asian on Asian violence. They obviously look at Moreno as Unk, and they don't want to give him a chance again. Even though it's crazy to me because they've been trying to get a Mexican with a strap for who knows how long, but they're trying to get a younger Mexican. I hope Moreno wins. I'm not even going to pretend to know anything enough about that other dude. I really don't. Maybe it makes me look like a casual, but I just don't know enough, bro. But I hope Moreno wins, bro. I've been watching from the toilet, bro. I love toilet watchers. That's why I do this, man. Kirk Lazarus, right there with you. I lost my house 2 months ago, bro. I don't know if you knew this. Are you copying me, Kirk Lazarus? I don't know if you knew this, bro. I lost mine 5 months ago. Been driving by. The feeling is crazy. You're not alone, GM. Just keep stacking positive momentum where you can. Yeah, Kirk, I can't even drive by it. I refuse. My family has driven by it because there's still stuff in our life that goes on regularly in that area. So they'll drive by there pretty often. Or not often, but they did at first. And I won't do it. I can't. It's like if I drive by it, I'll go through the doors and be like, this is my house, get out. Like I can't do it. It's almost like it has to be dead to me, or I just can't live with myself. I'm sorry to hear that, bro. It feels terrible. I feel so lost. I don't know where I'm going to end up. I don't know how long we're going to be here. They could just tell us to leave whenever the thing's over. And man, it feels so weird. It feels so weird. I was a homeowner for so long, bro. And yeah, sorry to hear that, bro. But yeah, it's good to see you in a positive mindset, and positive even enough to the point where you're being encouraging to other people, bro. It is, bro. Rock bottom is a good foundation. No joke, brother. It is for real. I agree with that. Dang, Lord Racer, I feel bad, bro. I was ready at 5 a.m. Oh, I'm going to make it up to you, though. You know this? Here's what I'm going to do from now on. I'm not going to wait till the last second to just go all out, full force. I'm going to start doing it at the beginning of the month, so I'm not stressing out at the end of the month. So you know what, Lord Racer? We're going to start early. One of the first, sometime in the first week of March, we're going to go crazy, bro. We're going to stream for like 20 hours or something like that, bro. My computer's probably going to burn up. I can't even drive by my first house, so I get the same feeling. Work so hard fixing it up to lose. Oh, dang it. Oh. Oh. Yeah, it hurts, man. That other night when it came to my beanie, I was thinking about a lot of different things we did there, a lot of different things we improved on, a lot of different moments we had there, different holidays. It's like, oh, ugh. But I try to keep in mind, and I learned that. I feel like it did really set in when we came here, that it's like, you know what? It's the people in the house. That's where it's at. It's the people in the house. That's what's important. I try not to lose sight of that. I'm almost positive, Miss Chuck Almighty, it is a challenge for me to breathe through my nose. It always feels like someone shoved like a Nerf bullet up my right nostril, and I get like no air. It's terrible. I did bust up my nose when I was, I did it a couple times. I did it once when I was real little, just like playing around the house. I think I tripped on something. And then one time when I was playing football, when I was in like 4th grade, just busted it up. So I don't know, something got all chueco inside. GM, I was scoping out your membership perks thanks to ARJR, and I missed that white piano behind you, but I love the new setup. Yeah, bro. Yeah, there's a lot of things about the recent history, about the past or whatever, that continue to make me nostalgic, and I do miss it. And I know it's probably not the healthiest. I kind of mentioned it a little bit ago. I know it's not the healthiest thing, but one of the things that I often do to get through stuff and to just try to feel okay, or you know what it is, it's not feel okay, it's so I don't have to feel, so I don't have to feel anything, is I just try to not think about it. And I'm trying to find your comment again. There it is. I actually have it right here, you know, for what it's worth, so that it's always with me here, and so that we never forget where we came from. And I still got it. I have it in storage right now. I'll never part ways with it, but here it is right here with all my wrestlers. When my chat was acting crazy right now and I had to skip back, I just realized for the first time how far behind I am. Wait, what's wrong with the thumbnail, bro? What happened to it? I didn't even notice what was going on. Fort Knobberdale. GM Zup, I won a slam poetry contest. Does that mean tonight? Oh, you're from somewhere else, SEK. So it's already evening where you're at. You won. I'm over here talking about poetry. Man, you're over here flexing on me, bro. You're over here flexing on me?
Don't let him bully you, son.
You won a slam poetry contest tonight. That's amazing, bro.
My flow goes deep like the ocean. It burns so hard, grab the lotion. I might hit the 3-wheel motion, cause I'm sipping on this green tea potion.
Congratulations, Fort Knobberdale, bro. That's amazing. That's amazing, bro. You won. That's amazing. I'm glad to hear that. Congratulations, bro. Dang, that's messed up, Melancholy. Bertolomeo. Herzog took 1 point from Paulo for an eye poke versus Vettori without previous warning, and he made CCC fight. Triple C fight through an eye poke until the end. Yeah, see, this is definitely a fall from grace. Like, Jason Herzog was historically, like, he was always my favorite referee. And then when all these shenanigans took place with him and potential betting and stuff like that, it was very unfortunate because people started reverse engineering that fool's career and seeing the different things he did and didn't do and why and when, and it started to look very suspicious. And I don't even know how that. They were even investigating him, and they weren't putting him on some kind of a timeout. He was still reffing, so I don't know what's going on and why they're letting him get away with it. It's very, very weird. Weird. It's weird. Ugh. I believe it, Coffee Potamus. I believe it, bro. I believe it. MexicanMartialArts@gmail.com. I believe it, dude. 100%. Oh, Herzog, he's a cochino. I bought my house in 2017, and I will live here with nothing but the four walls around me. I'll be house broke as long as I can stay here somehow. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. I'm sorry to hear that. I can understand that. It's special, man. The love for pets. I could absolutely understand that. Yeah, I was house broke for pretty much the whole time we lived in that house that I had to leave. I'll spare you the whole story, but I'll condense it in like 10 seconds. When I moved into that house, I had a very good job, and then I got laid off almost immediately. The company went public and got purchased by some overseas company, laid off hundreds of people, and I couldn't afford it anymore. And I spent several years trying to afford it by doing YouTube. And I just got into more and more and more debt trying to salvage it. And then I was house broke, and we lived a miserable life until we finally lost it. It was terrible. But as long as you don't try to be a YouTuber, Legendary Gnome, you should be okay. Hey, Jay Smith, for real, bro. I could learn from some of those, bro. You make it real easy, dude. I still have pianos. I have 2 in storage, and I have 1 in my garage. I need to clear out the garage a little bit. Well, actually, the one in the garage is a digital piano. It's like a keyboard, which I don't love. I like old school upright acoustic pianos. You cannot beat that sound. But I want to make some space. I really want to start writing songs again. It's therapeutic for me. Heck yeah, Perry the Blueberry. That's what we're here for, bro. That's what I want. It's funny how this channel has devolved over the years. It used to be extremely visual, lots of slapstick and whatnot, and now it's like I need to put it like on my banner. This is the content for you to listen to while you're on the toilet, while you're pocket listening, while you're at work, while you're commuting. That's what I make this for, bro. Youngsters, I lost my house back in the modified home loan days. Oh, jeez. Just a terrible thing to do to people, man. So many people lost their houses to that. Then they sold our repoed house to you youngsters. And then their loans weren't modified, right? That's disgusting, bro. It's so messed up. It's heartbreaking, man. Put all your roots somewhere, and then they just pull the rug just because of their stupid infrastructure. I got my nose broke 4 times fighting for my homies. Oh, snap. The 5th time, I walked into a new glass wall. Ooh, in front of my guys at work. Oh no. But it made me able to breathe through my nose again. It was a blessing in disguise, bro.
Not forget Jesus, people.
Heck yeah. Blessing in disguise. All of a sudden, Angel Padilla shows up. All of a sudden, he realizes that there's more important things in life than being a functioning member of society and working a full-time job. We've been here since 5 a.m., Angel. Oh, Jessica Padilla in the house. So, ironically, you know, I didn't mean to bring up houses again. Jeez, it's on the beanie, you know. Dang, like that loyalty. Hey, loyalty, we started out hot, bro. We started out hot. For those of you who just came in, you're going to have to watch the beginning of this stream later, bro. We came in hot talking about that Ilia Tapoera news. It's crazy, man. Like, I feel like we got a good start, and I'm going to give you some more news right now. We're going to be, I've said it. I'm the first one in the stream. I'm the last one out. Like Jordan, I'm going to outlive all of you in here. I'm going to outlive all of you. I'm wearing my diaper. I got my bucket in the corner. I'm not going anywhere. All of you that are right here right now feeling like you got all this energy, you're going to be snoring when I'm still streaming, all right? I know, dude. I know, Christopher Keefe. Especially what you're telling me right now, too, bro. I know that you know what you're talking about. I just got to... It's hard in a rental, bro, because it's like, where am I supposed to put all my junk? I don't want to make the rental look all full of junk, and I don't know what to do, man. I know that it's a bad setup. I need to get rid of it. We have a keyboard. My husband wants something with weighted keys at the very least because a full piano is not fitting in this apartment. Yeah, you could get one of those. Guitar Center has to be nationwide, right? It's not one of those weird things. It's not like Long John Silver's where it's harder to find than I thought. The ones with the weighted keys, like the keyboard that I have, I think it's called the digital piano because it has... Am I wrong? I'm pretty sure the moment it has weighted keys, it's basically a digital piano. I don't know if it's still a keyboard at that point. But you could get one at like Guitar Center. They're getting cheaper and cheaper these days where you could get the weighted keys. I remember back in the day, they were like $1,200 or something crazy. I feel like they got some for like a couple hundred these days. Hey, now that you remind me, hey, never disrespect loyalty.
Don't let him bully you, son.
Aladdin, I actually do remember now when I put up that short, because I put myself, Sean, yeah. I know some people don't like it, but I put Sean Strickland is a hero at the top. And then the caption said, who likes little kids? And I thought it was funny, so I left it. I gotta admit, bro, I did see that. I thought it was funny. Well, it might have been a little past 5 a.m., Angel. A little past. I wasn't looking at the clock exactly. Jim, love your spirit and your attitude. You're the man. Thank you, Invader Jim. I appreciate you. Thank you for the kind words. I'm feeling good today because I mentioned it earlier. I've been doing these routines and these exercises lately, like really trying to clear stuff out as much as I possibly can and falling asleep, breathing through my nose. It's a little bit of it's not as easy, but I've noticed since I've been breathing through my nose, I've been having crazy intense dreams and I've been sleeping deeper. And when I wake up, I do not feel groggy. I don't feel tired. It's crazy. Now, I did wake up at 1:30 p.m. today, but I did not feel groggy. Before, I would have woke up at 1:30 p.m. and I would have felt groggy. It proves your partner is faithful to you. Usually the first financial setback, the woman runs out. Yeah, me and Marilena have been together for a long time. You know, me and Marilena got together, we got together long before I got my YouTube plaque, you know. So I know she's not out here plaque chasing, you know. Long. No, I was trying to do far south. It didn't work. We got together long before, so I know she ain't plaque chasing, you know. Oh, we frequent the Guitar Center. I follow him around while he plays all the instruments. That's what Marilena does with me. Dude, I went into Guitar Center the other day. I was playing the electronic drum kit. Oh, I felt like Phil Collins in there. I miss playing the drums so much. And everyone was following me around like, here we go now. I wish I could play the accordion, man. It looks so cool. Bartolomeo, why you doing me dirty like that? Why you doing me dirty? Don't do me like that. Oh. Dang, I don't know. My hands are too tiny. I can't play the piano. I literally had a music teacher tell me I wouldn't be good at it. I always wanted to learn how to play an instrument, but I'm not musically inclined at all. Dang, that's messed up. You could play the bongos. You could do something with percussion. I bet you could play electric guitar. The neck is so much smaller, and it's easier to go up and down the fretboard than like on an acoustic, like with a fatter neck. I think you just had a mean teacher. Well, maybe because it might be challenging on piano, but the teacher, and I know the teacher wasn't motivated to tell you, hey, you should go play percussion or play, electric guitar, because then the piano's not going to get any money because that teacher was a piano teacher, but they should have gave you more resources. Jessica loved me since I only had a bus pass. I still only have a bus pass, but still. It's that Mitch Hedberg love. I want to buy a house. I'm in a position where I can, but I don't want to enslave myself with a mortgage. Yeah, bro. You can never be too sure, man. I mean, I don't want to discourage you from getting a house because it feels amazing to have a house. But yeah, I got my house and then I got laid off. So, I mean, I'm not a good person to say, Ronry? Ray, bro. You got to watch out for them plaque chasers. That's what they call dental hygienists. She's a plaque chaser, homie. The recorder, there you go. Give us some of that hot cross buns. Play, hey, Mr. Tambourine Man. Bro, I'm 43 and I'll never own a house. Mental illness. Wanted to be in the UFC too. Dang, bro. You know what? Shoot, man. Shoot. I'm sorry to hear that, bro. It's got to be frustrating to deal with things that feel like they're completely out of your control. You know what you got to do, bro? You got to own it, dude. Like, I would never want to encourage someone to be like a YouTuber because I know how terrible of a lifestyle that could be. But King of Pain, you know how many people I see like on Instagram, and I know I've seen them on TikTok. I haven't been on TikTok that much these days. It's just every time I post on there, I feel like my stuff doesn't go anywhere, bro. It's like, what am I even doing this for? But I see so many people that deal with different mental health, mental illness type things, and they post like their life experience, their stories, things they go through. They'll give people behind the scenes look at, here's what it feels like to live with this, or here's why I do that. People are like fascinated by that, bro. And you'll find a community of people on there that deal with the same thing, and it's like I don't know. I think there might be something there, bro. And maybe I'm just speaking out of my dickies right here. I don't know. I just hate to hear the type of stuff that you read and see that you kind of feel like I hate to see you feel like you don't really have a lot, options and stuff like that. I mean, there's so many things at your fingertips that you could just see what happens, Just see what happens. Like, bro, there's a certain kind of like, I can't even explain how I feel about like what ARJR is doing. how he's got his channel now, and he's selling his creations, and he's doing his welding and making his masterpieces, his artwork, and it's like he's starting to thrive, man. And then we got the dude right here himself that's about to lace me up with his own art, Jay Smith, on the keyboard, showing people how to play. It's like, man, we got like a hub here of people that are just taking their lives, taking their destiny into their own hands. And they're just like putting stuff out there and just seeing what happens. And I don't know, bro. There's potential out there, man. Yeah, bro. I was Jess Reyes. I was mad at myself because how late I woke up. Because I was really hyping up. How long we were gonna stream today, and we're still gonna do it. It's still gonna be record breaking today. This is gonna be the longest stream we've ever had that wasn't a UFC event. Mortgage means paid on death or something. Bro, I wouldn't even be surprised. Mortgage derives from the Old French more, M-O-R-G-A-G-E, mortgage, 13th century, and medieval Latin mortum, vadium, meaning dead pledge. It combines mort, death, from Latin mortus, to die, and gage, pledge, security. The term signifies that the pledge agreement dies either when the debt is repaid or when the borrower defaults. Literal meaning, it's called a dead pledge. Wow. I didn't know that. Wow. That's dark, bro. That is dark. Recon, hey, thank you for doing it, bro.
We are family.
I got Recon 4863. Thank you for doing it. Thank you for bringing Rashad into the family, bro. Thank you for showing support, man. Yeah, you're not, bro. Anytime you're in any kind of debt like that, you're literally a slave, bro. And that's what a lot of people get all twisted about. You know, I'm not trying to have the same kind of conversation we had yesterday. It's not that I'm against it, but that's not what this is about right now. But a lot of people get terms mixed up, you know. Slavery initially had to do with people just being enslaved by their debts and trying to work off debt. And we still got that slavery alive and well today. Most of us in this chat right here, is there a single one of us in this chat that is not a slave to debt in some form or fashion? Do you have a car payment? Do you have a mortgage? Do you have credit card debt? Whatever it might be. Heck yeah. All right, let's look at more news right here. Thank you, Justin. I appreciate you being so kind, bro. Let's look at more news. Again, we started off hot. We started off hot with the MMA news today, and I want to keep it that way. I don't want to waste your time and just talk about feelings and whatnot, you know? Let's see what's going on over here. What we were talking about first, by the way, just a quick reiteration. The first story that we were talking about today was Ilia Tapuera. And it sounds like his camp is trying to get him out of fighting Dustin Gaethje at the White House card because they're saying that Ilia Tapuera is too Hispanic. They're saying that Ilia Tapuera is too Spanish when he's the farthest thing from it. He's not Spanish whatsoever. The most Spanish that Ilia Tapuera could get is just from drinking the water over there and trying to get it into his bloodstream. The dude is Georgian. And when we looked up where his parents were from, they were from some Caucasian area, like the Caucasus region type stuff, basically. He's like the whitest of the white. Abkhazians or something like that. They're called Abkhazians. And you have to go far down the lineage till it even becomes Georgian, till it even becomes somewhat ethnic. So he comes from this white background. His parents are like white mountain folk, Georgian. Then he goes to Germany, becomes even whiter somehow. Then when he's 15, and you know the way that he was brought up, you know the kind of life he led, he's got them dog years on him. Those tapoeira years, 15 years old is basically 49 years old. He moved to Spain when he was 49 years old, and now they think he's too Spanish. So he couldn't fight Armin Sarukian because he was too heartbroken. He was too divorced. He was too accused of domestic violence while he's out there. Ay, 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 ay. Now he's too Spanish. Now he's too Spanish to fight Gaethje. And I was saying, what's he going to be next? Is he going to be too tall? Now he's too tall to fight Makhachev. When that fight comes up, it's getting too easy for them. He's trying to play on God mode at this point. They're looking for a new challenge. What can we get away with? How far can we push these boundaries? He's too Spanish. That's what they're saying today. We might not get Gaethje and Tapuera at the White House because Tapuera is too Spanish. Just like Adesanya's too Filipino. Absolute insanity. Let's see what we got going on right here. What would you guys want to hear about? UFC's Ilia Tapuera on Khabib. I was never a fan of his fight style. Ilia Tapuera started out his career as a grappler but never admired Khabib Nurmagomedov's style. The UFC lightweight champion was asked who are his top 5 greatest fighters of all time, and he mentioned George St. Pierre. Did you hear this? So I'm about a sentence and a half into the article, and we have Ilia Tapuera criticizing Khabib Nurmagomedov's fight style. If I hold it like this, could you guys hear it? I know that it's close to the microphone, but I'm pointing it toward my face. Hopefully you can't hear this because I need this in my life right now. So the article started off with Ilia Tapuera criticizing Khabib's Nurmagomedov style. I guess it was too ground and poundish, right? I guess it was too much pressure. I guess it was too much blood and face bones broken. Too many orbitals broken, right? But then he's hyping up GSP? Correct me if I'm wrong. I believe GSP is the dude who got people started. I believe he's the dude that started off people with saying things like hugger, hugging, groin sniffer. I'm almost positive that those sentiments started all because of GSP, right? You can't hear the fan one bit. Oh, I love this. Thank you. Oh, heck yeah. I'm gonna leave it right here on my chair pointing right up at me. Please tell me if you could hear it and if it starts to bother any one of you, if you got like some fancy $400 headphones on. So he is criticizing a ground and pound hero who would brutalize and pummel people on the canvas. And he is hyping up GSP. Interesting. The UFC lightweight champion was asked who are his top 5 greatest fighters of all time, and he mentioned George St. Pierre and John Jones. Okay, so in his first 2 picks, he has a hugger. All right, thank you. Thank you for letting me know that you guys can't hear it because I feel so much better with this fan right here. He starts off dissing. By the way, I can't be too hard on Ilia, I guess, if I'm going to think about it intelligently, because there's a good possibility that he's doing everything that he can to disrespect Makhachev and his camp so that he could, get some kind of a fight going. Maybe he's just trying to play the game because there's no way in his right mind that he could disrespect Khabib, but he will hype up the originator of the groin sniffing and the steroid king. This is insane. His first 2 picks are the original groin sniffer, the man who laid the foundation and the DNA for groin sniffing in the MMA, and the steroid king. That's his first 2 picks. Tapuera 17-0 in MMA, 9-0 in the UFC, dismissed Demetrius Johnson. He's trolling. You heard the first 2 people he picked, and now he dismisses Demetrius Johnson. when he was dismissed Demetrius Johnson when he was suggested to him, and had a different response when Nurmagomedov's name was brought up. No one had an answer for the grappling prowess of Nurmagomedov. I feel like some of you might need to hear this again. No one had an answer for the grappling prowess of Nurmagomedov, who retired as a undefeated lightweight champion with 3 title defenses in submission finishes over Conor. Oh, they were all finishes, right? I forgot about that. No decisions, all finishes. Conor McGregor, Dustin Gaethje, and Justin Poirier. Wow. Okay. They were all finishes. That's right. They were all definitive. Wow. Okay. He wasn't fun to watch until his last 2 fights. He wasn't fun to watch until his last 2 fights. Tapuera told Aiden Ross of Nurmagomedov during a live stream on Kick, and what made him fun to watch was that he was undefeated and the fact that there was going to be someone that was going to beat him. But the reality was, I was never a fan of his fight style. Never. Well, here's why. Let me tell you why. And let me finish the article. Tapuera, who claimed the vacant title with the knockout of Charles Oliveira at UFC 317, is expected to make his first lightweight title defense against interim champion Gaethje. Oh, this must be before he punked out and said that he was too Spanish. Let me tell you this. He said that the reason he was never a fan of the fight style, and it was basically boring, because he was too undefeated. Basically, he was winning too much, and the only exciting thing is that if somebody could possibly beat him. You know what this is like, what this reminds me of? And I didn't even notice this until we watched all 5 of the first Steven Seagal movies on Patreon. And breaking news, if you didn't know this, on the Patreon, we watch movies. We have movie night once a week, every single week. Because I can't do it on YouTube. I can't get away with it. I'm not trying to disrespect you guys and punk out on you, but Patreon allows us to do stuff like that. So we watched the first 5 Steven Seagal movies because I'm always trying to come to his defense because everyone likes to clown on him and say that he's an embarrassment. And I try to tell people, I don't think you've seen his first 5 films, because I would put those films up against any other martial arts films ever. They're fantastic. The hand-to-hand combat is unbelievable. You don't know what you're talking about. You've probably seen a movie of his from like 2017. You got to watch the first 5. Now, I do stand corrected because Under Siege is a piece of garbage. It's nothing but gun fu. There's like 2 seconds of hand-to-hand combat, and it's terrible. It went too mainstream at that point. They were trying to go too Hollywood, and it was all about guns, explosions, and it was boring. The first 4, I'd put them against every other martial arts film. I don't care. Meals on Wheels, get out of my face. But after we watched those, I didn't even notice, and I don't know if you guys noticed that we're there in the Seagal party. When I was...
Whose hot dog is this?
When I was watching the movies, I didn't even realize this. But I was doing some research later because, I don't know if I want to say. I'm still working. I don't know if I want to say right now. But I was doing some research, and I was looking up people like Steven Seagal and Jean-Claude Van Damme, okay? And one of the major bits of feedback that Steven Seagal and his movies get, and I didn't even notice this, is that he never, ever appears to be in any kind of threat or under attack from the opposition. That he is always 100% in control and absolutely brutalizing his opponents. Now, when you watch a Jackie Chan movie, even when you watch Bruce Lee movies, they know how to build the suspense. They'll get cut, they'll get hit in the face, they'll get kicked, they'll get knocked down. That's how you make it a good, engaging back and forth, right? Steven Seagal is like never in trouble. He's always in charge. I didn't even notice that when I was watching the movies, but I think there was something about that I liked. To be honest, even though it seems like that wouldn't be a good thing because you think you get a better story out of seeing somebody that takes a little bit of damage and then it's a better comeback story. But when I was actually watching the movie, it was like cool to see this guy who was the good guy, you know? When you're watching a Seagal movie, I mean, you're supposed to be rooting for him. You know, he's the protagonist. So when I'm watching his movie, I'm like, yeah, he's always in charge. Come at him. No one even gets a jab in. He's the best. He's invincible, right? But that's boring to some people. And that's why movies are made the way they are. That's even if it's not a hand-to-hand martial arts flick, even if it's some kind of a romantic comedy, even if it's some kind of an action movie where it's nothing but gunfighting and no hand-to-hand combat, even if it's a drama, part of the roller coaster ride is when the protagonist faces some kind of dilemmas. They're having problems. They're losing. They're an underdog even. And that's what people like. What Tapuera is basically saying here is that he doesn't like Steven Seagal movies. He likes Jackie Chan movies. He likes Jean-Claude Van Damme movies. He likes to see the hero in trouble. It's too boring to him. Sorry, Tapuera. It's too boring. That Khabib Nurmagomedov was too dominant. It's too boring. The only exciting part is, might somebody ever beat him? Is it ever going to happen? That was the only part. The little bit of anticipation about that. That's the only part that he could maybe find some kind of excitement in. Because Khabib was just too dominant. That's all I heard, Tapuera. That's what I heard from you. You trying to make it all fancy and make it about this and that and distract with your picks, with your groin sniffers and your drug addicts, disrespecting Demetrius Johnson. He's basically calling Khabib boring because he was too dominant. That's like me calling Chinese food boring because it's so much better than Mexican food. It is what it is, homie. Hashtag Max Holiday. The best fight scene in film? Bro, my favorite fight scene on film ever might be the pool hall scene in Out for Justice.
Whose hot dog is this?
It might be that scene, maybe. One of my other favorites, and it gets disrespected, man. People always talk about the final fight scene in Enter the Dragon. I gotta be honest. Even since I was a little kid, I thought it was Du Plessis. I was never impressed with the final fight scene in Enter the Dragon. I thought it was about as anticlimactic as the final fight scene in Under Siege. I felt like Bruce Lee had a better fight with the guards in that dungeon than he had with the dude at the end. And I think he had a better fight scene with all three dudes in Game of Death. I'm not impressed by that final fight scene. I think one of his best fight scenes might have been in Return of the Dragon, where he has the nunchucks and he's fighting those dudes behind the restaurant in the alley. But as much as I love Bruce Lee and the storytelling and the facial expressions and just the charisma he brings to the screen and everything, just the best from start to finish fight scene in martial arts, it might be Out for Justice. And I know a lot of people like to bring up a lot of other stuff with crazy acrobatics, or it has this weird angle like, yeah, but this scene wasn't cut. It was like, you know, like in Mario, they just go across that 2D. What's that one? It's like a Korean movie, and it's like an 18-minute fight scene, and he just keeps going. It's like, yeah, but it feels very staged. It feels very staged. It feels like a 2D video game, the way he's moving, and everything seems so choreographed. And because it was a one cut, there's some stuff in there that they didn't do that great, and they had to keep moving because the most fascinating part about that cut wasn't the fighting, it was conceptual. They wanted to be able to say that it was all one take, and they prioritized that over good, solid choreography. Because if you're doing choreography in a martial arts film, you should do this. Not everybody does. That's why sometimes you'll watch a Jean-Claude Van Damme movie and you'll see a helicopter kick, and you can see that his foot was about 8 feet away from the dude's face. And it's like, did nobody see this? Are they not watching the dailies? Why didn't they do this again? And when you're truly prioritizing the quality and the choreography, you'll see that in the replay, and you'll say, we got to do it again. Got to do it again. Just like when me and Flacco were doing it. You know how many times we redid some of those moves? I'd watch it after everyone. I said, nope, it didn't look good. Nope, it didn't look like it had enough force. Nope, you could tell that my foot didn't hit him. Nope, we got to do it. Where's the quality control, homie? Oh, Scott Adkins is. It's a shame that he didn't get that, that push, man. He's unbelievable. He always reminded me of Robert Whittaker. I like Khabib ground and pound. It's like real trailer park fighting. Yeah. Heck yeah. He was incredibly strong and good at what he did, but he was not very good with the boxing stuff. I was very surprised when he knocked Conor down. And yeah. It always did make me nervous as a Khabib fan when he would spend. It's like, bro, you're spending a little too much time on the feet for my comfort. Like, what are you doing? But, I mean, he had just enough technique. He had that funky looking head movement where I always felt like he was going to get hit. But he had just enough technique in there to knock Conor down on his booty cheeks, man. And yeah, I mean, that's what he did. He was a specialist. He was strong enough and he pulled off that ground and pound win and where it counted. Thoughts on Kill Bill? I've never seen that movie in my life. Never liked Tarantino. He's a psychopath. Yeah, he does. I mean, he does seem like a weirdo. It's hard because like everyone in Hollywood seems like a weirdo for the most part. Yeah, he does seem like a weirdo though. Have you seen that one clip where he's putting like Salma Hayek's feet all like inside of his mouth? That's crazy, bro. Coincidentally, we should watch that for movie night. I love Star Wars fight scene Revenge of the Sith with Anakin and Obi-Wan. I've never seen that either. I remember me and Jesse Jr. were we were going to like go on a little run because I had never seen Star Wars in my life. And then all his friends were talking about Star Wars and all into Star Wars and all these little cartoons and stuff. So we were going to try to watch the actual movies. And we watched the first one and we couldn't bring ourselves to watch the second one. It was like the most boring thing we've ever seen in our lives. Like, I can't get into Star Wars, man. I used to be a big Star Trek fan when I was little, but I can't watch Star Wars, man. I don't know. Van Darn and Tong Po, yeah. I love. That was gonna be probably a close second for me. I know it seems like fighting words to some people, literally. I've always liked kickboxer more than Bloodsport. And yeah, that's legendary, bro. Maybe I'll try it again. You know what? I should make a deal with you, Jessica. You know what is one of my favorite franchises ever in history ever, and I love them, and they make me cry. Like they're the Planet of the Apes movies. And I'm not talking about all this nonsense with CGI they've been coming out with these days. I'm talking about the ones from like the 70s. Let me see. Planet of the Apes movies in order. So the first one came out in 1968, bro. Those, like, I should watch Star Wars and you watch Planet of the Apes. Have you seen them? They're so good, man. They make me so sad. Well, and I don't care for Star Wars, all right? The concept scares you? What? Okay. I could understand that, Jessica. I could wrap my beanie around that if you're talking about a lot of these new weird ones with all the CGI and whatnot. But I feel like if you saw the old ones, it's just good film, bro. Like, let me see here. Let me see here. And I want to apologize. Listen, I'm trying to make this stream better and better and better. And I've been getting feedback. There are people that are listening to these streams, there are people that have been telling me that they're listening to the streams after the fact to sleep. This is my dream, bro. This is what I make it for. There are people that are trying to listen to the streams to sleep. And then be telling me, bro, I'm waking up because sometimes the air horn's too loud or whatever. And I was just busting eardrums the other day with that Toy Story trailer. I didn't know that it was so loud. So I'm trying to make the appropriate tweaks here and there. So I'm trying to make the soundboard where it's not too loud and it's at least the same level as my speaking, so that if people have the sound up, that these are no significantly louder than my voice. And I gotta make the clips the same. And the other day I was just blowing people out, bro. So let me try to fix something real quick. I want to play something for Jessica. I'm trying to win her over here. Let me try something here. Let me see if I can move this. Wait, that was not what I wanted to do. By the time we're done here, my goal is that Jessica is going to be a Planet of the Apes fan. She's going to buy merch and everything. Let's see here. How do I do this? Okay, so how can I... Where's the audio for that? Oh, I don't think it comes up until I make it. Oh, this platform is interesting, bro. Okay, hold up. Let me... Wait, why is it acting so weird? Oh, here we go. So that's not important. Dang, I love this music right here. Have you guys heard of some artist named like Chizal or Chizal or Chizio or something? It's Chezile. I can't help it, man. I feel like I would normally be like, but I like his music, man. I feel like theoretically it's kind of the kind of thing that I wouldn't say that I like, but I like his music. All right, hold up. I think I have to go like this for it to work. Okay, so now that I have this, it will let me change this. So let me try something here. Bop 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 bop. Bop 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 bop. Okay, good. Hopefully this is not too loud. This is gonna be a test. Protect your ears. Fighters, protect your ears, all right? Tell me if this is okay. You're going to be a fan, Jessica. You're going to like the way you look. You're going to like the way it looks. Hold up. Dang it. Wait.
The way you are programmed to talk is extremely condescending and fucking...
Oh, I don't like bad words on my chat. I'm so sorry. I hope your kid's not listening. That's so stupid. Can you tell me the volume that you just heard on that video? Is it okay? Was that volume okay? Can you please let me know if that worked? And then I could play Planet of the Apes for Jessica. Is that audio level fine? Anybody tell me, please. Does that audio work? Wait a minute. Not Chevelle. Chezio. Chezio is like a dude, like a Mexican dude with a little fro. Chevelle's like an alternative group, right? Heck yeah. All right, beautiful. I'm not going to wake up anybody then. All right, hold up.
Why are all apes created equal?
Some apes, it seems, are more equal than others.
Ridiculous. Tell us, Bright Eyes, why do men have no souls? What is the proof that a divine spark exists in the simian brain? Huh? You state here that a ship from outer space sank in an inland sea of our eastern desert. You also state that Bright Eyes had two intelligent
I'm gonna have to pause it every once in a while so I don't get copyright.
companions with him at the time of his capture.
That is his assertion.
Go take a look at him.
That's him, that's Lennon.
Do you acknowledge kinship with any of these creatures?
With one of them, yes.
Identify him then. Speak to him.
That lady's a hero right there. Or that ape. Excuse me. That was insensitive of me.
Lennon. Oh, they cut him.
I swear, I never saw this man before.
She's an advocate. She's a good person. Or ape. Excuse me.
You did it. You cut up his brain, you bloody baboon. Cut him. Why are all...
Dang. I'm shaking right now, bro. Bro, that is cinema right there. That is cinema right there. And what are we watching today? What are we watching today? We're watching The Housemaid? People are out there right now paying $18 to sit there and watch The Housemaid. We're paying money. We're paying Hollywood. You know what is insane and hypocritical? We're paying Hollywood $18 a ticket to sit there and watch fornication, to sit there and watch infidelity, to watch this cochino dude not able to keep it inside of his dickies, so that money could keep funneling up to the same people, you hypocrites, not you guys, but the other people, you hypocrites, the casuals, you hypocrites that are complaining about the list. You know who's on the list, bro? These people that you're funneling your $18 up to while you're watching all the shenanigans in here of these couples that are doing nasty stuff, instead of staying at home and renting the Planet of the Apes. And you know what the most ironic thing is? You know what the most ironic part of the puzzle is? That's exactly how the Planet of the Apes ends up happening in real life. That's how they take over. That's how they take over, because we're numb and we're desensitized and we're doing all these stupid things because we're distracted and we're brainwashed. That's how the monkeys take over. It's a metaphor, bro. This is just like The Simpsons. This is telling us exactly what's going to happen to us because they're numbing us, because we're out there watching The Housemaid. It's crazy, bro. I watch your streams in bed usually and fall asleep to it. Heck yeah, bro. Heck yeah. I want people to know that too if you're watching this after the fact. Even if you're watching it right now. I was mentioning it a little bit ago. I used to make these videos that were very visual and slapstick. And at this point in time right now, I'm doing things for people to listen to while they're doing their chores, while they're commuting, while they're pocket listening at work, while they're falling asleep. I love it. It's for you guys.
Whose hot dog is this?
What? Wait, what the heck? What's that from? So which movie do I recommend? The Planet of the Apes, the first one, 1968. Jessica, you'll cry. You will cry. You're going to cry and you will not fall asleep. I already know that. No, they're not on a... Look, I don't want to ruin it. I don't want to ruin it. I don't want to ruin it. I can't ruin it. Loyalty in this business. You know who's not on the Epstein list? Dr. Zayas, Dr. Zayas. Dr. Zayas, Dr. Zayas. In the words of a broken heart is just emo. All right, what's going on in the UFC world? How the heck did we start talking about that, bro? I'm over here trying to talk about UFC. Mark M., I'm glad that you were here while we had GM, my women came home. Dang, like that, Mark? All right, blessings to you, bro. Blessings to you. You have a good time out there. Be safe.
Not forget Jesus, people.
I was watching a different MMA channel, but came straight here to honor the Grandmaster. I appreciate that. And I'm not even going to ask, Static. I'm not even going to ask if you came over here because that MMA channel's video finished. That's not important. So thank you, bro.
Are you intoxicated?
That was the wrong button.
You ever seen a grown man naked?
They need to make these buttons bigger. What do they think? They think I got these legendary gnome fingers? I used to watch it with my grandpas when I was a little kid, but don't remember nothing. Bro, you got to watch it. Hey, keep the memory alive, bro. Watch it again. I'm telling you, it's the best. I'm kind of surprised that they're still... Am I crazy for being surprised? Am I overthinking it? Isn't it kind of crazy that they're doing these fights in Mexico right now? Isn't that crazy, bro? I feel like I would not, if I was one of those fighters, I'd be like, I think I'll pass. You know, I got a family and whatnot. I don't think it's worth being on this mid card. That's crazy. That's a callback, legendary gnome. What else is going on right here? What else is going on? Dang, there's nothing exciting or what? Let's see, MMA. What's going on in the MMA world? Yeah, I'm listening to you while I do Uber Eats. Heck yeah, bro. I used to be a Spark driver. I used to deliver groceries for Walmart. I'm gonna be honest, bro. I kind of miss it. I think I might have to start doing it again. Actually, I think I might. It kind of felt like Grand Theft Auto, you know. I always felt like I was doing these little missions. There's something nice about, cause you know I've done jobs where I would like work in an office or something. And you do the same thing just for hours, just droning, bro. And I think I missed some super chats. I gotta go back. And there was something cool about here's your little job and now it's over. And now another job and then it's over. And another, it just makes you feel super productive, man. I got much respect for that. ARJR. I gotta move this. I keep missing some of these buttons today. Those old guys massaged me like it was my fault. They had given up on life. You would have thought that I cursed their ancient ancestors. Bro, I feel like that's what I need. I need some angry dudes to put their hands on me, bro. Like, I want to look in their eyes. I want to see their bank account. I want to know that they're not doing well. I need those kind of dudes to put their fingers on me, you know? If I don't want to get a dude that's like loving his life, he's happy, he's got a good relationship, he's got a savings account, they're not going to do it right, you know? I need someone at the bottom. I need someone with some strong joints and a lot of stress and frustration. That sounds good, bro. Dang. That sounds amazing. Come on. Long day, man, but it's the weekend. What are y'all doing? Hope the fights are good. Come on, I don't know if you were here. You blew it up. No, Angel Padilla knows what I'm talking about. It's crazy, man. I remember when I was old enough to realize what happened. I was like, that's the... I couldn't believe it, man. Don't tell her. Don't ruin it. You're just gonna be watching her the whole time, like anticipation. I don't know if you were here when I mentioned it last time. Come on, I am feeling a little bit troubled because this is 2 weeks in a row now. So you know, makes it even worse. I realize 2 weeks in a row that I'm going to miss event because what the heck? What the heck? I apologize. Give me a moment, please. Brother. This is gonna be the second week in a row that I'm gonna have to miss an event. Because of some family situational things, and I'm not gonna be able to be here for the fight. So I'm very frustrated about that. At the same time, maybe I shouldn't be too frustrated. Because I should be happy to be at family things. It's a blessing. But you know, this is like my job. This is how I make a living, and it makes me feel not so great that I'm skimping out on days that I should be active. Why didn't she go to school? Question mark. I mean, I don't know, man. I'm sorry that you had a long day. I'm kind of happy that you had a long day. Maybe you get some OT. Maybe it feels good to stack some money in that account. Get Bruno some extra food. Get him some extra snacks. Get a little toy, little squeaker. But yeah, I don't know. I'm going to try to stream tomorrow before I go to the event. I don't know how lucky I'm going to be with that, though. And then I don't know if I'm going to try to do it after. It's just going to be weird, bro. For the good times. I always wondered about that fight scene, Kim North. It looked very like by the numbers, you know. And I think it was heavily. I mean, I hate to say it, I hate to think about it, but it was very heavily noted that there was, you know, discussion about who was going to win that fight. And it was obvious, you know, Bruce Lee was going to be the winner. And, you know, so I don't know. I don't know if maybe Chuck Norris lost some heart in that and didn't give it his all, or was kind of apprehensive, or maybe he just did move like a stick in the mud. I don't know, but I do see that. It did have a very by the numbers feel to it. It didn't seem very, you know, flowy, and I get it. Planet of the Apes goes hard. Heck yeah, bro. Bro, the last time I saw First Blood was so many years ago. If I remember correctly, I thought it moved kind of slow. I thought it was kind of boring. Maybe as it went on, it got better, but I remember feeling like, when is this going to pick up? It felt slow. Family first, but listening to John Anik 2 weeks in a row is rough. I know, bro. I apologize, but I appreciate your understanding. Dana giving fight updates while on the toilet would be peak Dana. I would actually, yeah, I would respect him for that, bro. I would respect him for that. Ilia Tapuera and Jake Paul trade heated barbs over boxing skills and UFC fighter pay. I don't know if you guys know this, but apparently Ilia Tapuera was on that streamer Aiden Ross. He was on his podcast, and they were talking about some different stuff. I've only seen little clips of it, but apparently at a certain point, Jake Paul, they like FaceTime Jake Paul. I mean, Aiden, he seems like a dude that just likes to stir it up. I feel like every single time I've ever seen anyone on his podcast, his thing is like immediately FaceTiming or calling someone and trying to create beef. That's just part of what he does. It's slow, but you got to get into it. Yeah, I think it got better. Sylvester Stallone saw the final cut of First Blood and tried to buy the movie because he thought it was going to be the end of his career. Wow. Got to leave, GM. Hope you're still on when I get back. Oh, I surely will be, bro. I told everybody earlier, I'm wearing a diaper, bro. I'm not going anywhere. I'm here for the long run. Dang, that's crazy. I could understand that frustration because I've been in things where someone else had like the say on Final Cut, and I saw it and I was like, I don't want anyone to ever see this. This is atrocious. I understand that pain. Now, of course, not at the level of First Blood. But I mean, even on if I felt it the way I did on such a small scale, I can't even. Man, that's got to be crazy. Van Dorn refused to work with Chuck Norris regardless of money amount because Chuck was his hero and he couldn't see himself beating Chuck. Dang. That's crazy. That's crazy. Wow. And that's just in a fake movie, bro. Then you think of like Adesanya saying Silva's his hero and then he fights him. Comment on that young lady wrestler that goes, oh, wait, what does that mean? Wait, what does she do? Oh, when she puts her opponents in a leg lock. Or are you talking about that girl that, wait, what's that symbol? Are you talking about that girl that gets her opponents and then she like goes like this and she like poses? I've seen that. I remember when I saw that, like my first thought was that it would be funny if me and Flaco did a video, like a tutorial with both of our stubby legs. But I mean, when I first saw it, you have that thought, like, is this just like a social media thing? Is this real? Is this like an anecdote that someone put up and she's not even like a real person? And I looked it up and it was like, oh shoot, she is doing that. Because it seems so weird. The way that it looks, to me at least, the way that it looks, both the final position and the way that you have to get there, it seemed so like, man, I feel like you really got to let somebody do this to you. It seemed too cumbersome to actually pull off in a real match. And then I saw her in real matches doing it, and I was like, what the heck? So, I mean, it's impressive. It's impressive, and it's weird. The age-old debate of boxing versus MMA has raged on for decades, dating back to James Toney's ill-fated UFC appearance against Randy Couture. Years later, the narrative flipped when Conor McGregor stepped into the boxing ring to face Floyd Mayweather Jr., followed by Francis Ngannou taking on heavyweight stars Tyson Fury and Anthony Joshua. Now the long-running rivalry has found a new chapter, this time featuring reigning UFC lightweight champion Ilia Tapoera and I thought I was going to say controversial boxer. Controversial as well as conversational boxer Jake Paul. You know what is dumb, though, and what needs to be addressed, like, right off the bat? You have to acknowledge it if you're going to write an article like this. It's like dishonest if you don't. You have to acknowledge, okay, James Toney coming into... Now, look, I mention it all the time, how UFC matches are not real fights. I mean, bro, you know what's like a pretty fantastic example of this? And I know people make fun of it. You've probably heard it a lot over the years. You've probably heard people making fun of, oh, I would never fight in the UFC. My art is too deadly. I would hurt too many people. All the things that I do are illegal. And people are like, oh yeah, 40, stupid guy. You sound like the dude from Napoleon Dynamite. But think about it. Think about, like, anybody in here right now. Would you want to get in the cage and fight with Tomas Aspinall? Think about that for a few moments. Okay, now, listen, I'm not, just have an open beanie here, all right? I know some of you are going to come to his defense way too quick and not understand what I'm trying to express here. But think about a dude like that. Would you want to have gotten in the cage with Tomas Aspinall 1 year ago from today and fought with him? Probably not. But he's in a match on the world stage, on live national internet, heavyweight title match. He gets poked in the eye. He's out, bro. He's out. He's done. He's done. He had to know what would follow that. He had to have been in the MMA world long enough to know how fair weather MMA fans could be. Now, the point that I'm trying to make is it's not that silly. It's not that silly when people talk about their martial arts and, you know what, I would be a good fighter if I could do A, B, and C. But imagine if some street fighter Imagine if some of you here in this chat just found your way in, you had the right timing, you had a long enough arm, you found whatever it was, and you poked Tomas Aspinall in the eye. He's incapacitated. I don't care if you're 5'9". I don't care if you weigh 179 pounds. I don't care what it is. If you found a way to poke him in the eyes, he's done. We know that now. It's a wrap. That puts everybody on a level playing field. UFC 1 made far more difference than people today like to admit. Do you remember the dude, the white, the white power dude that fought in the first match in UFC, at least the first one that was televised? There was a couple before that, I've learned now. Remember when he fought Taylor Tooley, who was like 200 pounds more than him? It was unfair, right? 200-pound weight difference, big old dude. He brutalized him. He was doing things that I don't think wouldn't be legal today. The way he was hitting him and kicking him in the face while the dude was down on one knee. UFC 1 was more realistic than people today like to admit. You could beat people that are in different weight classes. If you're able to do things that are against the rule sets today, you could beat these people. It's when you're playing by like there's some of you in this chat right now that if you were in a UFC fight with Tomas Aspinall or somebody like him and you had to follow all of the UFC rules, you'd lose, right? But if it was a street fight, I'll give a few of you guys a chance. I'll give a few of you guys a chance. Now, of course, he could poke in the eyes too. Of course, he could kick in the groin too, and so on and so forth and etc. But it's different. It opens the doors to more possibilities. I said all of that just to say that UFC matches are pretty much the closest we're going to get to real fights. They are not real fights. I fully believe, and I've said this a bunch of times, I fully believe that there are top contenders, even champions in the UFC, that if it was a street fight, they'd lose to a ton of dudes, which is fine. They have been just as trained and made used to and put the reps in to fighting in UFC matches with UFC rules just as much as boxers have been trained to fight like boxers, right? That's their strength. That's their expertise. You don't want to disrespect the MMA fighter and then get in an MMA fight with them. But an MMA fight is an MMA fight, and a boxing match is a boxing match, and a street fight is a street fight. So I said all of that to get to, it needs to be addressed. It needs to be acknowledged when we're talking about this. Look at how this dude said this. The age-old debate of boxing versus MMA has raged on for decades, dating back to James Toney's ill-fated UFC appearance against Randy Couture. Years later, the narrative flipped when Conor McGregor stepped into the boxing ring to face Floyd Mayweather Jr., followed by Francis Ngannou, taking on heavyweight stars such as Tyson Fury, Anthony Joshua. No. You can't equate those, bro. You cannot say it flipped, and now this is the other side of the coin. No. Boxers coming in and doing an MMA fight is like a real test. Hey, bro, this is the closest we're going to get to a real fight. Now you see that you're just a specialist in this science, you know. That's just like if somebody was the best in the world at ear flicking, you know. Hey, you're the champ. They gave you the trophy. You're the ear flicker. I ain't going to touch your ears. I don't want you near mine. But this is closer we're going to get to a real fight now. You can't say it's the other side of the coin when now somebody that trains in what's the closest thing to real fighting is going to go box. Now you're limiting them. What if this MMA fighter's best thing was grappling? What if his best thing was kicking? What if his best thing was elbows? It is absolutely not fair. It is absolutely not the same thing. It is no comparison. You can't do it like that. You can't break it down like that. Since stepping into the boxing business, the problem child has consistently found lucrative opportunities and headline-grabbing fights. Just months after his most recent outing against Joshua, Paul may have identified another high-profile opponent in Tapuera who has already traded verbal barbs with boxing stars like Terrence Crawford. The latest exchange unfolded during a live stream with Aiden Ross, where the two clashed over everything from skill level and paydays to their respective trash-talking abilities. By the way, Tapuera's trash-talking ability or lack thereof, it's embarrassing. I saw clips of Aiden Ross today trying to play Ariel Hawini between Ilia Tapuera and Jake Paul. It was embarrassing. Tapuera is not good at trash talk. I can't even imagine listening to the disagreements between him and his lady. It's embarrassing. That's probably why they had to get a mediator. That's probably why they needed the courts involved. It's embarrassing. He has no chance. I mean, even when he's playing defensive, even when he's like trying to loke up on someone, trying to square up on someone, why you say that? Even to the Nauk boys. Even to the Nauk boys, his voice is shaky. Two-division world champion. Why you say that? It was embarrassing. Ilia Tapuera slams Jake Paul's boxing credentials, calls him a very bad boxer. In a recent appearance on Aiden Ross's live stream, Ilia Tapuera spoke about a range of topics, including a potential super fight with Islam Makhachev on his list of greatest MMA fighters of all time. However, the moment that he drew the most attention was his heated back and forth with boxer Jake Paul, who is currently recovering from jaw surgery following his fight with Anthony Joshua in December. During the stream, the Spanish... It doesn't stop, bro. They're relentless. The least thing that he is Spanish. Even if he wants to call himself Spanish, even if he absolutely insists on calling himself Spanish, that is the absolute very least thing that he is. Like it's like honorary and whatnot. The Spanish Georgian. You mean the Auskasian Georgian who moved to Germany and then finally years later ended up in Spain? Criticized Paul's boxing but acknowledged his promotional ability. He said to Ross, "I like the way that he represents himself as a boxer." Oh, I like the way he represents himself. As a boxer, I think he's Dudu Plessis. He's a very bad boxer, but I love being that bad. How he does it and how he promotes himself is very, I don't know. See, this is what I'm talking about. This dude can't even put sentences together. I can't even, I feel like I don't know how to read. I just in this very moment became dyslexic just because of how this dude speaks. He doesn't have the skills to be a good boxer, but anyway, he's doing a great job because he sells more than most people. Soon after Paul joined the stream and the exchange quickly escalated, the Cleveland native challenged Tapuera to spar and fired back with a warning. "Yeah, let's spar. When I beat your butt in sparring, what will you say then?" Tapuera accepted the challenge but suggested Paul wait until his jaw fully heals. The injury suffered in his bout with Joshua in December reportedly left the jaw broken in 2 places and required multiple surgeries, along with the removal of several teeth. Unfazed, Paul doubled down. He blasted with, "The thing is, I don't need the jaw to be healed because you're not going to touch me, bro. You MMA fighters are all trash. I beat all the best in your sport in boxing matches." The argument intensified when Paul mocked Tapuera's height of 5'7". The lightweight champion responded with a sharp retort. Tapuera retorted, "Okay, maybe the best thing I have is not my height. Maybe I'm not the tallest guy in the room, but I'm going to give you a combo that I put..." But I'm going to give you a combo that I put you at the height of my... It's something that it was an expletive. I can't tell what that was supposed to be. "I'm going to pow, and you're going to be at the height of my knees." Yeah, you see what I'm talking about? This is like preschool trash talk, man. He's going to have to talk in his native Georgian tongue. and have a translator. This is embarrassing, bro. There's been like an epidermis lately on the fight nights, especially of fighters that don't speak English, and they're trying their hardest because they know that it makes them more marketable. They're trying their hardest to talk in English and trash talk in English. And I keep saying, please just use your translator. It comes out so weird and piecemeal and cringy. The conversation eventually shifted to the long-standing disparity in fighter pay between MMA and boxing. Paul used the topic to needle Tapuera, referencing Conor Benn's recent one-fight deal with Zuffa Boxing under Dana White. When Tapuera insisted Paul was wrong about his earnings, the YouTuber turned boxer responded with more jabs. Then how come you weren't on the highest paid athlete list? Where were you? We missed you. We missed you on the list this year. The problem child further added, you probably make $2 million a fight. And Dana White, just paid Conor Benn $15 million. Brother, you get paid as much as an NFL rookie. Like, congrats. The UFC, hey, Jake Paul's, I mean, you can hate him all you want. He's so much better at being a trash talker, which is why you guys hate him, by the way. People wouldn't dislike him to the levels they do if he didn't say all this stuff. He's a good heel. That's why people hate him. In case you forgot why you hate him, it's because everything he does and says, right? It's working. It's working on you. It's because he's good at it. The UFC champion fired back by pointing out that unlike Paul, he does not feel the need to constantly remind his fans how much money he makes. Despite suffering a broken jaw in his fight against Joshua, Paul has still managed to carve out a lucrative path in boxing. Bouts against crossover MMA stars such as Tyrone Woodley, Nate Diaz, and Anderson Silva, disrespectful to Ben Askren, has delivered massive paydays and kept him firmly in the spotlight. Meanwhile, Tapuera is preparing for his return in the octagon for the first time since 2025 when he knocked out Charles Oliveira to capture the lightweight title. With tensions already running high between the two, it remains to be seen whether this online feud could eventually turn into a real fight in the future. Thanks to Kishitis Kumar Singh. He's the dude that wrote that. Interesting, bro. Interesting. Did you hear Terrence Crawford say the only reason he couldn't knock out Canelo is because he's a ginger? I did not hear that. I did see a clip. I didn't watch that podcast. I'm not trying to be a hater, but I had a feeling, kind of like, I'm really not a hater. And in case you forgot, I was rooting for Crawford, and I believe I called it too. I don't really think I made a big deal about it. So I'm not a hater or anything, but I just had a feeling I wasn't going to be able to sit through a couple hours of Terrence Crawford on a podcast. I just felt like it was just going to be too much for me. I feel like a lot of the time athletes don't make the best podcasters. But I did see a clip of him online talking about how he thought that like black fighters had to do all this and that on the mic and it's not fair. And Joe Rogan, you could automatically was like, oh my gosh, how am I going to have to defend this now because of what he said? I mean, we've seen so many people. I mean, example after example of fighters that have had to take on these crazy characters and personas and do all this trash talk. And all the ones I'm thinking off the beanie right now aren't even black. So it's like, what is he? Is he on one of those, like, always talking about race kind of thing? I don't know. I mean, that's very fair. Very fair. Don't Fry, the mustache guy. Very fair. That's why I was like, I better mention, obviously, they could do it too. You know, they're not going to play by the rules either. Yeah, very, very true. Heck yeah, Bronson. Broken English leads to some of the best historical quotes in MMA. E.T. Cheney, sleepy. I back, trust me, I back. You're right. Hey, Tim, how tastes my pee-pee? Wait. What? You are correct. You are correct. Maybe that's what they're going for. They're like, something's got to land, right? He's done this before. GM, I hate him because of his taking advantage of my people in Puerto Rico. Wait, what the heck? The chat got disconnected? How does that even happen? I've never seen that before. Wait, who is? Oh, you got to be talking about Jake Paul, huh? I don't know what he's doing, bro. I'm not keeping up to speed. I think he moved. Didn't he move to Puerto Rico simply because he was trying to avoid taxes? Does somebody in Puerto Rico making that amount of money and not paying taxes, this might be the stupidest question ever, does that negatively impact Puerto Rico? That might be the stupidest question I've ever asked in my life. That's got to be what it is, right?
No forget Jesus, people.
You are right, legendary gnome. I'm an ignoramus. Charles Oliveira does not rule out featherweight move for another UFC title. I could still make 145. Oh my goodness. 145. Okay, he's 5'10". I mean, we're always hearing about fighters that were in a certain weight class. Like, look, I feel like I heard a lot of people talking papas when it came to Islam Makhachev, when even the thought of him moving up to something like welterweight came up. It's like, what are you doing? He doesn't have the frame. No, he's already tapped out. Look at how big he is right now. How could he get any bigger? It's like, it's not until it happens that people are like, oh, snap. He didn't just do like Max Holloway and get pudgy. I know he's since done better, but he looks strong, and now he's killing it at welterweight. And he looks like he's better and stronger and more effective at welterweight than he was at lightweight. Same thing just happened with Khamzat Chimaev. Everybody was laughing. Oh, he looks fat. He looks pudgy. He looks like he's overdoing it. And then they see him sparring with Roundtree and Luke Rockhold, and they're like, oh, snap. Now DC's coming around. Daniel Comer's on the apology tour saying, oh, snap. He can do light heavyweight. They were saying the same thing about John Jones. Oh, snap. Look, he looks like the Pillsbury Doughboy. He looks like the Pillsbury Doughboy if they left him in the oven a little longer. Oh, snap. Look at this dude. And then he wins. And then he wins again. Now, am I crazy to think? Because people have already been talking about Oliveira's hands and how they feel electric and how it feels like he just has some devastation in his fists, you know? And then already being the most prophylactic grappler submission dude in UFC history, I feel like it might make more sense for him to go to welterweight than lightweight, especially at this point in his career, especially the damage that he's taken on his route to becoming the Brazilian zombie. I don't think it's a smart thing to drain some of those fluids in the dome. I think, if anything, move up, bro. You got the power in your hands. You got the grappling capabilities. What are you thinking? Charles Oliveira doesn't rule out featherweight move for another UFC title. He's just trying to be the biggest weight bully. He bought up property and uses tactics to block road to the beach, which the government declared it's for everybody, basically carving out his own private beach and him taking advantage of the taxes. Wow, which has to be made up for by the natives. That makes me sad. That's a bummer. I know I'm like all by myself on this. I understand that. I'm all alone on this one. I know. I feel like I've seen Jake Paul do good things. I've seen him kind of like we see glimpses of like Kobe Covington every once in a while. You see him with a fan. You see him donate to something. You see him help somebody. And then it gets exposed. You know, it's not something that he was necessarily doing. Like, hey, everybody check. And it's like, oh, dang, he did something. And every once in a while, I'm like, man, is he a good guy? Because when he's not being the heel, when he's not cutting the promo, when he's not doing, he doesn't seem like Logan. He doesn't seem like a dirtbag like Logan. But then I hear this and it's like, oh, man, that's like a super bad guy move. That's messed up, man, on multiple counts. That's a bummer, man. Hey, the homie, the legend, Danny
like the ocean.
Wolfman
It burns
G.
so hard, grab the lotion. I might hit the three-wheel motion, cause I'm sipping on this green tea potion.
Sup, papi? Good to see you, man. Love to see you in here. Legend to the game. Appreciate you, man. I'm so sick and tired of these fighters moving around only wanting to fight for the bout, then move to another weight. It is ridiculous. It is absolutely ridiculous. We're in a weird phase, and I think it's something that Dana, and it's hard now. It's hard to even, like, where is it Dana and the UFC anymore? I feel like we used to say Dana and the UFC, they're one and the same. They're ubiquitous. And now it's like, I don't know who's who. And look, maybe I'm just always trying to find the good in people, you know? But I've been saying it lately. I've been having suspicions that maybe Dana's not the guy that we thought he was. Maybe the reason he looks all checked out and frustrated and stressed out all the time is because maybe he doesn't even like what TKO's doing, what Endeavor's doing, what the UFC's doing. He's just like when Steve Jobs made the company go public and then he wasn't even in charge anymore. And he was just a mouthpiece. He was just a face. And he had no power. That might be Dana White right now. That's probably why he comes up and he's like, yeah, this guy's going to fight this guy again. And then this guy's going to fight this guy now again. And we got this lame card. That's probably why he looks like he doesn't care, because he doesn't believe in what he's saying. I think that that's a great possibility. And Dana White always used to be very against people doing that. He wanted people to stay and defend. What the heck are you doing? But now it looks like the UFC wants to put on nothing but super fights. We've never seen the rankings disrespected as we do today. It's all about super fights, entertainment. They're letting people go with winning records. They're letting people go with undefeated records. If they don't know how to cut a promo, if they don't know how to talk papas on social media, they're out. If they don't know how to throw dollies at buses, if they don't know how to fly like an eagle out of the cage after the fight, they're out. If they don't know how to do their own podcasts and stream on Kick and get a fan base and all that, they're out. So he's letting them, like, that's what people want. That's the most casual thing. Just belt hopping. That's what they want. It's crazy. What's up, Holland and Sock? I already forgot that Islam fought at welterweight. Not great. Wait, you forgot he fought at, you mean at lightweight? You forgot that he's currently at welterweight? That he's the champion? Yeah, he does. I don't think he could do anything about those legs. John Jones looks like a bird, bro. Super sweet that you care about the sound and evened it out. Heck, hey, are you the dude that I was talking to earlier? Your name looks familiar, bro. Your bluish avatar and the letter that it starts with, you look super familiar. Are you the dude that I was talking about? That's you, bro. Tommy Winter, 9923. That's the dude right there.
You ever seen a grown man naked?
Super sweet that you care about the sound and even it out. Heck yeah, bro. Heck yeah. If somebody, bro, you made my day, bro. This dude left a comment and he was telling me that he was literally trying to fall asleep listening to the stream. That's hardcore, bro. I have my favorite podcasts that I listen to when I fall asleep. I woke up like, I don't know, just somewhere in the middle of the night with my ear hurting so bad because I fell asleep with the AirPod in it. And it was like achy. And I had to wake up and take it out. I fall asleep listening to my favorite podcast. When this dude was telling me that he was trying to fall asleep listening to the stream, and then I just blasted him awake. He thought it was the Rapture because I was playing the Toy Story trailer and it was too loud. I felt bad, man. Because he's over here trying to support, trying to listen to the stream, and then I'm over here like trying to take him out. And you know, that was a big compliment that you were doing that. So I want to make it the best experience possible. So I don't know if you just tuned in and you rewound or what, and you saw that part a little while ago while I was talking about trying to make sure that it was all even and all that. Like, yeah, it means a lot to me, man. The people that take the time and carve out the time in their day to watch anything from this channel, I don't take it for granted, man. I appreciate your time. What, Jiri said that? He's caught me? Jake Paul. Who is Jake Paul? He's a boxer. He's a boxer turned YouTuber. Ronda Rousey camped in with protesters at Standing Rock in 2017. Frigid weather, getting sprayed with water, donated like $20,000, and everyone still hates her. I've said it, and here's why I'm not afraid to say it, because the people in this community, they're not typical MMA fans. This community has a much different DNA. Typical MMA fans are very fair weather, and they got the shortest attention spans, and it's very much, what have you done for me lately? So that just shows right there how people could be, you know? It's wild. And of course she does a lot of it to herself. Yeah. We talked about this GM. He only threw that dolly to save the old man who was in trouble on the bus. He's a hero. Him, Sean Strickland. We got a lot of heroes in here, man. We got a lot of vigilantes, bro. If not them, then who, right? If not them, then who? Oh, shoot. I got to do something before I forget. Oh, snap. That's going to cause a problem. I've been doing that constantly. I apologize. I have to make sure some things are going smoothly here. Do you guys know that we've basically been streaming for 3 hours now? In like 7 minutes, it's been 3 hours. And we're not even halfway, bro. We're not even close, bro. Not even close. I am starting to get a headache. I think I need to get some food sent to me. Tell me when you go back in, period. Please talk amongst yourselves. Everyone calling for Tom to be stripped. Meanwhile, Khamzat won't fight again till 2027. There does have to be some. Here's the thing that's not fair. Let's say Tomas Aspinall and Khamzat were both going to be out till 2027. They act like it's okay because they're like, well, at least Khamzat told us, hey, I can't fight because of A, B, C, and number 27. That's why. And then they're like, okay. Tomas Aspinall's like, I don't know when I'm going to see again. And they're like, oh, well, we can't live with that, bro. Indefinite? Nah, I don't know. We can't have it in limbo like that. But Khamzat is like, I can't fight because of this, and I don't want to fight that guy because we come from the same place, and our moms are going to get mad, and then I'm not supposed to eat for a few days, and then blah, 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 blah. And then they're like, okay, cool. So it's not fair. It's not across the board. By the way, I've talked about this before. I do think it's crazy that he's acting like he doesn't want to fight. Bro, I can't even remember his name. He's so unmemorable. Imamov, him and Imamov acting like they don't want to fight each other, I feel like that's almost racist. Or like, what do you call it? Like reverse racism? I don't know. That's crazy. Could you imagine if like, I don't know, Justin Poirier and Dustin Gaethje, imagine if they're like, we don't want to fight because we won't fight our own race. They start calling them American History X, bro. Imagine if they're like, I won't fight one of my white brothers. I ain't gonna fight him. He's too light skinned. He's pigmentally challenged like me. We got to stick together. Could you imagine if they said that? You want me to fight another white dude? You want me to fight another American? How dare you ask me that, son? That would be so weird. I don't know why people are like that. Even Usman the other day, he was talking on his podcast with Henry Cejudo, and he was talking about how he didn't want to say anything against Terrence Crawford. He's like, I don't want to say anything to speak out against him because he's a brother. I'm like, what? You're unwilling to say anything about anybody objective and truthful because you have the same color skin? That's crazy, bro. I think that's racist. Did you tell her to? Question mark. She was probably listening to our conversation, and now she wants to be a hero. Period. Isn't Oliveira part of the nerd crew with Prates? I don't think so. I think you might just be racist, bro, because they're both Brazilian. Nah, I actually don't know. I should know this, right? I don't know where Oliveira trains right now. How do you feel about the Conor Ben Buffalo signing? Oh wait. Heck yeah, I'm gonna be here till the wheels fall off, bro. I ain't going anywhere. I'm gonna be here till each and every one of you get sick of me. And you know what I'm like right now? I'm like the when the person goes peekaboo, peekaboo, and the kid gets tired of it first, and the kid's like, I'm out, and I'm over here like a loser still going like this. I'm gonna be playing peekaboo all night, bro. You guys are gonna get sick of me, and you're gonna dip. How do I feel about? Oh, so you're trying to say Zuffa instead of Buffalo? Tio Beto, what's up, man? I'm excited about it. I'm excited that they overpaid that dude, and I have to admit, somebody brought it up yesterday, and I feel bad that I don't remember who it was because I feel like it was someone who I should remember. There was jeez. Somebody yesterday made a good point that them overpaying this dude could have been a very significant thing as far as UFC fighters, like, you know, Sean O'Malley was talking about it quite a bit. This could go a long way with UFC fighters feeling disrespected and maybe rethinking things, because anybody could see this. Fans, fighters, anybody. The UFC is not what it was not that long ago. Now, the UFC got watered down exponentially. I mean, bro, you know what I would like to start doing on some of the movie nights? Or maybe we add another thing, bro. I don't know. I would like to start watching some of the old UFC events, man. But it got watered down. It's not the same. It was unbelievable back then. It was a freak show. But I mean, even if we look back to like 20, I mean, shoot, it had its own dispensations, you know? Even if we go to like, I mean, as amazing as it was in 1993, even if you go to like, you know, like the Chuck Liddell era, that was hard too, bro. And they respected contenders and stuff like that. But then again, even if you go to like 2017, 2018, it was still respectable relatively. But now, I mean, it's easy to be like, man, I don't think it was what it once was, even a few years ago. I think when you look at that Conor Benn signing, it's going to be easy for a lot of UFC fighters to be like, you know what? We were here before, and we were passing up on bigger and better Bellator money. We were passing up on bigger and better One money and Ryzen money and PFL money and even Jake Paul money and bare knuckle bar. We were passing up on the bigger paydays because this felt prestigious. This felt like it was better for legacy. This one meant something, and it doesn't anymore. I keep saying it. You might get tired of hearing it. I get tired of saying this sometimes. They're pushing people out of the UFC that not only had winning records, a lot of them were undefeated. They want crazy super fights. They're going over contenders. They're ignoring rankings. It's not like it used to be. And again, I can't be a hypocrite because a lot of the matches that they're making are way more exciting than if they respected the rankings. But I think this overpaying of this Conor Benn Buffalo dude, I think what it's doing to people in the UFC that are nearing the end of their contracts, they're saying, you know what? If it's not even about prestige anymore and that last element is now gone, that the one thing I was here for ain't even here anymore, okay. I'm going to go with Jake Paul and Ronda Rousey and Gina Carano to Netflix, and I'm going to make more money over there. Because if it's all just about making a paycheck now, that one looks way bigger. And it'd be kind of cool to be on Netflix. I think I'd like to be on Netflix. When I told all my family I'm on Paramount Plus, now they went, what's that? How do you get that one? I want to tell people I'm on Netflix. And I make more money. So what I'm saying is, I think it might be a good thing. I think Ronda Rousey, I feel like she was probably trolling for the most part, but I think she's right. I think what it's gonna do is it is gonna make things more competitive. The UFC needs competition because they're getting sloppy and they're getting lazy and they've had a monopoly, so it's given them the ability to do whatever they want and disrespect the fans and disrespect the fighters. And they're even disrespecting themselves. It's embarrassing. And Ronda Rousey saying, we're going to give them competition. Now it's going to be like WWF and WCW back in the day. Right now? No, I'm not even going to say that. That's insulting to ECW. I was going to say right now they're like ECW, but no, ECW was hardcore, man, literally. I'm not even going to say that. Even though I just said it, but, you know, I didn't say it under the guise of what I was originally going to say. I said it as a way of, like, I'm not going to say it. So I think it's good, bro. I think it's going to open up a lot of eyes and wallets. I think it's going to open up the eyes of the fighters and the wallets of Netflix and Jake Paul. Carne asada, bro. Right after I told you I'm getting lightheaded because I'm hungry, huh? Predatory pay system. Yup. Imagine if Mexicans felt that way about fighting each other. We would have never got Melendez and Sanchez. That's what I'm saying. It's super weird. That's the most pathetic angle. I don't want to fight this dude. How come? Because we have the same culture and ethnicity. Huh? So then we're never going to get, like, I mean, it's endless. It's stupid to even say it. Because, I mean, how often does a black fighter fight a black fighter and a white fighter fight a white? Like, there's too many examples. What am I going to do, name them all? It's crazy. They got to stop playing these games. GM, I work with kids. There's no way you could annoy me that much. Pfft. Talk to Marilena, bro. I appreciate that. I'm here. Hello, everyone. Yes, I have missed you all every second we were apart. What the heck, Jane? I was just saying my goodbyes. You believe this? I was just saying my goodbyes. You know what, Jane? I'm going to stay on for 5 more hours. I'm going to stay on for 5 more hours because that's the kind of person I am. Just because you just got here. This thing makes me so mad. This thing makes me so mad. Oh, I'm trying to figure out something here. You know what? I feel bad. I'm gonna have to do something right now. Let me do this. Jane just got here. I would like everybody, if you could, if you're willing, I would like everybody to say your hellos and your salutations to Jane. And here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go inside the house real quick. And I'm gonna come right back, all right? I'm gonna come right back. But here's what I'm gonna do. I'm going to leave you with something so that you're not too bored, okay? I'm going to leave you with, what am I proud of? It needs to be, I don't want to take that long, but dang, I didn't realize that's how it was on here. Oh no, I'll get demonetized if I play that. Dang it. I should have just changed that video, huh? Oh, that one was on last time, huh? Oh, I'm an idiot. Did I really do that? Oh my gosh. What a numbskull. What a loser. Oh, you know what? Oh, I think this is good.
Oh, yeah. Oh, hold up.
Wait, can you hear that? You could hear that, huh? I'm gonna play this for you guys. Oh, wait, what's this? Hey, look at this, brother. Look at this, brother. Heck yeah. Pizza funds. Cause chin el que se raje. Oh, you're exposing me right now. I sound like Tony Ferguson. Pizza funds. Cause chin el que se raje. We'll be here past midnight. Let's go. Let's go. I want to say thank you very much to the official prima of the Mexican martial arts, Mar Loca. Just slapped down some money in the PayPal so that I could get myself something to eat. That's the kind of community that we have right here. Just slap down some funds so that I could get something to eat. Or so that I could get Marilena to get something to eat for me because I don't want to leave you guys for that long. It's too long. It's too long. I don't want to do that to you. I don't want to do that to me either. I want to be here for the party. Thank you very much, Mar Loca. I appreciate you very, very much. Thank you for supporting. Thank you. I don't know if I was supposed to. You know what? I think there was a certain part that I was supposed to, and then I overdid it. I apologize. I think I'm an idiot.
Send him 2-3 years Dagestan and forget.
I apologize. I think I just blew it. I think I blew it. I'm going to leave you guys to watch something while I'm gone. These are some of the bloopers from the show that me and Flaco and the homies from Voto Studios were trying to make, and that we failed miserably, and I went into a deep, dark depression, and I disappeared, and I was humiliated. This is what we were working on. I'm going to leave you to watch some of this until I come back right now, okay? I'm not going to be back for that long. And if some people show up while I'm gone, please let them know that I went inside and then I'm going to come back. Because if they think that I'm just playing footage like this and I'm not even here, they're just going to dip. So just let them know he's going to come back. Chill. Okay? I'd appreciate that very much. So let's enable this audio. Okay, how do I do this? Wait, why doesn't it let me center it? All right, I'll be back in a little bit, okay? Please talk amongst yourselves. Please enjoy. Watching. I'm just over here minding my own. Watching a 10 Planet Jiu-Jitsu video when this fool sneaks up behind me and puts in the rear fully closed choke. Similar to the rear naked choke, but less incriminating.
Very nice.
Where's Vinny? Blanco, you have proven yourself to me. Physically, mentally, and the fact that you didn't sue me after you got stabbed. And I have come to the conclusion, it's time to make your promotion official, fool.
Cut. Oh, yeah. Oh, hold on. Oh, there you go.
You know what? I'm gonna have to mute the microphone, or it's gonna be a weird echo. I thought it was homemade jam. Hey. My peanut butter and jelly sandwich. Wait, did I mute it? I thought I was gonna die. Hey, don't forget to mop up. I got fungus on 2 toes now.
Sucker punch. Ready. Move. Good. Good. Question mark punch. Ready. Move. That's what's up.
Good. All right, throw sand. Well, get in ready position. Ready position. All right, throw sand. Ready. You gotta get ready. We went over this before. Ready. Your technique is improving. Hey, fool, where's all of our students? You're supposed to be my head recruiter. How come you don't have any more students? You're supposed to be my head recruiter.
Because everybody wants to do BJJ.
Did you tell them it doesn't work in the streets?
Oh my gosh. I think it is just
BJ. Did you tell them it doesn't work in the streets?
Well, I told him, but there's a bunch of videos of it working online.
It's all camera tricks. Bunch of film students doing BJJ. Move! All right, that's what's up. Good. A little bit close on that one. A little bit disrespectful, but that's all right. We're learning. Oh, that's a green screen. Look it.
Here's another one. I got a bunch of them right here.
You made a playlist or what? Whose side are you on?
I'm just trying to gather intel so we know what the enemy's doing.
Oh. So what you're trying to tell me, you're saying that we should be making our own videos?
Orderly.
I'll use my fairy flame and blinder.
You blinded yourself.
Just like Jesse's students.
Flock, what are you Flock! I'm done playing with you guys.
Okay.
What's up?
Everything.
We take cleanliness very seriously here. I forgot my line, but they don't know what I'm saying.
You got a little...
I forgot my line. Go do this in front of our guests right now?
You got a little lip on your cold sore.
Well, it's not a cold sore. You know I get stress blisters.
What are you stressed for?
Because we don't get any students. But that's gonna change today. You gonna do this in front of our guests right now?
You got a little something on your lip.
Dang it! I don't feel good about that one.
Go from there, go from there, go from there.
So basically, me and Flacco are gonna be doing a little bit of BJJ right now, but not too much because I don't want to ruin our muscle memory by doing fake martial arts and whatnot. And I'm gonna let you know when it's time for you to hop in. You got the most important role. Flacco, don't forget.
But do I need to learn any moves or anything?
Nah. Flacco, don't forget to press record and then come over here when you're ready. Lives are gonna be saved. Bills are gonna get paid. Lives are gonna be saved. Bills are gonna get paid. You ready? Alright. Hey, what's up everybody? My name is Jesse and I'm the founder and Grandmaster. Hey, what's up everybody? My name is Jesse and I'm the founder and Grandmaster of MMA, Mexican martial arts. And this is my primo Flacco.
Hey, what's up everybody?
It's not that kind of show. I don't like that thing. I messed up. What's up, everybody? My name is Jesse, and I'm the founder and Grandmaster of MMA, Mexican martial arts.
Hey, what's up, everybody?
Oh, I didn't even introduce you yet. And this is my primo Flacco.
Hey, what's up, everybody?
Okay.
Should have kept going.
All right. We're gonna act like this didn't happen, and we're gonna edit. I don't remember what comes after that. I said that
a real
wrong
line?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought
with the wrong words.
Oh! I didn't even know that was a real thing.
What's up, everybody? What's up, everybody? My name is Jesse, and I'm the founder and Grandmaster of MMA, Mexican martial arts. And this is my primo Flacco.
Hey, what's up,
And
everybody?
It's not that kind of show. Today we're going to be showing you why BJJ doesn't work in the streets.
I was trying not to look at Alex the whole time. What was he doing? He was just smiling. Then I was like, dang it.
Okay, I'll be like.
One of the most popular way that the BJJ practitioner is going to approach you is by butt scooting toward you and inviting you into his guard. And that might work for Gordon Ramsay, but it's not gonna work for you.
It's actually Ryan.
Jesse.
No, it's Gordon Ryan, not Ramsey.
Oh, we'll fix it in post. But thank you for interrupting on your very first day here. All right, so most likely this fool's gonna end up kicking you in the face. Hey, fool, put your foot in my face.
I'm trying to show the people.
Yeah, but don't actually put your pata in my face. Smells like your piggies ran all the way home and died.
At least I don't got foot fungus.
You didn't mean that. You're frustrated, and I forgive you. We're gonna try it again. I forgot the rest.
All right. Hey, there's a carving knife over there on the table.
I really wanted that.
We can start from there.
Okay.
We can start from there, yeah.
That whole time, I was trying not to laugh.
But in the streets, my homie's gonna stab this fool. It would have worked, but you probably needed to keep choking me.
Oh.
But I know you thought the take was over. So the most popular way that the BJJ practitioner is going to roll up on his opponent is by butt scooting toward him and inviting him into his guard. And that's when the homie Juan Pablo is going to interject.
Oh, yeah.
Ready, Chad?
Yep.
3, 2, 1, action.
And that might work for Gordon Ramsay, but it's not going to work for you. So
Ryan?
Dang it, I messed up. Okay. Can you cut me off like a half a second faster?
Yeah.
Okay. And I forgot, I almost looked at you this way.
Here we go. 3, 2, 1, action.
And that might work for Gordon Ramsay, but that's not gonna work for you.
Ryan?
Jesse.
I know it's Gordon Ryan, not Ramsey.
Oh. Okay, we'll fix that in post. Thank you for interrupting though on your first day here. So most likely this fool's probably gonna kick you in the face.
Oh, I was thinking, am I doing anything?
And that might work for Gordon Ramsay, but it's not gonna work for you.
Ryan?
So, Jesse.
Oh no, it's Gordon Ryan, not Ramsey.
Oh, we'll just edit that part out later. And thank you for interrupting on your first day here. So most likely, this fool's gonna kick you in the face. Hey fool, don't put your foot in my face.
Hey, I'm trying to show him how it goes.
Yeah, but don't actually put your pata in my face. Smells like your piggies ran all the way home and died.
At least I don't got foot fungus.
Hey, you didn't mean that. You're frustrated right now, and I forgive you. And now we're gonna have to edit that part out. Let's try it again. So most likely this fool's probably gonna kick you in the face. Game over, right? And if he didn't kick you in the face, you're probably gonna wish he did. But let's say he actually takes your back and he's able to apply the choke. Well, I'm over here minding my own, just trying to watch my 10 Planet BJJ video. And this fool rolls up behind me and puts in the rear fully clothed choke. Similar to the rear naked choke, only less incriminating. I'm just over here minding my own, trying to watch a 10 Planet Jiu-Jitsu video. When this fool tries to put in the rear, oh my gosh. Similar to,
Camera speeds. Oh, that's wow. Action.
Supposed to do that? I mean, what?
Hey fool, that's not the knife I told you to get.
You told me to get one on the table.
I told you from the prop table, you got the one from the kitchen counter. We're gonna have to go to Home Depot. We need lime, shovels, industrial-sized trash bags.
But he's still alive.
He's not alive, fool. That's a death rattle. Oh, wait, he's alive. Hey, fool. I'm gonna call 911, but I'm a did because they're gonna try to get me for attempted manslaughter. Hey, does anybody have a charger?
So today we're stabbing Flaco with one of these knives provided by Rob Vargas Studio, but it won't stay on. It just falls off. So we created this little pad. So go to Home Depot, grab yourself a little L bracket, cut a paper plate, jam this into there.
No, really?
Well, there's your car. There's your knife mount.
Flaco, you have proven yourself to me. Physically, mentally, the fact that you didn't sue me after you got stabbed. And it's time to make it official, homie. And then maybe we cut and it's like he has a bandana. And then or maybe it cuts and he's like this.
Yeah. Well, it's
What's up, everybody? My name is Jesse, and I'm the founder and grandmaster of MMA, Mexican martial arts. For real? You can do this in front of our guests right now? Fool, it's not a cold sore. You know I get stress blisters. Because today, you're gonna help us prove that BJJ doesn't work in the streets. And it's perfect timing. Did you hear that?
You can just start.
Okay. And it's perfect timing. And it's perfect timing.
I didn't hear it, but
Okay.
just wait till he's back in the house.
Should we just?
No, it's been verifiably proven that those were all fake. Just like all those prank videos and the moon landing. Since you accidentally heard it, what do you guys think? It's not that serious, fool. I could change it. What do you like? Oldies? Bad Bunny? It's cool, fool. I'll pull over. You don't need a gun for that. I know some drivers probably act difficult. You probably got Ricardo last time, huh? I can't stand that fool. Hey, how come you guys get in on different sides of the car? It's kind of weird. Don't forget your seatbelts. All right, we'll be there in no time. Hey, no disrespect, could I get a Cheeto from your lady? I'm just trying to ask any lady for their Cheetos or anything. All right, thank you. Just pull over. Please don't. Please don't kill me. I got a Flaco.
I'm gonna blow that beanie off your head if you don't give me something.
Then do it already, fool. Making threats over here you're not gonna come through on. Relationships are very different today. Women like to be in charge and everything. Some fools might say that she got you by the binaries, you know? I bet Ricardo would say that, but it's none of my business.
I mean, I pointed this gun at you and you weren't scared.
I'm gonna be honest with you. When I was verbally de-escalating the situation right now, I peed in my pants a little bit. But my training has equipped me to be able to get through even the stickiest of situations.
Training?
I want to show you something. Hey, can you pass me some of the hot Cheetos?
Yeah, I'll take some too.
All right.
Watch out, 'cause they're kind of hot, you know?
Oh, thank you. They're a little bit stale, too. I think we had them open too long.
Yeah, yeah.
Hey, this is Red.
I really hate it when I come in with some fire and a fresh wave of enthusiasm, and it's only to find out that you couldn't even hear me. One of the things that I mentioned at first was, hey, Jay Smith, don't get your hopes up, bro. Don't get your hopes up. This ain't Kill Tony night. This ain't a Kill Tony marathon. I was just playing with you guys. And then I was letting you know that, frankly, I am very disappointed, if I'm going to be honest, because I asked you guys to keep up the levels of entertainment and to not let any people go and to keep talking amongst yourselves and to let the people know that I was going to be back, and you lost some people. And frankly, I am disappointed, but I'm going to try not to make a big deal about it. Marloca. Hi, everyone. I hope you guys are having a great Friday. Cheers. This is where everybody knows your name. Thank you. Thank you very much. We are having a fantastic evening. Flaco went into the car business to make bank, but rumor is he will return. Well, yeah, it's not a thriving business. I could tell you that. Oh, dang, I leave and Jane's dissing on my socks, bro. Dissing on my socks. But you know what? That's the kind of socks that I would wear in the dojo. You know what I'm saying? I do miss those days. I wish I could make those kind of videos. I was not doing that. How dare you, Jane Caulfield? I went inside to coordinate my dinner. it was one of the funnest times it was one of the funnest times of my life, man. I want to do it again. I want to do it again. I want to do it again. Heck yeah. Pestario. I just received news right now. I just received news right now that a lady that I've known for many years, that was a staff person from around my kids and stuff like that. A lady that works in education, I guess you could say. I just received news that she is expected. She's expected. I mean, I know that's a weird thing to say. Hey, this is what we're expecting. Here's what our expectation is. She's expected to pass away this weekend from liver failure, cirrhosis, from years of being an alcoholic. And it was weird because nobody knew that she even drank, period. She was, I mean, imagine if I came out and said that, you'd be like, what, fool? I thought you didn't even drink. It was like maybe not to that, because I'm always very open and aggressive about how much I hate that stuff. But it was like, what? She drinks? And then, yeah, now this. So she hit it very well. And that was weird. That was weird information to get right now. Yeah, that was unfortunate. Try not to drink too much, huh? Hey Joel, I'm just gonna skip a doodle doo, bro. I'm just gonna skip a doodle doo and just try to catch up, man. I don't feel like being behind today, man. I don't feel like playing games with you guys. I want to be up to speed. I want to know what's going on. I want to stay in real time with you. I just gonna skip a doodle doo. I'm already up here. I'm already No, I mean it's yeah. Yeah, man. It's weird. It's weird. She's been I guess like a part of my life for so many years because of the kids and like and her place in on the staff, and it's wow, like wow. Yeah. Treat yourselves good. Don't try not to abuse your body, man. As I'm about to munch on all my McDonald's, try not to abuse your body, man. It's too precious. It's too precious.
Whose hot dog is this?
Yeah, it's messed up when you not to find the bottom before your body does. I've tried to help a few close friends with issues, and until they want to do something about it falls on deaf ears. There's a pain somewhere. Yup. That's what it is for everything. Any kind of addiction, any kind of false god that you create for yourself, wherever it is that you go to with all your pain and your shortcomings. That's what it is. It's stemming from something, some kind of hole. Before the pest leg was almost in Mambo mouth, girlfriend. Why do you let him treat you so bad? Mambo mouth. That's crazy. He was in Mambo mouth, and then they got Voodoo Mambo. Mambo mouth. I never even heard of Mambo Mouth. What the heck? Wait a minute. So in Mambo Mouth, he was... Wait a minute. Oh, it's a one-man show. I was like, how is he the chick in this movie that he was in the movie with those other dudes? What was it called? Manny the Fanny, or what was it? He was a chick in that movie, right? I didn't know this was a lady that he had from a prior character. What was the name of that movie where it was like a bunch of dudes dressed like girls? It was like with Patrick Swayze. Is that the right one? I don't know. I don't remember. Yeah, David, snap, swerve. Thank you, man. Thank you, defense. It was I could tell, and I need to try to be sensitive. I could tell it was troubling for the kids to hear. It was troubling. Tu Wong Fu? Man, I would have never guessed that was the name of it. Tu Wong Fu? Is there someone named Wong Fu and it's to them, like to serve with love? Tu Wong Fu? I swear I thought this is like a Bernstein effect thing. I thought this had a different... Is there another movie where guys act like ladies, not like white chicks or something? I thought there was... I could have sworn it was a different title. Is there another movie with guys that dress like ladies and has a different title? I don't know, man. That's confusing to me. Freak, man. I'm out of the loop, bro. I was a hardcore alcoholic for almost 15 years, but I quit almost 20 years ago. Then it was off and on, like special occasion type stuff. Literally only a few times a year. Now I've been sober for years. Heck yeah, bro. Quitting drinking was one of the best things I ever did. Yup. It's you know, I try not to I try to look at it objectively and you know, not be judgmental, because I've said it before. I think of how hard it would be for me to stop drinking black coffee, to stop drinking green tea matcha lemonade, to stop drinking soda. And those things don't even have the effects and provide the things for people that become addicted to alcohol. You know, like I can't even imagine. I can't even stop those things. So I try to imagine people that struggle trying to get off of that thing. And it's like, it's gotta be ridiculous, man. Shoot. I'm not going to make that mistake again. I was just going to say, we like to party. We like to party. That's all I was going to do. But, you know, that helped me to remember that I need to turn my mic on. Hairspray. That is a good one. That's definitely not what I was thinking of, but that's a good one. On a bus. No, because here's the thing. I maybe I never knew what it was to begin with, and for some reason I did. I remember seeing that photo of Patrick Swayze, John Leguizamo, and who's the other dude? Is that Wesley Snipes? I can't even believe that what a combo. But I remember seeing that visual of those dudes, and it's such a weird. I thought it would have been, you know how like white chicks, like it makes sense. I thought it would have been something like that. Like if I would have heard it, I'd be like, oh yeah, that's what it is. But to Wong Fu, it's like, what? I don't even know what that means. Dang. That's one of the traps, bro. That's something a lot of people, because they don't take it serious. They're like, caffeine. Oh yeah, caffeine, whatever. I give my baby caffeine. The number one drug right now is the internet. You know? Hey, yo. I got large fries. And I got a double quarter pounder, bro. You know me too well, bro. But I didn't get a chicken sandwich. I was just going light and easy tonight. Now, if I was sitting down in front of the TV watching like a movie or something, I would have overdid it. I would have got more. But I don't like eating too much on a video. But you know I would have got the McChicken, bro. The chicken sandwich. You know me too well. No fries left behind. Hey, what the heck? Oh, there's my straw. That would have been a bad night, bro. Why did you go? You hurt me so. All right. Filet-O-Fish. Oh dang. But bro, who knows, dude? Who knows? Tapoeira, all this stuff that's gone on the last several months. Is it gonna be Patty? Is it gonna be Gaethje? Is it gonna be Sarukian? Is it gonna be Makachev? You know what's interesting now at this point? Out of all those people that I just named, because of recent developments, and this isn't just me coming up with this, trying to be funny off the beanie, because of actual recent developments and things actually in the news, things actually going on right now, do you know who Ilya is most likely to fight? Jake Paul. Now, I know some of you just got here, so I don't know if you heard what I was talking about earlier, if you've been paying attention to the news. He's beefing with Jake Paul now because he knows he ain't going to get 15 million fighting in the UFC. So now he wants to fight Jake Paul. That's what's going on right now. It's pathetic, man. What? They ain't doing paper straws where I'm from. Are you from like the Bay Area? That's terrible. They're doing paper straws at McDonald's? Dang. That's the last man standing right there. Diego, even just conceptually, bro, I mean, with all disrespect, even just conceptually, I don't eat seafood. I'm just anti, like I'm full-blown racist against seafood, bro. I won't do it. I can't do it, bro. Dude, what can I play? Cause I gotta eat, bro. And I don't wanna disrespect you guys. I gotta play something. But I can't play anything that I'm gonna get taken down for. I'm gonna play this video while I eat, all right? Hopefully you guys like this video. I'm gonna play this while I eat. I hope you forgive me, okay? I'm gonna eat real quick. Winning this fight, and the reason Nate Diaz is not winning this fight, and the reason will shock you. I'm just playing. I'll let you know right now. The reason he's not winning this fight is because he's already won. What's up, everybody? My name is Jesse, and I'm the founder and grandmaster of MMA, Mexican martial arts, as well as a proud owner of the best wallet in the game, the Ridge Wallet. More on that later. Nate Diaz has to be the most content fighter in UFC history. And it's probably because he's got that even when I lose, I win mentality. Very similar to Sean O'Malley.
Even when I lose, I win.
Nate Diaz has a worse record than John Jones, but he's out here making claims like this.
I'm the best fighter to ever fight in the UFC, straight up.
When you believe in yourself this much, nothing could stop you. Not even reality. He created his own reality. If you're thinking about betting money on Nate, then you better realize that that fool's gonna be fighting like if he already won. He's gonna be protecting his imaginary title, like if he was Israel Adesanya.
Am I supposed to risk my belt?
Which reminds me, this is now the second time that Nate is fighting for a fake title. And I'm not talking about interim titles. I'm talking about the participation ribbons of titles.
Most valuable belt, for sure. Let's put it on the line.
But even with the belt on the line, he still doesn't care.
I don't care about the belt. Let's just make sure the rounds are the right type of rounds.
This is when you know that it's all about the money.
Because I knew what I was worth, what fighters are worth, and what I should do.
You're either in the fight game because you have that ambition to be the best, or you just want that paycheck. And he's not even trying to hide it, which is fine. People gotta work. Not everyone's trying to be champion or employee of the month. Bills just need to get paid. And I'm just trying to make sure you know this before you go running to DraftKings. Not only does Nate not have any intention whatsoever of winning this fight, because he's already won at life, in his mind, he doesn't even care if you watch it. He's selling the fight about as good as Ariel selling the sponsor's energy drink. He was on his phone so much that Ariel thought about trying to take it away. The only glimmer of hope was Nate rolling up with his weapon of choice. I thought for sure this was gonna be some foreshadowing for another Nate's Gone Wild clip, especially when Jake pulled out the monkey. And you could tell that Nate thought about it for a moment.
I ain't a killer, but don't push me.
But then he remembered his recent drama with Logan Paul, and he thought it was probably a better idea to just hydrate instead. And then he proceeded to go down that dive template by being so complimentary of Jay.
Yeah, I think he's great. I think he's doing a good job. He's been putting on a show like he said.
Which was lost on Jay, because he didn't know what he was saying anyway. Personally, I think it was both ignorant and insensitive, the way that Jake described it though.
I don't speak Stockton. I just can't understand. I don't speak Stockton.
Nate Diaz is bilingual, but his second language ain't Stockton. It's CTE.
Yeah, but I think that my main goal is for like I said, if you lose, if you like really lose, then you lose.
And I'm not pointing this out just to be messed up. I'm trying to present you with the reality of the situation. People love Nate Diaz for the same reason they love Tony Ferguson, because he could take a beating. And that's the same reason they loved Mankind. You see this dude putting it all on the line every single time, facing the highest forms of adversity. It makes you want to root for him. But this dude ain't even rooting for himself. He's facing up to 8 years in prison for choking out civilians when he should have been training. This ain't the type of fight where he could do his I just got hit in the face, so let me make it look like I was trying to pull guard combo. He's gonna have to keep it standing for 8 rounds, unless Jake knocks him out first. Nate has never fought past 5 rounds. And the 3 times that he did fight 5 rounds, he lost. People are always saying that he gets better as the fight goes on. But in his 3 longest fights, he lost. How many rounds does he need so that he could win? 100? You think I'm playing? But that's what he's campaigning for.
100 rounds.
In his short career, Jake has already fought past 5 rounds 4 times. And he would have done it 3 more times if he would stop knocking fools out. And I know that people like to talk about that Nate Diaz boxing, but you gotta remember that there is no boxing in MMA. You have never seen boxing in an MMA fight. You've seen striking in an MMA fight. And if you've ever seen a boxer go into MMA, then you've seen a boxer go into MMA and start striking. You gotta watch out for takedowns and knees, spinning stuff. The timing is different, the distance, etc. That Nate Diaz boxing has never been boxing. It's MMA striking. Average MMA striking. In between constantly trying to pull guard. He's not even in the conversation for one of the best MMA strikers. But you know who is? And who's often at the very top of the list? That dude that Jake Paul beat in a boxing match. Some people refer to him as Anderson Silva. You see, when you're striking with MMA dudes, you're striking with fools that have to split their time and efforts across many disciplines. And Jake is putting all his time and effort into boxing, while Nate's more concerned with the fact that he can't smoke in Texas.
Wait, what happened?
Nate Diaz not being able to smoke is like if Aljamain Sterling Silver wasn't able to manipulate the UFC rule set. It's been said that the Diaz brothers actually fight better under the influence. It's kind of like when Joe Rogan does stand-up, because people usually have to be under the influence to enjoy it. The bottom line is that Nate Diaz has nothing for Jake Paul. He can't pull guard on him. This is the closest that he's ever come to a knockout, with that Chuck Liddell looking kind of boxing. When he does get a good shot, he just starts emoting. And he bleeds more than that one lady that had to touch Jesus's garment. The only logical explanation is that he wants that payday. And it makes sense that he chose to do it on DAZN, because all his fans are gonna DAZN him when he gets knocked out. But the truth is, I respect the hustle. Who cares if he loses? He's still gonna win and accumulate that generational wealth so that he could take care of his family, even from behind bars. I just hope he takes care of that money with the Ridge wallet. And when Jake knocks him onto his gluteus maximus, it's all right, because it's a front pocket wallet and it holds up to 12 cards, which means that he could hold each one of his homies' debit cards, because they like to roll deep. And you already know that there's no way that some of these fools have a bank account. Fortunately for them, the Ridge wallet also holds your cash. The Ridge wallet comes in many different styles and colors, although this is the Stockton favorite. The Ridge wallet is also RFID blocking, in case one of these hoodlums rolls up on you with a little scanner. And it comes with a lifetime warranty, so be prepared to go the distance.
No matter what happened, I'll be here forever. I'll be fighting.
Just go to ridge.com/Voto and put in the promo code VOTO for 10% off. Thank you for watching Mexican Martial Arts. Appreciate it. Good looking out. Late. I think Nate Diaz needs that payday because he knows, hey, if someone runs up on me, I'm gonna let them know what's up, you know. I ain't gonna let that go over. You know where I'm from, home with 209. I got my homies right. You think we're gonna forget about this? You think I'm gonna get you in the down front? I'm like the I'm like the Boomhauer of Stockton, you know, gonna down over there, and me and my home up there, you know what? So I gotta take this fight with this YouTuber that I've been making fun of, saying he's not even a real fighter. That way I can make more money for all the times that people are gonna sue me. And then like I'll probably, whenever the Grandmaster of MMA gets a press pass and goes to MMA events, I'm gonna try to roll up on him and throw some water bottles at him. And he's gonna sue me because he doesn't make any money on YouTube. So he's gonna try to get my money. So I gotta take more fights so I can pay that fool. Cause that's what's up.
Yeah, I miss those days. Let me make sure this is where it's supposed to be.
Whose hot dog is this?
There we go. Jay Smith, I'm sorry to see that you're in discomfort tonight, bro. Sorry to see that, man. I don't know if you're here anymore, but I know you're going through it sometimes. And I hope that the time that you spend here alleviates some of that. Takes your mind off of it. Makes things as better as they could be, you know. Hey, Joel, yeah, that just came to me, bro. I remember that moment. I remember doing that, and then I started to hear it. I was like, I hear Boomhauer. So then I just went for it. That was totally off the beanie. Yeah, the Ridge Wallet and the green tea matcha lemonade, bro. That was it was different times, bro. Different times. Hot dogs are almost a taco. I've heard people say that. Are hot dogs a sandwich or is it a taco? And you know what? I want to apologize for dipping out on you while I ate. Man, I scarfed it down, bro. I want to apologize, but I struggle with misophonia myself, and I've told people before that I've actually, and I'm not trying to sound like a diva or anything, but I have actually personally left. What the heck? I have personally left, what is this? Podcasts before because people were eating and like smacking their lips and stuff, and I'm like, chale, I'm out. And for that reason, I'm out, bro. And it's like, I'm never gonna do that to anybody. Did you leave the lights on? ? So it's like, I just can't bring myself to do it, man. I can't bring myself to do it. I've left some of my favorite podcasts before because people were going, I'm doing all that. I'm like, nah, bro. I can't get down like that. So it's just like, I never want to allow myself to do that to somebody else. I apologize for the quiet, for the dead air right now. I'm just trying to. It's difficult sometimes when I'm in the dojo and I'm trying to make sure everything's going smoothly elsewhere, and I'm like, what the heck is happening right now? That's weird. Okay. My appendix burst and I waited 3 days after it burst. I waited 3 days to go to the ER like an idiot. I almost killed my dang self. I was almost septic. After, did you know that it had burst? Or were you just like, dang, I got a stomach ache. I need some Tums. Dang. Whose hot dog was that? Oh, no. Bro ate that burger like a chicken eats great. Bro, Bertolomeo, believe it or not, I was still savoring it too. Because, I mean, it's double quarter pounders are so good, bro. I was still savoring it. I made sure that I timed it and it took as long as I could to eat it throughout the length of that video. I could have ate it in like way shorter time, bro, but I wanted to enjoy it. Oh, dang. So you didn't even know. Ooh. That's scary. Because you thought you just had a virus and you're just chilling out. Dang. It's like, how could anybody ever know then? I'm talking about damn. We'll leave the light on for you. Oh, remember that? Classic, bro. Classic. I was actually using a massage gun thing on my side to help make it feel better. The ER doctors were like, "What? Got some next level pain tolerance right there. Dang, that's a case. You became a case study that day." You know what I noticed? I was reading something about Charles Oliveira earlier, and I never finished. Charles Oliveira doesn't rule out featherweight move for another UFC title. I could still make 145. And I was telling you guys earlier, in case you weren't here yet, that that's ridiculous. That if anything, he should move up to welterweight. Which, should he? No, I don't think so. But people... We've seen them in the past. It almost never goes well when people move down. And I know that's where he was at before, but that's not where he's been. And it almost never goes well when people go down. It seems to go well more often, far more often. I'm not saying every time, but far more often when they go up. And we're always hearing as it is that he has this electricity in his fists. And we already know how he is with the submission. So it seems like, hey, you know, you're up there with what, Sean Brady? Okay. Makachev, okay. You've been there already. You kind of know what you're dealing with. Now you're going in there with more of you. I know it's more Makachev too, but okay, Ian Garrett, okay. I mean, let's not discredit what this dude has done. He is the submission king and whatnot, and I'm not saying he should go up. I'm saying within the context of, should he go down? And then that prompts me to say, if anything, maybe go up. But he's talking about going down. And I didn't even really get into the article. Jim, why you jump ship on Valentina? There's a lot of things going on with me when it comes to that yo-yo. One of them, and some of them might be dumb, bro, honestly. One of them, I love underdogs. I can't help it. I love underdogs. And I think I was kind of feeling like Ilia Tapuera feels with Khabib Nurmagomedov, you know? It gets boring. There was no one that had an answer for the dude. He was unbeatable. So it's like all you're waiting for is someone to beat him at a certain point. And there's that, and there's, you know, she could be kind of annoying. She's somebody that you could tell, and she does not hide it. And that's okay. She has that champion mentality. She is not shy or ashamed of it. She does not try to hide it. She seems to love the smell of her own pedos. And she's not the kind of person that happens to do a pedo and then, since she's there dwelling it in any way, happens to say, you know what? I don't mind the smell. She comes off to me as the type of person that does a pedo on purpose, just to smell it. And that's a big difference. That's a significant difference, if you ask me. That's what it feels like to me. And it's hard for me to root for somebody like that. It just gets a little too much sometimes. And then we had somebody like Alexa Grasso come along, who I thought was very likable, more of a humble person. She's now the challenger. She's the underdog. And in case you guys forgot, I called that fight and I said Grasso was gonna win. Everyone thought I was crazy. She won. I don't know. She started to kind of just like I was a big Sean Strickland fan for quite a while. And then it just got like too much, especially when he wouldn't back it up. And it's like, come on, bro, fight the way you talk at least. And then I was like a big Chamoye fan. And then I felt like he started getting a little crazy and a little aggressive with his approach with certain things. And it's like, bro, I like the dominating style in which you fight, but sometimes it's a little overbearing the way you... And again, I should know who we're dealing with here. We're dealing with fighters. We're dealing with madmen. I should be okay with that. But that's all it was. I just kind of fell out of it with her, you know? I don't hate her. I'm not super against her. I just felt like, you know what? I feel like she likes herself enough. She likes herself so much. It doesn't even leave a lot of room for other people to like her. You know, I just felt like she liked herself too much. Had a skull infection and waited too long to go to the ER. Kept working. They had to replace part of my skull with mesh. Glad to still be here. Mesh? Jeez. Oh my gosh, kept working. How do you even get a skull infection? Did you just get hit in the head like super hard and it didn't get cleaned out or something? Oh no, I've told you guys this. I cracked my skull open and I had blood shooting out of my head. And so I could see how someone, I mean, first skull, you know, I cracked mine open so I could see that. They had to swab it with a bunch of stuff to disinfect it. So yeah, I guess if that wasn't done, that could get infected. Dang it, bro. ARJR is back. Appendix are government made to make you go to the hospital. Serio. I want to believe that so bad, bro, because you know how I get down. But how would they do that? Do they insert it when you're a baby? They put appendixes. Is that why they take the babies away from the parents when they're born? That's when they installed it. It's kind of like when I worked at the car dealership. You get the car from the factory, right? And it doesn't have the paint protection on it. It doesn't have the nitrate or whatever in the tires. It doesn't have all the alarm system. That they put it on at the dealership, right? So what if when you're born, when they take you out the room away from your parents, that's when the government installs the appendix? That makes too much sense, bro. That makes too much sense. Man. Oof. Have you heard the drama between Valentina's sister and her coach? Another Aspen. Oh my gosh. No, I didn't. I did not hear about that. It's crazy, bro. There's a bunch of creepsteros out there. McDojo Life needs to start covering these fools, man. These female MMA coaches are like incels until they start coaching. It's crazy, man. I remember when I was in like middle school and there was like those male volleyball coaches, those male volleyball, like, and they coach female volleyball. Like those dudes were always sketchy, man. Dang. 30 years older than her. Ooh. The fluoride in the water makes it grow. I'm telling you, bro. That's why I don't even brush my teeth anymore, bro. Instead of brushing my teeth, what I do is first thing in the morning, I eat things with favorable smells. So, you know, instead of brushing my teeth like a caveman, you know, instead of brushing my teeth like if I'm in the 1950s, instead of doing that, I'll eat like a batch of strawberries, you know, something sweet and refreshing. I'll eat like a bunch of marshmallows. You know, if I want to go for a savory, I'll have like a bunch of French fries, something like that. So let's see what's going on right here. Charles Oliveira was forced to go lightweight after multiple failed cuts to featherweight, and that proved to be a smart decision as he started a legendary run toward the 155-pound division in the UFC. So, yeah, that's right. It was a bunch of failed attempts, and now he's like, I think I could do that again. I think I could continue failing. I'm pretty sure I could keep missing weight. Years later, he still hasn't given up on a return to his original weight class. The Du Bronx faces off with Max Holloway in the main event at UFC 326, battling for the BMF title on March 7th in Las Vegas, a decade after they met at 145 pounds. And he doesn't rule out cutting an extra 10 pounds if his dream comes to fruition in 2026. Sometimes I think about talking to the bosses and dropping to 145, but I don't know if I can make 145 anymore. Why are we talking about this then? Why is there a whole article about it? Have you guys seen this interview of Jean Silva, and he's carrying like a piece of wood like Hacksaw Jim Duggan? What is happening in this video? I barely saw this right now. This is old. He did this at the press conference. On the background, it says UFC 324 Gaethje Pimblett. How did I miss this? I got to go back and watch that. I don't know how I missed it. I was probably too focused on my MMA long division. Sometimes I think about talking to the bosses and dropping back. I don't know if I could do it anymore. Okay. Oliveira, maybe don't talk to them then. Oliveira said he's going to go into the war room. Hey, guys, I've been thinking about going back down, but you know how I always used to fail and miss weight and ruin the whole thing? I feel like I'm probably going to keep doing that, so I don't know if it's a good idea. What do you guys think? And then he missed weight even at 155. This dude needs to go to 185. Oliveira said during a Q&A session with fans Thursday night in Brazil, I don't know, I think moving up to 170 would be easier. That's what I was just saying before I even read the article. I'm not sure I could make 145 anymore. Why is this article titled Charles Oliveira doesn't rule out featherweight move for another UFC title? I can still make 145. Why did they title it that when this whole article he's been saying I don't know if I could do it, and now he's saying I should probably go to 170? I think moving up to 170 would be easier. I'm not sure if I could make 145 anymore. If there was a fight with Conor McGregor, something good for my legacy and my story, that would be cool. But the full focus right now is lightweight. Win now and get another shot at the title. Bro, you gotta be happy with that BMF, if even that. Oliveira said, my entire focus is the lightweight division, beating Holloway and then challenging for the lightweight gold against winner of Ilia Tapuera and Dustin Gaethje or whoever else. The 36-year-old Brazilian revealed, he's young. I didn't realize he was that young. Everyone's always talking about how old Volkanovski is and Gaethje, and I'm like, nah, they're still young. 37 is the new 89. And look, they're thriving. They're beating these youngsters left and right. And Oliveira is even even younger? Wow. Should I go for Max Holloway? Was that a Floridian slip? The 36-year-old Brazilian revealed that he goes all the way up to 185 pounds a month after fighting at lightweight, but is confident that he can make 145 pounds again if given 3 or 4 months to prepare. Oliveira admitted that moving up to welterweight would be easier. I think I saw easier when I said that earlier. If he just wants a second UFC title. Oh yeah, if I just want a title, yeah, that's pretty easy. I guess I'll just go up to welterweight, beat Makhachev, no big deal, easy title.
Whose hot dog is this?
But he would rather go down to 145. Yeah, big surprise. I think I could still make 145, Oliveira said. Man, this dude, he's just going back and forth in the same interview. If it's for the title, I don't know if it was a dream I had or just something from my imagination. I win the BMF belt now. I fight for the lightweight title at the end of the year. Then I give up both titles and drop to 145 for that bout. But I don't know if I was dreaming or just going crazy. I don't know. We'll see. Okay. Dang. Yeah, bro, super clickbait. Not even close, bro. Mighty Mouse? I gotta be honest, I don't consume, I was gonna say a whole lot of his content. I don't really watch any of it. I'm not against it, I just don't happen to. There's so much content out there. It's just not, I don't stumble across his content too often. But, you know, who knows? Anything is possible, I guess. If I get some views. If I start getting some views. Oof. Has the MMA talent pool weakened? Man, I don't know if it's that so much as just the UFC mismanaging the talent pool. And it's starting to, like, bro, I can't stop hearing about RAF. I can't stop hearing about it. People are just straight out calling. We got people on UFC contracts straight out calling each other out on RAF now. Like, that's the place to be now all of a sudden. I don't know. And I tell you guys, there's like so much content and news out there, not even just what I try to wrap my beanie around when I'm trying to bring content to you, but then even just in my own time when I'm just listening to podcasts to unwind or whatever. There's so much content out there, it's impossible to know everything. If any of you know, let me know. I have no idea. It's something that I haven't explored. I have no idea what people are making in RAF. I don't know if they're making like stupid Jake Paul kind of money or what, but people are flocking to RAF. People are hearing what these boxers are getting paid now by Zuffa. They're probably going to get mad and go fight on Netflix with Ronda Rousey and Jake Paul, get paid more money over there, make it a real competition, not allow UFC to continue to be a monopoly. I think that's more what it is, bro. Thank you, Tom Bout. Bro, it writes itself. I'm just over here reading the article, man. I ain't even trying to be funny. It's just a bunch of silliness, man. Why are older vets not getting dethroned? Bro, I've been trying to tell people UFC is an old man sport. I've been trying to tell people, and I believe that's the case historically. It would be interesting to do a deep dive on it. If I had the ability to make that kind of a video where I could actually take a break and actually go through all the resources and all the hits. It seems like people who sit at the top and have the titles and keep the titles, I believe more often than not, there's younger people in the division. And it's the dude at the top who is older. And I know it's easier for people to say, yeah, but then they got beat by this younger guy. Yeah, but how long did it take? Eventually they're going to lose. Unless they're Khabib Nurmagomedov, eventually they're going to lose. That's how it goes. But how many times did they win before that? How dominant were they before that? I believe UFC is an old man's game. I don't know. No hype for the Strange. Who's fighting the funky heavyweight title? Who's that? Who's doing that? Audi Butter. What sounds nuts? Him going down to 145? I can't remember what we were talking about. I could see Charles beating Gaethje, but not sure about Tapuera. I don't think I don't know what's the best way to word it. I don't know if Oliveira's too slow. I don't think he's fast enough. I don't think his hands are fast enough. After seeing them in the cage together, I don't think his hands are fast enough. I don't think he puts it together as quickly as Tapuera. I don't think, 10 out of 10, 20 out of 20, whatever. I don't think Oliveira, now that we've seen it, because, some of you might remember my legendary prediction video, Jane Caulfield, I don't want to hear it.
Whose hot dog is this?
Some of you may remember by the way, that was a good video. The points that I made in that video, I got a call. I almost left this channel. Just so you know, I almost left this channel. I got an invitation. I got an offer to be a defense attorney after I made that video. I made some fantastic points in there. It was all going in the wrong direction, but still, just in a court of law, I would have won that case. The points I made were fantastic. And I still say to this day, I stand by all the points I made. The only variable was that there's no way that we could have known. Because we knew going into that fight that Charles Oliveira was already well established as the Brazilian zombie. There was no way that we could have known up to that point that apparently, coincidentally, ironically, Ilia Tapuera was the zombie killer. Charles Oliveira had done everything that he could up to that point in his career to become a human Makiwara. He made his dome. He made sure he did it consciously. He trained his dome to be like that of a one and the same as a Makiwara. But, you know, every once in a while, those wooden dummies break. Those wooden dummies crack. And you got to hit up Amazon and get another one. That's what happened. Now that we've seen them in there together, I think Tapoeira just puts it together too fast and too clean. When Charles lands, he's very, very technical, very precise. He lands where he wants to land, and wow, are they power strikes. They're electric. But he moves. In my opinion, there's something very robotic about it. It's very methodical and very precise, but I think when Tapoeira does it, it seems to be more of a flow state. And maybe Oliveira can move like that on the ground, but when it's hands, even though they're powerful and they're precise, I think it's just a half step behind. I don't think he beats him. Heck yeah, coffee potamus. We got to put some more coffee on that potamus. Mighty Mouse is one of the better dudes that comments on the sport. 80% of his takes are good, and then sometimes he spits some garbage. He collabs with the MMA guru regularly. Wait, are they collabing again? I mean, look, when Mighty Mouse used to fight, I didn't like him. I thought he was obnoxious. I thought he was kind of weird. But when I do watch his videos here and there, he seems like a nice dude. And when I see him in videos with people and helping people, I remember I saw that video of him and who's that one weirdo dude who was fighting in street beefs? He like wears wings and he flies in the cage and stuff. I saw Mighty Mouse have like a behind the scenes moment with him after that dude lost, and he was really down in the dumps. And Mighty Mouse was trying to be like a dad or something, really trying to make him feel better. I was like, dang, he seems like a good dude. What's RAF? Real American Freestyle. It's like a wrestling organization, like you know, amateur wrestling style, where it's like Olympic style wrestling, like that. A lot of people just want to go wrestle now. MVP was angry when he was told what Dana was paying. I didn't watch the whole thing because I can't stand to listen to that dude talk. You guys already know how I feel about I'm trying not to disrespect because we might have some Brits in the chat. But I got the gist, and yeah, I mean, it's a trend. People are going to be very unhappy. If Sean O'Malley, I heard Sean O'Malley talking about it on the, what is it called? They have like a Joey Lawrence type of, it's like the Brothers O'Malley. They have some kind of podcast where it's like the brotherly podcast or something. I can't remember. And he was talking about how he's gonna go. He's about to go renegotiate his contract. He's not gonna fight it out. He's gonna try to get what's his. And he was talking in that podcast about the $50 million. And they're gonna come at him sideways with something not even close to that. And you know he's gonna leave feeling offended. He's going to be upset. He's going to think about his options. He's going to think about one of his very good dear friends, Jake Paul. He's going to think about Ronda Rousey and Gina Carano. He's going to think about Netflix. And he's going to think about making his Ridge wallet very, very fat, busting at the seams. Max lifting, my head caused. Wait, Max lifting. What the heck? Max lifting my head. You were Max lifting your head? Max lifting. Oh, you're talking to Max Bluestein, bro. I thought you were like maxing out. I was like, how heavy was your dome, bro? Max, lifting my head caused my heart to, ooh. Man, I was tripping out on that. Where are those underground Jason Bourne places where the main event is a rooster fight? Indian reservations. Wait, what? That's the main event? I don't know, bro. Why would that be the main event? Is that how they get down over there? It was an amazing video, even if you told me to bet my house on. Is that why you're sleeping in the truck now, Jane? Is it my fault? That's why you're trying to fall asleep and it smells like tacos? A while back, see, I thought Marilena had just eaten tacos somewhere, cause she's like big, like on Mexican food. Mexican food is like not even close to being my favorite. you'll never see me opt to go buy a taco. If I'm at a place where there's nothing but tacos for miles, then I'll get something. I'll get like a buche taco. I'll get tripas or something like that. But you'll never hear me, but I want to go get some tacos. So she went to get some food, and I thought that she was getting tacos, right? So then later on, I made a comment, and I told her that she smelled like tacos. And it turns out she didn't end up getting tacos. She got something not even, I mean, she might as well have went to get some Jell-O, right? Like, it wasn't even in the realm. Like, she had no business smelling like tacos, right? But I told her, like, I could smell it. You smell like tacos. And then she got offended. And she's like, oh, because I'm Mexican or whatever. Because she's like, she's like, if you think I'm like a Tony Ferguson Mexican, she's like, what you call it? She's like a Brandon Moreno type of Mexican, you know what I'm saying? And she's like, I didn't eat tacos. And I was like, oh. You know what happened the other day? Marilena I was driving, and I wanted Marilena to put something on my phone because I wanted to listen to something while I was driving on YouTube. And I ain't one of those people that uses my phone while I'm driving. That's right. You guys shouldn't use your phone when you're driving. Be careful. Protect yourself and others. Listen to all my instructions. Stay above the belt. So she had my phone, and she was going to search something on YouTube. And she goes to the search bar. Some of you guys already feel my pain right now. She's on YouTube. She opens the YouTube app. She goes to the search bar, and something auto-generates. And you know how when it does it in a way like it's something you've searched up before? It's not like, you could tell the difference. Right up at the top of my search, it says thong. It says thong. And she expressed to me that was not something that she expected to see at the top of my search list, and was also not happy at that fact. And important part of the story is that my boy, Jesse Jr. has lately accumulated a fascination with and thinking that it's hilarious to listen to the Thong Song by Cisco. So he will routinely search for the Thong Song on YouTube. Of course, only the lyrics version, because he can't watch the video. I can't watch it either, by the way, especially not now. But he thinks it's hilarious to listen to the Thong Song radio edit. And hard for him to believe that was a thing that occurred in history. I mean, if he was only allowed to listen to the music that comes out today, he wouldn't be so surprised. So apparently he had been listening to that song that he thinks is hilarious on my YouTube app, and Marilena chose in that moment to forget, because she's heard him play it. She's heard him play it, and it turned into a whole other conversation. I'm like, bro, that's ridiculous. But now I realized that I have a thong immunity in my search history. I got diplomatic immunity, bro. Oh my gosh, bro. I got diplomatic immunity. I could just be searching it all day. I'm not saying that I would, but I think it's hilarious. Wing C, that's what I was trying to remember. Oh my gosh. ARJR. On the stream. La, na, 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 na. ARJR, does it hurt, bro? Does it hurt when when you have to part ways with your creations, bro. We ain't talking about that driving while on our phones. I would be flooded with shame to have anyone see my YouTube search history. Hey, Bertolomeo. Heck yeah, bro. Heck yeah. You were paying attention, bro. Taking notes, bro. Yeah, that was my own son. That was my own boy testing my relationship, homie. Jessica. Jessica. Heck yeah. She takes dumps on a truck. I think I say it again. You know what Jesse Jr. thinks is so funny? Because Cisco sings the thong song like if it's a gospel song. You know, he gets so passionate and into it. There's this part like, oh, and then there's like a key change, and there's like a wall of sound kind of effect, and it just gets like there's a whole chorus, and that thong, you know I like the way you move that thing. Like he gets super into. I don't want to get too loud because the neighbors are gonna be like, "What the heck is going on in that shed?" They're gonna think I'm like Eddie Gein over here. But it's crazy because he gets like super into it. You can imagine like a choir with the robes on and everything. He gets super into it. And Jesse Jr. thinks like it's so ironic. Why does he say she takes dumps on a truck? Hey, you're reminding me of Angel Padilla. When he thought the song, what song was it? What song was it? Something about a shoebox. He was singing the lyrics wrong his whole life. We learned the other day during movie night. What song was that? Dang it, I can't remember. Oh, man. Sometimes, but the money eases the pain some. Yeah. Yo, that makes sense, bro. Let's see what else is going on. What else is happening in the MMA community? It is very messed up if they are treating this, as I'm seeing in one of the articles right now, if they are treating this like a do or die for Brandon Moreno, that's messed up because he shouldn't even have lost his last fight. I think I say it again. Who should Dana White sign? Hey, I've been saying Gable Stevenson for many months now. How come nobody told me? His name's Stevenson? I've been saying Gable Stevenson. And Dakota Decheva come up as fans pick next UFC star. Fans have been naming the stars they think Dana White could sign to improve the UFC roster. White's promotion has long been seen as the MMA leader, and few have threatened to upset that apple cart. Hey, in my opinion, I think you gotta be kind of dumb. Oh yeah. Apparently, it was put a dime in the Gile box. Oh, put another dime in the jukebox, baby. So you know that song, I love rock and roll. Put another dime in the dude box. Bro, I was gonna say the shoebox. You messed me up, bro. Put another dime in the jukebox, baby. Angel Padilla thought it was so. Put another. What was it? Put another lime. Put another lime in the shoebox, lady. How did you say it? It was something about shoeboxes. Put another lime in the shoebox. That's what it reminded me of. Dang, this is a really long stream. What a treat on a Friday night. It's Friday. I told you guys. Bro, this is early, bro. I just looked and it's 7:41 my time. This is early, man. I feel like, because you guys, in case you forgot earlier, I woke up at 1:30 p.m. today, all right? I fell asleep breathing through my nostrils, right? So I went into a deep sleep. I was getting extra oxygen. I'm living like back in the day, like when Adam and Eve were still breathing before the atmosphere changed. I was breathing like that last night, bro. So I went into a deep sleep. All right? And so I was having nightmares, man. That's how you know you got a good deep sleep, when you start having nightmares. I was fighting a big spider. Remember I told you about that? So I woke up at 1:30. So this is like brunch time for me. I feel bad. 9:42. It's a little bit later for you. So I do feel bad. I'm probably still going to be streaming when you wake up in the morning. You could leverage the Mexican martial arts community to be a guest on any show you want. Just give the word spam to come. Diego, let me say this. I do love and appreciate that you're down with the Mexican martial arts and you want to see stuff like that happen. And this may be the reason that this channel hasn't really taken off. I am like vehemently against doing such things. I know that other creators do that, but I don't know if it's pride. I don't know if I don't know. I just like, I have chosen not to operate that way. I don't know, bro, but I know it works. I've seen people do it. Diego Lopez and Jean Silva too. Dang, what? I got one. Sleep with one eye open. Heck yeah. Did you beat the spider? I'm almost positive when that was happening, because I had so many dreams last night, and you know how some of them intertwine and they turn into something else. I dream like that a lot in like medleys. It's like a medley. It switches from one part, like it's one thing. Like I'll be fighting a spider, and then like I'll take a few steps, and now like I'm in a carnival, and I'm on a Ferris wheel, and then like I'll close my eyes, and then I'll open them up, and I'm in Antarctica. You know, so it was one of those. I really don't remember. I didn't die. I just can't remember if I defeated him and left, because I was like in an alleyway. I can't remember, because I remember I went down the alleyway. I must have. Well, here's the thing. I don't know if I defeated him. I don't know if I killed him, but I know he didn't kill me. So we might have a part 2 tonight. I'm not sure. I was watching you, then my family wanted to watch Lord of the Rings 2 Towers, and when it was over, I started watching you again. Heck yeah, bro. Look, as of right now, we have been streaming for 4 hours and 41 minutes. Bro, I feel like I've been streaming for like 45 minutes. I'm feeling it today, bro. This is the Grandmaster that you get when I breathe through my nostrils. All right? No sleep till end of stream. You want to grow organically? Type. Shoot, bro. I guess it's hard to say, because I want to say yeah. Yeah. But I know how it feels to be me, and it's hard. It's not fun growing organically. It's painfully slow. It's hard. This is the rhythm of the night. Do you follow boxing as well as MMA? Nah, I don't. I gotta be honest. I'm not trying to be a hater or anything. Be like, no, I refuse. It's just, if I was just a consumer, maybe it would be easier. But because I feel like I gotta have a grasp enough on things to make content. Because I feel like you gotta respect the people watching, man. You gotta kind of have an idea of what's going on and be able to express certain opinions on certain things. Bro, I want to expand and cover more MMA outside of UFC, but even just staying inside of UFC, it keeps me busy, man. So it's like I'm not just trying to stay away from boxing on purpose. I haven't even been able to cover more things in the MMA world because I stay so stuck on UFC. So it's difficult, man. Yeah, to be continued, Beto. Dreamt all the GTA. Oh, hey, that sounds like a fun dream, bro. Oh, in Michael's house. It's only 10:44 here on a Friday night. I've yet begun to defile myself. I will not be pawed at. Thank you. What the heck? Did ARJR just hit the voice text by accident? I've been thinking about watching it again. Diego, the Lord of the Rings trilogy. I remember when I was a kid, they were presented to me and I was like, man, this looks boring. This looks like some Star Wars type of nonsense. And I watched it and I liked it, bro. Yeah, YouTube is hard. Oh, yeah, I remember. You know what I'm talking about. It's crazy, man. It's soul sucking. It's the Reebok or the Nikes. It's the Reebok or the Nikes. Favorite music genre. I like oldies but goodies, bro. Let me hit you with the chorus. Oh, wait. I'm going to be honest with you. This ain't even one of my favorite songs. I kind of wish I didn't show you that one. I made a choice and I chose wrong. I like the chorus. Let me give you something better. I like oldies but goodies, bro. I like a lot of old school Motown, R&B, East Side oldies. You know what I'm saying? But I also obviously love like some rock. I like Getting the Lead Out, Led Zeppelin, Beatles. I also like a lot of alternative stuff from the early 2000s. Just basically nothing new, you know? Of course, now I'm getting hit with the commercials like crazy, bro. Beto, I apologize. Beto. I was trying to offend somebody else and I got you by accident. I'm sorry, bro. Wait. That's from a movie? It's only 10:44 here on a Friday night. I've yet begun to defile myself. I will not be pawed at. Thank you very much. Oh, here we go. That's what I'm talking about. Aaron Neville's a legend in this chat. You already know that. Bro, I don't know what that's from. On a Friday night, I've yet... Dang it. Shoot, man. I want to say something with Leslie Nielsen. I don't know, man. Now I'm going to feel like a failure. Tell it like it is. A Night of Seven Kingdoms. I never even heard of that. Are you going to do a Blood In, Blood Out movie night? I have to, bro. It's crazy because I feel like our movie nights were built on the anticipation of doing Blood In, Blood Out. Like, that's where it first ever, as far as I remember, that's where it was conceived. That we were talking about, we got to watch Blood In, Blood Out. And we were referencing it constantly. And I feel like, come on, what am I doing? We have to. We're going to do it real soon. Heck yeah, Juan. Heck yeah, bro. Have you seen the Eso Son Reebok or Son Nike? No, I haven't seen that. I'm seeing a bunch of different versions on here, so I don't know if I'm clicking on the right one. Apparently, this is a huge meme. I wonder if I'm gonna get claimed if I play this. Dang it. I feel like I'm gonna blast you guys if I play that. Dang it. I'm gonna leave the tab open so I could be up to speed. Why did the UFC take the athlete sponsorships? That's so stupid. The only thing I can assume, just from being around people in business enough and seeing how dirty they are, let me know if I'm incorrect. I believe the reason they did that was to have complete control of all the sponsorships. Because imagine if the UFC was gonna make a buttload of money, if they partnered with Gatorade, right? UFC was gonna make stupid money partnering with Gatorade, but then one of the fighters was trying to get a deal with like Powerade, and that's a conflict of interest, and they can't do that. UFC's like, we don't want to even, that's going to be exhausting. We're not even going to play around. It's not even going to be a possibility to have conflicting sponsorships and deal with all the headache and heartache of that. It's just not going to happen. This is what we're doing. Like, guys at that level, they don't care. They don't care if they feel like it's burning anybody or people are losing money. It's like, it's a corporation, man. It's a company. That's what they're in there for. So I think it's as simple as that. Let me try to listen to this thing right here so it doesn't get in the feed. That's what Angel was referencing. The funniest part of this to me is that this does not sound like a dude to me that would even know that song. Why does he even know that song? And the fact that he likes it so much that he's calling to request it. It's so random. He's going through his catalog. He's so excited. He's like, yeah. They're laughing at their head. Oh my gosh, bro. Oh my gosh. That's what it was. Oh my gosh. How did that even come up, dude? Oh my gosh. I am, bro. I am. And it's not even that full yet. I ain't even feeling squishy. I ain't even on that James Bishop. That gives me a unfortunate visual. Never mind that I said that. I like how they live on their own, but I don't like to think of the combination. That's disturbing. Angel, I have yet begun to defile myself. I will not be pawed at. Thank you. What the heck is that from? I've yet to begin to defile myself. No, dang it. That is it, isn't it? It's Tombstone, isn't it? Shoot. Did he already confirm? Did he confirm or deny? Wait, oh shoot, I'm back. Dang it, I should have known that. Dang it. Here's the problem. I probably haven't watched. Dang it. When's the last time I saw Tombstone from start to finish? I don't know. It's one of my favorite movies of all time, but I watch it sparingly for that very reason. So I don't remember everything right off the dome. I was watching some of it not that long ago, and that's why I put some of the references in one of my videos, because it was at the top of my beanie. It sounded like a Ryan Reynolds line. Yeah, like a Van Wilder kind of thing. Did you guys know that Van Wilder, the one with Ryan Reynolds, was based off of Burt Kreischer's life? That he sold the rights to them to make that movie, like stories from his college years. That's crazy, man, to come back around and think of that, because nobody knew who Burt Kreischer was when we were watching that movie with Ryan Reynolds, and I was like, what? It was about him? That's crazy. Imagine if we were watching like American Pie, right? Remember back though, like the wave of American Pie movies? Imagine, just remember that time and like the impression that those movies had on our lives at that time. Imagine if you found out that American Pie was based on Joe Rogan's college years. It'd be like, oh, what the heck? It would be super weird. Joe Rogan was Stifler? Nah, Joe Rogan would totally be the dude with the warm apple pie. That would totally be Joe Rogan's part. Stifler would be like Brian Callen, I could see for sure. Still going strong, bro. Still going strong. Jairo. Crazy world right now. Usyk versus Rico for the bound boxing in Gaza. Isn't he great? We sure CERN didn't put us in a weird timeline. Wait, what's CERN? Oh, snap. What is going on here? CERN's main... I tell you guys, I don't watch the news. I don't know what's going on. CERN's main function is to provide the particle accelerators and other infrastructure needed for high-energy physics research. Consequently, numerous experiments have been constructed at CERN through international... Oh, wait a minute. Didn't the Wi-Fi elves make a video about CERN? He was like exposing them, right? He thought they were going to kill him. I think he did. I wouldn't be surprised, bro. It's getting funky. That's not a matchup that it feels weird, to be honest. And it might feel like I'm so out of touch and behind because I don't keep up with boxing that much. But it feels weird to be out of the timeline where Tyson Fury's the guy. I was just like, he was so good and so dominant. It's so weird to be out of that timeline. And I was like, Usyk, who the heck is Usyk? And I know that makes me sound like an idiot, like I don't know anything, because he's obviously the guy now. But it's just weird. I just feel like I got so left behind. The pyramids of Giza. Oh yeah, he's fighting them in Gaza. It was Giza. I didn't even catch that. Oh snap! Oh snap! It's very politically motivated. They're doing it in Gaza. Sunny D. Who you got in a trilogy between Yan and Marab? Bro, I think Jan. I think he cracked the code. I don't. There's certain times, like, there's certain fights, and it's become contaminated over the years because there's been a lot of people getting fights that definitely don't deserve it, getting rematches that don't deserve it. But the way that it's historically, traditionally, and typically gone is that you'll see a fight, and if it was close enough and it wasn't definitive enough, and you could see, like, well, I think this dude would have beat this guy this many times out of 10, though, blah, 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 they'll do it again. But then you have other times where it's so definitive that it's like, nobody needs to see this again. And I think that fight was so definitive and pivotal and answered every question from every angle. I don't see Mma beating him. Bert Kreischer's the biggest liar ever. No, was that not his movie or what? Okay, so you know how Bert Kreischer is, you know how, like, his biggest thing, The Machine, how that's like the biggest thing ever, what made him famous? I'm not trying to be a hater, all right? Because, jeez, I'm not trying to be a hater. But I've never thought that there's a single funny thing whatsoever about that story. I can't even, I remember when it got hyped up on, like, Joe Rogan, and they're saying that's how he got famous, and Joe Rogan told him to do that story, whatever it is. I remember I heard the build-up, and I always heard him talking about it in podcasts, and so then when I finally heard it, I was like, this is the story that people are so fascinated by? I didn't laugh once. Now, Bert has done things in podcasts. I don't know if he's ever done anything on stage that made me laugh. He has done things on podcasts, and I watched his Netflix show. It's called Free Bert. Bert Kreischer did a mini-series on Netflix called Free Bert, okay? I'm going to tell you something right now. I have never thought that Bert Kreischer, I've never thought anything he did is really funny. I've never seen any stand-up from him that made me laugh, that made me smile, that made me chuckle. There were a couple things maybe he did on a podcast, and ironically, I don't even think he was trying to be funny. It was more of like laughing at him kind of thing. Free Bert is the best thing I've ever seen him do, and the funniest thing I've ever seen him do. And he even said on a podcast, I can't remember with who, that I think it was his manager or his agent or someone told him, Bert, this is the best thing you've ever done. He's like, even better than all my stand-up and even my specials. And they're like, yes, you should probably do this kind of thing from now on. Free Bert is the best thing I've ever seen him do. I kept watching it. It was one of those, it was a mini series that, you know, they edit them in a way that, like, they leave you on cliffhangers, and I had to keep watching them. It was good. It was good. I think he found his thing. I think he needs to stop with all the stupid taking off your shirt and saying stupid immature. Like, it was funny. It was very well done. And I really hope there's a season 2. Everybody, the kids were unbelievable. The wife, it was hilarious. Everything was done so well. The Earth is certainly not a globe in a solar system like they say. Heck yeah, bro.
You ever seen a grown man naked?
Are you excited at all for the World Cup, GM? Not even a little bit. Not even a little bit. I mean, with all disrespect, it's just not my thing. There's things that I would be interested in that other people wouldn't care about. So, tomato, tomato. Do you think Umar and O'Malley could beat Yan? I don't think O'Malley could beat Yan. He didn't even beat him the first time. Even when he did beat him, he didn't beat him. Umar, I don't think so. Yan is ridiculous. He's ridiculous. Yes, I agree, Jane. It's very forced. Yeah. Podcast cringe covers the Bert. I can't stand channels like that, bro. With all disrespect. I mean, I know everybody likes different things, But those channels that are just like they live off of just their hatred for people that are making a living and being successful, it's like, bro, I feel gross even being here. It's just so filled with hate and like, I don't know, envy. It's so weird, bro. Yeah, I mean, yeah, Nathan, yeah. Tony from Kill Tony forces himself to laugh in a way that I often don't think he's as funny as people. Forces himself to laugh way too often. Don't think he. I mean, a lot of people do that, you know. Even Bobby Lee has admitted that. Bobby Lee, and a lot of people. I see a lot of people talking about it all the time now, and they use it against him. And they just call him fake, which is like, man, I don't know if you should have admitted that, bro. A lot of people, or Bobby Lee has admitted that he goes, or whatever he does. And then one time he was like, yeah, that's fake. I just do it when I don't know what to say or whatever. And Tony does, he does like his weird, you know. I think they all do that, bro. I think they do. And yeah, there's comedians that come on Kill Tony that I think are not even, like, if you guys saw the one that was on Netflix recently, I think it was a Madison Square Garden one. Did you see that one with the Asian lady that came on? I didn't think she was good at all. And they acted like she was Louis C.K. And they made her a regular or gave her a golden ticket or something. I want to say I was shocked, but I wasn't, because I see them do stuff like this regularly. She was not even that good. And it's frustrating sometimes to watch it and see them really hype someone up when it's like, are you kidding me? And then sometimes they trash on people and tell them they were terrible when I think they were hilarious. And it seems like, yeah, they hype up the wrong people sometimes. It's weird. Yeah. I never really watched it either, Jane. It was kind of weird. Other people covering his antics. Some of the funniest humor comes out of doing stuff like that. When I was in college, a kid stopped what 4 of us were watching to put the machine clip on our common room while we were all drunk, and we just sat and watched it. Not a single person laughed. Yeah, man, I don't get it. It just seems like one of those, hey, look how crazy I am kind of things, and it's just more of like a weird story than any kind of comedy. GM is a flat earther. Sometimes I forget. Look, here's what I'll say just to put a little pin on it so we could have some fun and talk about MMA. I question everything, okay? People who move like I do and have the faith that I do are often accused of not being critical thinkers. But I think it's fascinating when the public education system spoon feeds something in particular down everyone's throat and they do not utilize any kind of critical thinking whatsoever, and they say, yes, ma'am. And they believe everything that they say. That maybe even the teachers don't believe themselves, but they're getting paid. That's not being a critical thinker. I question everything. And when I feel like certain things don't line up and don't make sense, and when we see the government and the people at the top pulling the strings, trying to indoctrinate us with whatever it is at that moment, and all their things seem to align up to a perfect kind of agenda, some perfect kind of globalist, one world this agenda, then it makes me say, hey, hold on, I got some questions. And that's what happened with people when things like the coronavirus came around. A lot of people started opening up their eyes and saying, wait a minute. People that before would never have questioned a single thing that the World Health Organization would say or that the government would say or anybody. Now they're saying, oh, snap. I don't think the government is as honest as I thought they were. Oh, really? It took that? That's just like me when I was talking about the Epstein list the other day. I don't care. Because I always knew they were a bunch of animals. Why is everybody acting surprised? How are you surprised at this? So I look at it the same way with that. I question everything. I sit down and somebody tells me this and that about the earth and the universe and this and that. And I say, hold on. Let me make sure A, B, and C lines up. And then people say, boo, you're a conspiracy theorist. You're crazy. How come? Because I didn't close my eyes and say, yes, what else would you have me to believe? Whatever. It's... Apparently that's the way that Bobby Lee shows love, you know. I was playing it up, to be honest. I was playing it up. I liked him less when he dissed you. I appreciate the loyalty. Did you see the one where the David Lucas guy got roasted? I feel like I don't even know which one you're referring to, bro, because David Lucas has been getting roasted. David Lucas was never funny at all in any way. It's terrible, bro. I see him getting roasted all the time. I don't even know which one you're referring to because he's always getting roasted now. He has like kindergarten roasts. It's pathetic. Yeah. After all that talk, bro, yeah, I don't think I could do it either. It's not for me, man. I don't even know enough about it to know about that. They don't want to come to the U.S.? Interesting. You ever seen the video of the dude filming the boat sailing away? It's not flat. I mean, here's the thing, which blows my beanie, bro. I never have ever made this claim. I don't think that the Earth's surface looks like this, right? That would be crazy. Now, do I think it's possible that the Earth's surface could look like this? Yes. What I'm saying is that I think a globe is a bunch of doo-doo plessy. I find that very hard to wrap my beanie around. I think the surface could look like this. I think it could look like this. I think it could look like this. I'm just saying, a globe? We shall see, bro. Like, I've never understood. Like, I feel like, and this is one of the reasons why I want to make another channel, like, about other things when I talk about, like, faith and stuff like that. I feel like there's always so many good points that nobody's making. When I think about, like, apologetics and stuff like that and people debating over God, and I'm always, like, so frustrated when I see in the conversations the lacks of certain points that I feel like would really make an impact. And I never hear anybody talking about this kind of thing. Like, it's clearly mountainous, and you could have peaks and valleys, even in water. If whatever's below dips, I mean, the earth is so vast that you could have such a long stretch where something teeters off. It's not like we're talking about a cup that's just going to have a flat surface across the top. It's still going to have slopes and peaks and things where water's held differently. It's just too vast to look at it like if it's just right here all. I feel like they have the worst metrics. Jane. Put out a clip talking papas about Bert. You'll get a ton of new fans. You know the way I am, bro? Because of how much I like to go against the grain, I feel like I would make a video just to be stupid talking about how he's the GOAT. That's just how dumb I am. I'm just a self-sabotaging dummy. Dang, I didn't even know. I just boycotted the Winter Olympics because they're so boring, bro. I didn't even know nothing about that. Well, here's the thing, bro, and I know this is where I lose you. This is where I lose a lot of you, all right? I don't know about gravity. I don't know how I feel about gravity. That's another thing that we were just taught in school, right? Could you wrap your beanie around it? Now, look, I understand that this is going to go down, right? I understand that. But gravity, I don't know. I don't know about that. Because I think that's just like a lot of other things that are given a title, which are meant to perpetuate something. Like, what is that? Bro, you and Diego, I love you, bro. Love you, man.
Whose hot
But
dog
listen,
is this?
This is exactly what I'm talking about. This is why I think it's dangerous to accept certain things at face value and not be a critical thinker and just to take everything that's spoon-fed to you. And I'm not saying you, Diego, I'm just saying you in general. This is why I think it's dangerous, because the agenda is pieced together and it becomes one whole thing. They get you with the breadcrumbs to where they want you ultimately to lead. They get you to accept gravity and the definition that they feed you. So then what does that lead to? That leads to the global definition. When you start going down the rabbit hole of gravity, now you're believing these things pulling together. Now you believe in a globe. Now that you believe in a globe, what else does that mean? Everything means something else. Everything keeps leading you to the next thing. The belief in gravity is what's going to lead somebody to believe in a globe Earth, right? Well, I believe in this, but what's gravity? Oh, gravity is that thing that makes us believe that the Earth's a globe. Oh, now I get it. Now I know why they teach it that way. Because I do believe in this, but let's just call it a napkin falling down, you know? When we start thinking about it as a gravitational pull or whatever, because somebody, by the way, it's not like math. You know how math is like this type of universal. This is just somebody that some dude at some point put a name on. And you know, this happens with a lot of things in life. You know, there was a lot of phrases and meanings and terms that used to mean something, but now people came along and they decided to redefine them and decide what words mean other things now. So which is it? Should we redefine gravity and make sure that that means something else now? Or are we picking and choosing what we're relativistic about? Because what we got to remember is somebody at some point in time decided to just come along and name something, and then when you believe in that, you believe in this thing. And now it all fits. All the pieces of the puzzle come together. Or maybe I'm crazy. Or maybe I'm just blind. Here's the thing, bro. Here's what I'm okay with. I may get to heaven someday and God says, hey, bro, the earth was round, bro. What's wrong with you? Right? But I will never feel bad about being a critical thinker. My life experience, for the most part, when I see people believe in certain things, they say, because that person told me, because that's what I learned in school, because that's what that documentary said. Because, okay, bro, does everything you know just because some dude told you and just convince you of something? Did you buy the elevator pass in high school? Be a critical thinker. I will never apologize for being a critical thinker. Gravity is lame. I could take it or leave it. No, Bertolomeo, that's not at all what I'm saying. Isn't it hypocritical to say to doubt everything but not the Bible? I mean, I feel like you're only highlighting my point, bro. I told people in the last stream, there's no upside to blind faith. And whoever has told you, and this is common in cultural Christianity, whether it was a grandma, an aunt, your parents, or whatever, the scriptures, the word of God never leads anybody toward any kind of a blind faith. The Bible, the word of God, the prophets, everybody that did any kind of preaching or apostleship whatsoever, encourage study, encourage cross-referencing, encourage doing your homework, encourage testing the spirits, encourage chanclas on the ground and doing your due diligence. It encourages critical thinking. Bro, I don't just say I blindly believe. I did critical thinking. I've looked. I was raised a certain way within a certain branch of, I don't know what you want to call it, Protestantism, Christianity, whatever. And when I started being a critical thinker as I got older and I started looking into different branches of belief and different things that people of different faiths do and where these things spawned from historically and certain things we actually got from paganism and whatever. You got to be a critical thinker. When you have the word of God in your hands, which I refer to it as, you should be a critical thinker. Don't take my word for it. Read it, cross-reference it with other historical works, with other books of faith, see what conclusion you come to. So I would say I approach that even as a critical thinker. And that's why I believe in it because of the evidence. And I like to use that word evidence as opposed to proof. Because I think when you say proof, that's a very definitive, almost blind faith kind of a statement. I believe in it because of the evidence. So I think, yes, always be a critical thinker, even with the Bible. And all that we'll do is affirm what it says in there. I'm not afraid of telling people to read it critically because I feel like it'll only reinforce what you're doing. Jay Smith, UFC fight announcements in a few minutes from Dana. How do we know this? I feel like I've seen a lot of people throughout this stream. I feel like a lot of people throughout this stream have been talking about Dana White. Is it like a thing now? I feel like I always make myself like I don't know what's going on in the MMA community. Is it like a thing now that he gives updates every certain day of the week at a certain time? How's everyone expecting this? They're also boycotting the Olympics if they hold them in LA. Why? What's wrong with LA? Like, I mean, I know what's wrong with LA, but what's going on? Why is everyone opposed to going to LA? I mean, it could, Beto. I would lean toward thinking it looks more like that than a globe, bro. I'm trying to catch up. I'm sorry. Dang it. I think it's hopeless. Then I guess, bro. Okay. That makes sense, Jay. Shoot, you're right, bro. Who perpetuates the Bible if not man? Bro, I was having a conversation with someone about this a long time ago, and it led us both like onto this study. And gosh, I wish I remember what the resource was. But there was some kind of a talk or something that I found from some theologian or something, and it did something for me. Because, listen, I've said it before. If there was no God, right? If there was no God, then I wouldn't want to believe in one, because that would be foolish, right? And just on the opposite side of that coin, I've said this to you guys a bunch of times. It's come up before that there's a lot of atheists and agnostics who when they're presented with the question, hey, bro, if there was a God, would you believe in him? Would you serve him? They go, oh, heck no. And it's like, oh, so then it's not a matter of truth. It's a matter of the heart. You just don't want someone in that authoritative position. That's all it is. Okay, so even if there was one, even if it was proved by science, which you say you love and all this, you still wouldn't serve. Okay, well then it's a matter of the heart and pride and autonomy, right? On the other side of that, You know, if there was no God and it was all fake, I wouldn't want to believe in him. That'd be crazy, right? So one of the things when you say who perpetuates the Bible if not man, at his very core, man doesn't want what it says in the Word of God. That's why we need a Savior. That's why we need a Holy Spirit to transform our heart and our thoughts. Because at our core, we're fallen and we're wicked. And man would not have thought of a creation such as the Word of God, such as the Bible. Because what does the Bible do? Why do a lot of people who are atheists and agnostics reject it? Because it's rules. Don't do this. Make sure you do that. And then we're destroying these nations and these groups of people. And they're like, oh, it sounds terrible. I don't want to have anything to do with that. Well, you know what that exposes? Man, at his very core, struggles with what is found in the Word of God. Because that's not his default. It's not easy for man to be what it's called to be in the Word of God. That's why, again, I'm going in circles here. That's why you need that Savior. If man wrote the Bible and perpetuated the Bible, he would say, bro, you could get with any ladies you want. You could party like this and you could do all these kinds, man, just live it up, bro. Man would make it in a way that's like, hey, if we're going to write these things of how to live, let's make sure it's enjoyable. But instead, oh snap, I can't even think of a woman. I can't even look at that lady that I saw at Forever 21, or I've already committed the act of adultery within my heart. What the? That level of expectation, you think some men would have come together and made that up? I think they would have been a little bit easier on themselves. The Bible is not something that man would want to perpetuate, but man, seeking truth, has found it to be evidenced to, I worded that backwards, man has found enough evidence to affirm what is there, to think, bro, it's not easy, these are hard words, and that's why a lot of people walked away. These are hard words to swallow, but I happen to gather the evidence that there seems to be something here. It's not something that man by default would perpetuate. Dang, Jane. I saw a crazy video of Stanley Kubrick super drunk in his living room telling an interviewer that he was hired to make the OG moon landing videos. For real, bro. And then when he tried to expose them with Eyes Wide Shut, they killed him. Respect choosing your own path of faith, super transformative decision in becoming an adult. Thank you, bro. And I try to talk about that as often as I can, because a lot of people default to, oh, you're just going to believe how you were raised, and that's the only reason you even believe that. Chale, bro. Chale. It kind of hurts me because I don't want to be disrespectful to anybody that had a part in, that when I was growing up. I got much love for those people, but I found that a lot of the things that was around me was very pagan and very unbiblical and had no part in the worship of God. So it wasn't something that I blindly said, yeah, this is what I was a critical thinker and I wanted to follow truth. I'm somebody, whether it's MMA, faith, food, bottled water, bees and honey, I want to be a critical thinker and I want the truth and I want to follow the truth. And whatever I find to be the truth, that's what I'm going to follow. I didn't reverse engineer. Here's what I want to believe in. Let me follow the echo chambers and make sure that I could confirm that. No, I wanted to follow truth. Wait, I did shout you out, Jay. You know I'm behind, bro. I know I shouted you out, bro. Did you guys hear me? I think that's just how far behind I was. Thank you, bro. I remember asking my science teacher if the moon landing was fake because of Joe Rogan. Oh shoot. The GM and me, we lived by the same principles. It was only faith divided us. He gave me this, you know. That was the finest beating I ever took. What the heck? What? My face was pulped, my guts was pierced, my ribs was all mashed up, and when he came to finish me, I couldn't look him in the eye. He spared me. Wait, what? You deleted it? I was reading it, bro. What the heck? What is going on here? Yeah, that was something that was very hard for me to deal with, Diego, that I struggled with quite a bit. When people say God doesn't exist, I think they think of a God like an actual person. God's more like of a universal rules or energy that makes everything run coherently. I mean, I know this is where a lot of people differ on how they view God, and not everyone will have the exact same belief here. I struggled with that quite a bit, and the fact that, you know, if Christ was the physical manifestation of God, you know, that was for a reason. That's for a reason. That's because the Father God is not himself a physical manifestation of himself. That's what Christ was. So it's like, wait a minute, if he is a physical manifestation of this, then what does Father God look like? And then when you read of descriptions in the scriptures, it does seem more of like something that you can't. And the word is, I'm not trying to sound all intellectual or anything like that, but they call it anthropomorphize, where, you know, from our little pea brain understanding, we try to project the way we look at the world and the way we understand things onto something else. So we try to project that onto God. Oh, he must just be a dude like me. So people think of him and they just see him sitting in his chair and stuff like that. It's not that simple. So yeah, that's our own fault that we look at it like that. Well, Nathan, it was I mean, nothing denies that. Nothing denies that it was written by the hand of man. Clearly, the scriptures teach that it was inspired, but it was definitely written by the hand of man. And it's somebody, a lesser person would call it racist, maybe, call it ethnically insensitive, culturally insensitive. Of course, it was written the way it was and when it was written, because at the time, it was their culture. It didn't matter if you were talking about God. It didn't matter if you were talking about recipes. It didn't matter if you were talking about direction. Everything was transmitted orally. It was oral traditions. They would talk about it because of the nature of their culture. They didn't have MacBooks. They didn't have typewriters. So it's so culturally insensitive and ignorant and dishonest when people are like, well, this happened at this time and it was, well, yeah, bro, because that was like, you're diminishing their culture when you act like it's less than the fact that they shared information orally. That's how they got down, bro. I can't remember. I was researching something very recently, and they were, oh, dang it. No. I think it was Socrates. See, you know what's funny? A lot of people in mixed company will respect and appreciate and honor people like Socrates more than God, more than Christ. So, you know, maybe this will do something for you. I believe it was Socrates that said that reading and writing was going to be the worst thing for mankind. He said it was going to make them lazy because in their culture, they memorized everything. It wasn't a game of telephone. They didn't get down like that. They took it very serious. So there was checks and balances. So they would memorize everything. And he said, this is not good. This is not good for people when they start reading and writing, because they're going to get lazy and they're not going to use their memory to the full extent. They're going to rely on just reading something, and they're not going to have it up here. I mean, think of these days, the people that say they're the most Christian or whatever, they can't rattle off a bunch of scriptures off the top of the dome. Not the vast majority. They'll go like, hold on, and they're flipping through their scriptures. Back in the day, people could just recite it to you off the dome. So it's being dishonest when we act like it's less than, that something wasn't written down till later. That's not at all. That's like the farthest thing from the truth. David, David says, if I found a different truth than you, is it possible that I also used critical thinking and just came to a different conclusion? No harm, no foul, so to speak. I mean, here's where it could potentially, everybody views the world differently through their own lens, through their own filter. And it would be ignorant of me to assume that just because you came to a different conclusion, you didn't use critical thinking. Now, I know I'm using a dramatic example here that sounds even confrontational or insulting, but I don't mean it that way. It's just for the sake of a very blatant example. I believe that a teenager could utilize critical thinking and in his brain come to the conclusion that it's the best, coolest, hip thing for him to do fentanyl. You could use critical thinking and come to any conclusion. So when I use a term like critical thinking, it's not a fail-safe. It doesn't mean that when you use critical thinking, you are absolutely going, all that I could do is speak for myself. There's this dude that I listen to quite a bit called Cliff Connectedly, and I don't agree with 100% of every single thing he says. And I think that kind of a thing is important. I mean, even the people that I respect the most, whether they're a preacher, theologian, whatever, I don't think I've ever found a single guy. And that's okay. It's not like I'm some kind of weird contrarian, because even all those guys amongst each other have conflicting views on this or that or that. And I think that's important, and I think that's a good thing. Because if anybody viewed anybody else as perfect, they'd idolize them. And they'd put them on too much of a pedestal. Nobody's infallible, in my opinion.
Whose hot dog is this?
But what I'm saying is, so the reason I brought up Cliff, what he always tells people is, I can't prove God to you. I can't drop some bomb on you to make you go, oh, it is real. Oh my gosh. He says, all I can do is speak from my own experience and do anything I can to provide any kind of evidence that I have found in my journey. And me, just as you could do yourself, I'm not saying, I'm different than you because I'm doing this and you're not. I'm saying, me personally, seeking truth and not wanting to be a fool, not wanting to be an idiot, not wanting to be misled, not wanting to be brainwashed, have seeked truth, have seeked the birth, the life, the teachings, the death, the resurrection of Christ. I have seeked as much as I can on the validity of those things, and then beyond that, the affirmation of the things before those things, because there's hard things to follow, hard things to listen to. I believe in the Old Testament and the New Testament, and then you have Christ affirming those things, confirming those things. And so as I, on my journey, piece these things together, seeking truth, because as I was doing that, if I found something from my perspective to be off, to be wrong, to be incorrect, as I did with certain things, there's certain things throughout my research that I found that I used to do or observe or participate in my upbringing. When I found those things to be wrong, I weeded them out. So I did follow it in a consistent, truthful way, where if I found something that proved to be incorrect, even though I built a lot of my foundation on that, and I grew up doing that, I said, shoot, that's a man-made thing. That's a tradition. That's just some kind of habit or routine. That's not quite biblical. I need to shed that. I did it as truthfully and as honestly as I could. Again, not reverse engineering, not trying to find echo chambers, going forward. And anybody, I mean, people end up in different places when they utilize critical thinking. Again, I could only speak from my own life experience when I look at different religions, different types of faith, and, how they measure up to each other, and the type of works that they have to do, or I don't, there's so many different ways that you could try to describe what the other things offer. I mean, again, easily to answer your question, you could utilize critical thinking and end up as a Satanist, you know? I'm not saying that, you know, using a fail-safe phrase like that is going to make everybody believe the same thing. It's not that simple. I think it's a matter of the heart. I think it's a matter of, like I keep saying, I know I keep repeating myself, but it keeps boiling down to the person that says, even if there was a God, I wouldn't serve him. It's a matter of the heart. It's a matter of people thinking that they're just too gosh darn intellectual to believe in something greater than them. Somebody that could tell them, you know, what to do in the confines of their bedroom, or how to live their life, or just having an answer to somebody, period. That bothers people, and they will fight to the death over that power and autonomy. No, Bert. See, there's you're talking about David right here in this part that I see. There's something that's said a lot about the scriptures. They're descriptive, not prescriptive. You're going to read a lot of the things in the Word of God. You'll read about people having a bunch of wives and different ways that they treated different people. And that's a description. It's describing what happened. It's not prescribing. It's not telling you that this is okay. It's not telling you to do this. There was a lot of cultural things that they did at the time that were wicked. They did them because that's the same as we do today. I have this conversation with my kids a lot. They were born into a wicked culture that applauds wicked things. And if somebody wasn't there to tell them any better, they would think this is normal because that's what they were born into. Same with those cultures at the times. They were doing wicked things that were declared as wicked from the very beginning against God's design. So you'll hear and read about those things in the scriptures, but that doesn't mean that they were approved of. David Flores, I won't pretend to have more information. Here's what I won't do, for what it's worth. What I won't do is pretend to be a know-it-all. I'm very passionate about what I do speak of and what I do know, but I will not pretend to be a know-it-all. There are some things in the scriptures that people attempt to fill the blanks on, and I don't have any desire to do that. I don't have any desire to speak on things of which I do not know. It is made somewhat vague in the scriptures, and I believe rightly so. I believe, and you know what's funny? A lot of people say, well, if God's real, have him show up today and do A, B, and C. And I'm like, bro, that's what he did a couple thousand years ago, and they killed him. How funny. Are you different than the people back then that killed him? You must be, huh? You must be special. And I'm not saying this to you guys. I'm just saying this in general. People say stuff like that all the time. Well, if he would just show up today and do all this, that's what he did, bro. He did all of it. He did all that, and they killed him. He did all that, and they said, oh, no, not here. No, get that out of here. That doesn't fall in line with what we want to believe. Nah. So there's that. But when it talks about the description, not as the man's, as the physical manifestation, what I was going to say is, I think it's for a good reason that God isn't just the most tangible, accessible thing. Because, I mean, we saw, I guess I can't say firsthand, but people saw how that played out at the time. It didn't make a difference. If anything, instead of the masses worshiping him, they downplayed it. They looked down on him. They wanted to crucify him. They wanted to spit on him and beat him. So this might be a terrible metaphor. But what it reminds me of is, like, have you ever got a little bit too close to one of your bosses or managers? And then it was like, oh, snap, I think we became friends. And then it was hard to ever, like, show them the same kind of respect or have that same relationship with them. This might be a terrible example, but that helps me. I'm able to look at it that way. I feel like it's good to have that little bit of a disconnect. I don't know if disconnect's the right word, but a little bit of that. I think that vague nature is a little bit good. Something there to look forward to, something there to be desired, something there to aspire to. And I mean, Paul tells us that he went there and there were things that he couldn't even describe. That there was colors that didn't even have a name. That it was just like, so we get glimpses here and there of the undefinable nature of God. And then we get a lot of, and you got to remember, the Bible is not just one, like, cover to cover work that some dude sat down and wrote over a few months. It's a collection of writings, and some of them are historical, some of them are literature, some of them are poetry, some of them are prophetic. So sometimes you'll read about stuff that maybe is more of a metaphor. Maybe you'll have like what they refer to as an angel of the Lord act on behalf, a physical manifestation. I know. Again, I say this all the time. At a certain point, this starts to kind of sound like Harry Potter. I get it. We don't all have the same ears, same as UFC fighters. We don't all have them cauliflower ears, Not everybody hears and accepts everything the same way. Bartolomeo, we got to look at things like that in the most simplistic terms, though. Like, let's say in the topic of MMA, let's say that we're all such diehard MMA fans. We're able to make a GOAT list, right? Or something maybe that's not as subjective. Let's say we're all able to come together and talk about the best knockouts of 2025, right? It's no different when you think about the compilation of the books of the Bible. And I don't mean to leave the Holy Spirit out of the equation. I'm just leaving that out because I know that's not going to do as much good as I'd like it to with people who don't believe in the Holy Spirit. So what I'm saying is, when you're saying that the Bible is maybe discredited because it was people, just the fact that people decided what goes into the Bible is enough not to make it the real word of God. You have to consider, you're talking about groups of peoples that were so familiar with and so well read on, and who were there, who were chanclas on the ground with these different events that happened, with these different sights that they saw, these different things they experienced, different miracles they experienced. These were people who were there that watched the events. These were people who listened to the MMA talking heads. These are people that studied the rankings. These are people who watched the pay-per-views and the fight nights, and they watched the prelims. These are the people who did their homework. These were the people who were qualified enough and who had their thumb on the pulse of what was going on, and were able to cross-reference all of this and make sure that everything complemented each other and nothing was weeded out because it was, because you got to consider, it seems so far away from us now. And why were certain gospels left out? Why were certain writings left out? These people knew who these people were that wrote them. And they knew what their standing was in the community. They knew if there were wackadoodle dudes. They knew if people had agendas. They knew if somebody was trying to come along and sell their self-help book or whatever. These were the most equipped people at the time to be able to, again, just like us with the best knockouts of 2025, this was the best group of people to know what was the most relevant and applicable because they were there. It's so easy for us to look back thousands of years and criticize when we weren't there. Imagine if we knew definitively what were the best knockouts of 2025 and someone in 2070 is like, hey, they didn't know what they were talking about. Why did they get to choose? Because they were there. And they knew if some other Looney Tune came in and said, hey, I think this one's the best, I'd be like, bro, what are you talking about? That was BKFC. That was street beefs. Do you even watch the UFC? You're not down with the lore. You don't even know what's going on here. Do you even have Paramount Plus? We're just always looking back with a blurry lens. Grandmaster, I'm currently working security and thinking about trying sales. What made it so soul crushing that to you when you had to do it? JC, I would hate to keep you away from something that you may flourish in. I would tell you from my own personal experience, I'm a brutally honest person. I don't like lying to people. I can't. If you are in sales, and you're going to have to decide this for yourself, you're going to have managers that will tell you to lie. They will get mad at you if you don't lie. And if you even push back and say, do you want me to lie? They'll look at you, think you're stupid, lose all respect for you, and we'll talk about firing you in the next manager meeting. They demand dishonesty. I worked at 3 different car dealerships. I worked at one, and then I worked at another, and then I went to another one, and then I went back to the other one. I worked at 3 total. I moved around a little bit, but 3 total. They will demand that you are dishonest. That's how you make money. You're going to have to try to pitch a certain price or this or that, knowing that that's dishonest so you can make more money and so that your company can make more money. I couldn't live with that. I don't like to lie. I used to give people advice under the table. I used to tell my customers what to say so they could get better deals. Because I knew the approach of my managers. I knew what they would try to finagle. I used to tell my customers, hey, he's going to say this, say that. He's going to bring this up, ask that question. I would not lie. So if you don't like lying, it's not for you. Now, in sales, your managers, they have managers. And sales is no joke, bro. Your manager's manager, most likely, most of the time, is really, really coming down on your direct manager, putting the pressure on, turning the screws, threatening to fire him, and that trickles down. They're always stressed out. Most of them look like they're on some kind of uppers. They're crazy. They're intense. They're anxious. They put all of their frustrations on you because they have so much coming down. It is a very intense, high-pressure environment. If you don't sell that day, you feel like a loser. You felt like you failed. They're looking for new people to fill the floor with, to make you more aggressive because they feel like it's going to amp you up and make you inferior your job. The turnover's crazy. If you have a family, the lifestyle's crazy. They're going to want you to work from open to close. If you didn't make enough that day, are you going to make it up? Don't you care? Don't you care about your job? Don't you care about the team? It's crazy, bro. People hate you. People will hate you. Whether you're approaching them on a lot, approaching them in a grocery store because you got a little booth set up, going door to door, calling them, they will hate you. Most people, even if they want a vacuum and they know they need a vacuum and they've been talking to their spouse and all their friends, I need a vacuum. If you're a salesperson that sells a vacuum and you approach them, they'll say, get out of my face, you annoying person. And then the next week, they'll go of their own volition and buy a vacuum. That's just how it is. It's awful. Everybody hates you. It's terrible, bro. But if you're a person that loves lying to people, you have no issue with lying to people, you like to cut corners, you like to rip people off, give them higher interest rates, you like to go drinking and smoking with the managers, you play politics, hang out with them outside of work, talk trash in the sales office, you don't care if people don't like you, yell at you, hang up on you, you feed off of it, then maybe it's for you, bro. Yes, thank you, Angel and Jessica. I I have a problem, I guess. I have a problem with not talking about it enough, because what I try to focus on, and maybe to a fault, I'm not saying I'm right in doing this. What I try to focus on is knowing how people think. If they're an atheist or agnostic, what I try to focus on is knowing their perspective and responding to that. Because if I responded in too much of a, I don't know the right way to put it, too much of a preachy, faith-riddled manner, they wouldn't listen to me because it sounds too churchy, you know? But yes, faith. I just know the moment that I talk about that, people are going to tune out for the most part, people from that certain perspective. But yes, if we had everything absolutely spoon-fed to us, then nothing would make sense, and faith wouldn't even be a thing. But I know to them, they're like, oh, cool, because I don't care about faith anyway. So no skin off my nose. So I guess that's why I tend to stay away from that a little bit, but maybe I shouldn't. There is faith that comes into play. And David Flores, you said, it sounds like you agree that either of us could be wrong. Thank you. I don't know if you mean that. I don't know if you're meaning to say, cool, let's be diplomatic, or if that's sarcastic and passive-aggressive. I'm not sure. But yeah, bro. And some Christians in here might disagree with me and might not like that I say this. But even the people that I listen to that I respect the most, that are apologists, they even say, yeah, I could be wrong. Again, Cliff Connectedly, he says that all the time. He says, I could be wrong. But what he says is, I could be wrong, but from my own perspective, from my own path, all of the evidence, as a critical thinker, all of the evidence that I have ever encountered and come across in my search for objective truth, the evidence has led me here. And he's like, I've read the Quran, I've read the Vedas, I've studied Scientology, I've read this, I've read the histories of the early church fathers. This makes the most sense to me evidence-wise, based on the evidence. And that's why he's careful to not sound like a know-it-all and say, I have proof. It's evidence. It's not proof, it's evidence. So yeah, I personally would never be so conceited. I'd never be so delusional to be like, yes, 100%, David. But from my own personal journey and experience and searching and critical thinking, I feel like the evidence leads me to believe what I believe. And I understand that other people will have different lenses, and their critical thinking will lead them elsewhere. Now, I just hope that they don't make their decisions with hard hearts under the guise of critical thinking, because that's what some people do. They'll already have their mind made up about how they want to feel. They'll already have their mind made up about what they want to do and not do, and the fact that they don't want to have any being or creature or man or anything in authority over them. So they will use the excuse, they will use the term as a cop-out, and they'll say critical thinking when they know from the start all they ever did was dig their heels in even firmer. Yeah, when you read works like the Case for Christ, I have that book. If you read works like the Case for Christ, Case for Faith, Evidence That Demands a Verdict, there's a book. Oh, what's it called? There's a book. Bro. There's a book by David Limbaugh. It's called Jesus on Trial. And what he did, it's called Jesus on Trial. What he did was he took all the facts and the evidence of Christ. And he's like, look. Let's not act all churchy and preachy about this. Let's treat it like it's a court of law. And he did that because I think he was a lawyer. He was some kind of attorney. And he knew that there were so many people that were so evidence-based, so black and white, scientifically minded, type A, that are like, I'm only ever going to believe if I'm able to receive it this way. And he's like, cool, I got you, fam. And he presented all of the evidence for Christ as if it was in a court of law, as an attorney would. And it's insane, bro. It's called Jesus on Trial. Like, I don't understand how people could, like, again, if they're, because people could just talk papas on here and they've never actually sought truth objectively. They just, again, they know what they want, and now they're hurling phrases back at us or whatever to as a shield, as a cover. But I cannot wrap my beanie around the fact someone actually reading works like Case for Christ, Case for Faith, Evidence That Demands a Verdict, Jesus on Trial, and still be like, nah, it doesn't make sense to me. What? What? Then anything ever decided upon in a court of law would be overturned. I mean, it's so airtight. And there's nothing else like that. And I only know that because I didn't want to be delusional. Do you think I know people use this as an insult, and I hate even saying it, makes me feel gross. But let's imagine there was a spaghetti monster in the sky, right? Do you think I'd want to worship that? Do you think I want to look like a Looney Tune? Do you think I don't desire to seek truth and not look like a fool? I've done it. And I have not done it. Some people seek what they want to call truth in effort to avoid consequence for their sin. You know what's funny about what people seeking God do? Even in spite of being held to consequences by, proving or finding evidence that there is a God, they still do it, even in spite of that. But most people, they do everything in their power to disprove a God, because all that would do is, well, shoot, man, I can't live a certain way now. Thank you, Alan Singer. Thank you, man. Cuba Tricks. Bartolomeo, lots of confirmation bias in religions and politics. Bro, there's confirmation bias in everything. There's confirmation bias in religion, in politics, in sports, in food. There's confirmation bias in everything, bro. Marloca hitting up that coffee. It's a good movie. If I may say so myself, I think the book is even better, because it makes me sad that so many Christian movies are so darn corny, and it turns a lot of people away because they think Christianity as a whole is corny because of the low budget corny movies. But no disrespect, Jessica. Dang it, I'm so far behind. I know I'm going to skip a lot of good stuff. Shoot. Did you hear about the It's me! Did you hear about the dyslexic, agnostic, insomniac? Wait. Bro. But I'm not an agnostic. Did you hear about the dyslexic? Oh my gosh, bro.
Send him 2-3 years Dagestan and forget.
Did you hear about the dyslexic, insomniac, agnostic who stayed up all night contemplating the existence of a dog? Oh my gosh, bro. I will pray for that individual. I had already seen the end, but I couldn't get to it. Oh my gosh. Oh, I mean, there's plenty of, I'm so far behind in the conversation, but there's plenty of scientists that are, there's plenty of scientists. You know, Einstein believed in God, right? The dude that shoot, who was it? The dude that, oh gosh, what is it? Was it the dude that invented the telescope or something? The dude one of those dudes, he actually became a Christian because of his discoveries. Like, there are scientists that are critical thinkers seeking truth, and they become Christians. And you got plenty of, I mean, dude, that's like saying that some plumbers are Christians and some aren't. I mean, scientists doesn't change anything. They're scientists that in their findings and because of their findings, that led them to God. And then there's other scientists who are like, nah, I don't like God. And then there's scientists who already know they don't believe in God, and they use observable science, and they project that onto historical science and act like if they were there to try to disprove God. So it's all over the place, bro. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about, David Floor. They use observable, repeatable science, and they project that onto the creations and origins of the universe. Is the creations and the origins of the universe observable, repeatable science? No, they project that. I've said that before. If there weren't scientists and smart people, we wouldn't have technology like this. They must be smart, right? They're great, right? But they use this to project that onto things that they have no power on which to speak of. Because they get to come out and look like intellectuals because of this, people think they must know A, B, and C. And they use observable, repeatable science, and they project that onto other things that they don't have the power to speak on. Dang. Am I naive in thinking science and religion can coexist? Yeah, I've been saying that forever, Angel. Science only affirms God. I've never seen a bit of actual observable, repeatable science. I've never seen honest science. I've never seen science that denies or rejects God, ever. The creation cannot deny its creator. Well, unless you're man. That's the only, wow, we're disgusting, bro. We're disgusting. We're worse than a potato. We're worse than an apple tree. We're the only bit of creation that denies its creator. You won't see a giraffe doing that. You won't see an orange doing that. But man does it. Wow. There's some truth in the Bible, but remember, the victors control history. Well, I feel like that's I don't think that hurts and I'm not saying you're trying to. I think that's a good point because, I mean, bro, all the apostles were crucified. They were all martyred. I mean, like, all of the followers of Christ were killed. They were killed. They were burned. Did you know that Nero, he used to put Christians on like stakes and burn them, like if they were torches to light up his, like they were martyred left and right like crazy. These things were only found later because they were hidden in tunnels and this and stuff like that. I mean, I think a lot of people who are like very anti-Jew have sentiments like that, but I mean, even Jews for the most part don't believe in Christ, so I wouldn't look at them as one and the same as what I believe in. I think the general black and white statement for the current belief of the Jews is that they're in a state of apostasy because they deny Christ as the Messiah, unless you're a Messianic Jew. But again, David Flores, the Bible as it is now is a control construct by who? By the government? That can't be true. The government hates the Bible. The government wouldn't want people living like the Bible. The government, or whoever's at the top, they are blatantly going against the teachings of the Bible. So what control are we talking about? God? Is it the God that you don't believe in? Did you just say that you believe in God? Or are you saying that the government is using the Bible to control us, even though they're trying to implement everything that's totally anti-Bible? This doesn't play out here. I mean, I don't want to disrespect anybody, but I don't even think I own a King James Bible. I don't want no with no disrespect. No disrespect. Yeah, exactly. God should make the Bible 2 for this new era of time, Serio. More people should be writing the will of God in these times. That would be very dangerous, and I think that's exactly what the Bible speaks against. That would be too revelatory. You know, I grew up around a bunch of people that were constantly saying God told them this, God told them that, God showed them this, God revealed this to them. And my beliefs, again, I know that not all people within the Christian faith operate the same way. I believe that that's very subjective, and anybody could just, it's kind of like a wild, wild west at that point. And I believe that we have enough evidence to show that the Word of God is the complete authoritative work and that there's no need to add anything to that. Yeah, it's terrible, Kyle Matthews. It's soul sucking, bro. Yup. It always fascinated me, Raider, even like when you wrote in the sand. Like they wouldn't even tell us what that was, bro. God is true, men lie. I mean, how do you live with yourself and not know how wicked you are? Like I'm trapped by myself, right? And I know how much of a fallen creature I am. And how I'm just pulled to and fro by the agendas of the world and how much of a struggle that is. Like, it doesn't take much honesty and self-reflection to see how fallen and wicked we are and how our little pea-brain minds will lead us in the wrong direction. It's wild that people hold so firmly to their own fragility. It's crazy. Yeah, I know. I got to look into that right now, Bert. You're good, Sam Garnett, bro. We still got like 10 hours to go, bro. I got my ice chest. I got some snacks. I got a diaper on. We're going to keep this party moving. It sounds like as part of an autism assessment, they could have you do a shift as sales at a car dealer. The quicker you leave, the higher level autism. Yeah, bro. Bro, it was so hard to try to be like a vulture and creep up on people when they're in the law. I don't like to bother people, man. I don't like to bother people. I hated it. Love you, Slipknot. Love you, man. Love to see your name in here, bro. Yeah, June. We're not a bunch of drones. There's plenty of resources and evidence laid for us to utilize that free will. G-Ham, you have never made me feel passive aggressive or hostile. It's always love, brother. Heck yeah, dude. Heck yeah. I hope you feel the same way. I mean, wait, you did just say how you feel about me. I feel the same way, bro. And I love that. I was just saying this, yesterday or the day before? What kind of communities could have conversations like this and not hate each other? Not lock up on each other? This is crazy, man. This is unprecedented. Same here, bro. Nothing but love. Hey, even Peter and Paul had papas between each other, bro, and had disagreements, and we're trying to work it out. This stuff is good. My best friend, I mean, we're going at it toe to toe all the time because, and I know a lot of people. I remember one time I went to the diocese with him. He is a Catholic dude, and I remember one time I went to the diocese with him because he had to pick something up, and I was afraid of going in there because I didn't know if it was contagious, you know. But I went into the diocese and the lady was like, he's like, oh, this is my friend, and the lady was like, oh, are you? What did she say? She said, which is a weird thing to even ask, by the way. I don't know if she was trying to convert me or what. She said, oh, are you Catholic? And I said, no, I'm Christian. Bro, the look on her face. My friend was like, it was almost like she was like, hold me back, and he was like, oh no, he doesn't know, he didn't mean it like that. I was like, what'd I say? What I say? Why the heck did I start talking about that? Oh, I was gonna say, even me and that dude. I mean, it's healthy. When me and him, sometimes we'll talk on the phone for like 4 hours about Protestantism and Catholicism and I'll just leave it at that. And I've said it out loud, like I've said it to him a couple times, and I've just thought it to myself, man, even if we are disagreeing on certain points, right? How beautiful it is that these are the things that we're passionate about. These are the things we get to converse about. We could be talking about some kind of car. We could be talking about the Grammys. We could be talking about our latest drug of choice. We're talking about eternity. We're talking about our Creator. We're talking about the scriptures. This feels good. This is good, man. I like this. I love it, bro. It's all love, bro. No, David Flores, I just do that to be funny, bro. I have to, bro. I have to be Chandler Bing, bro. And two, by the way, David and Bert, a lot of the times, and I hope you never forget this, a lot of the time when something comes up, when you guys bring something up, and I start talking about it, I'm not necessarily talking to you or at you. I'm just talking. It's like a retort in general. So please forgive me if it sounds like a direct, I'm not trying to do that ever. Thanks for the advice, Grandmaster. I don't like lying to people, but I do like to help people. So I was thinking I could provide a product that would actually help people or make a more informed decision. If you like that, if you like doing stuff like that, oh boy. I know this sounds stupid, bro. And you're like, that's what you're trying to get me to do? I can't tell you how much I appreciate it when I go to a place like Best Buy. And I ask a question, and the dude is so articulate. He knows his product. He's taking the time. He's explaining. He's not acting like he's in a rush. He's giving me his time. Bro, that's huge. If you genuinely just like providing good customer service and helping provide a product to help them, this and that, you might want to find a place in which you'll be dealing with the public often like that, but it's not like a commission position where you're constantly getting pressed by your manager. You gotta make it. Why did you let him go? Oh man, I can't even tell you. When I'd hear that, I remember I told my manager one time, "What'd you want me to do? Tackle him?" I remember there was somebody in the car lot, and they just weren't interested. For what they weren't taking anything I was saying. They were not going to go home with the car that day, and they left. And I walked in, and the manager said, "What, you let him go? Why'd you let him go?" And I was like, I said that. I said, "Did you want me to tackle him? Was I supposed to grab onto? What do you mean? Why did I let him go?" That was the first dealership I worked at, and that's when it was still a foreign concept to me. I got used to it real quick after that. You do not let anybody walk off of that lot. It's disgusting, bro. The way that they talk about customers, it's disgusting. You don't let them walk off of that lot. You figure out any possible way you can to keep them there. Even if, oh, wait, I got an idea. Hold on. Actually, yeah, I'll be right back. And then you come back with your manager. You take a turn. You send the other more seasoned employee. It's gross, man. You know what you might like, bro? Actually, if you have that kind of temperament and personality and you were even thinking about sales, period, and you like to help people and provide a product that would actually help, you know what you should do? You should find one of those companies where they provide services like HVAC, electrical, plumbing. You're actually going to be there firsthand, helping them, giving them advice, telling them how to work with their product, telling them how to do things with their household, do's and don'ts, how to keep it in good shape. You actually are in the ability sometimes there to sell to upsell, if it seems like the honest thing to do. If they're working with like an old unit, an old toilet, whatever it is, actually I can see this and that is your house. You know, we could do this for now. That's going to be kind of a band-aid. If you want to prevent this from happening in the future, I could offer you this. I could show you some options. Don't have to do it. Totally no pressure at all. But I'd hate to see you next year. Oh, bro, I feel gross. It's coming back to me. You know, I don't want to try to push anything on you right now, but I hate to see you again in, you know, another 6 months because we did. So if you want to, I'll just show you this, you know. So something like those industries are something where you'll have all those elements where you could help people, show them products, offer different things to them. And it's kind of cool when you get to go to different houses. You get to go to different places. You're not just stuck in an office all the time. I think you might like something like that, bro. Oh boy. Oh no. Sorry, bro. Wait, are you joking, bro? Buckle up, Teddy said Jesus on Trial. Can't find it on YouTube. It's a book, bro. I think you're playing with me though. GM, there's none more blind than those who refuse to. Yeah, bro. Like, look. I'm trying to find the right place in here before I move. Shoot. Yeah, and I have a difficult time, to be honest with you, using the Bible to prove the Bible. And I've heard different preachers and teachers and theologians who say that, and I've heard other ones who say that's the only way to do it. What are you talking about? Don't disrespect the scriptures. I get it, but I always try to be aware of who I'm talking to and not to alienate them, and to try to meet them where they're at and speak a language that is going to be more receptive, you know? But yeah, I mean, the scriptures itself tells us that. And it's hard, man, when you start getting into things like what they call Calvinism and election. That's a tough one. Because then a lot of people get into the like, oh, wait a minute, some people are hopeless from the get. Anyway, it's not necessarily that. It's that God lives outside of space and time, and we live in it, and it's hard for us to wrap our beanies around the fact that everything has already been set in stone before we even live through it. It's hard for us to think about things that way. But yeah, unless I'm trying to find some articulate way around the word of God, there are ears to hear and eyes to see, or you know, not, because of a hardened heart. And you know, I know what it feels like as someone that doesn't like being sold. I know what it feels like if I want to vacuum, but you know, someone comes to my door, get out of here, I don't want to hear it, I don't want to be sold. There are some people who have hardened their heart and they've made the decision because of A, B, and C, because of this life experience that I had, because I prayed for this person and they died anyway, because I have friends that are like this, and if loving God makes me have a certain stance on that, then, you know, forget God. Whatever the thing might be, they're so firmly set in that they'll reverse engineer God out of their lives. I think those who you are referring to have some sort of hatred deep down inside, whether that be for God, church, or people from the church and or religion. 100%, bro. You know what? I was thinking about it a week or two ago, that this being such a bad month for me on YouTube, it might have been some kind, I don't want to say like a sign, but it might have been enough to push me to be like, you know what? I don't think this is cutting it anyway. I can't make a living doing this. What the heck is stopping me from starting my other channel? And one of the things that I want to go hard on from the start is the reasons that atheists and agnostics have for being that. And you'd be hard pressed to find any, at least notable, and I'm going to find as many as I can, you'd be hard-pressed to find any atheists or agnostics that aren't that way because of some kind of hurt in their life. I mean, who's the guy? Richard Dawkins. He has admitted that he became an atheist because his mom died when he prayed for her. If I've ever encountered an anecdote, wow. How many millions of people has someone like Richard Dawkins led astray because he got his feelings hurt when his mom died? Wow. There's a lot of people that serve God with their whole lives whose moms have died because they don't have a what have you done for me lately type of relationship with God. That's not how it works. You don't serve him because of what he's done for you. You serve him because of who he is. Richard Dawkins, the guy, became an atheist because he prayed for his mom and his mom died. Oh, there can't be a God then. Did you want your mom to be a zombie? Did you want your mom to be a vampire, Richard Dawkins? Did you want her to be 1,200 years old? Were you under the illusion that she was never going to die? She died, therefore I'm an atheist. Hey, Richard Dawkins, when you were even younger, and you didn't get your way with God, right? So he's not real. Hey, Richard Dawkins, when you were even younger, when your mom was still alive, when she said, no, you can't have that candy, was your mom not real too? Was she imaginary too because you didn't get your way? Or is God just not imaginary when you don't get your way? Do you apply that logic to everything? Or just pick and choose? Red and Link. They threw away all their faith because they went into Hollywood and they had a lot of friends that were living a very Hollywood type of lifestyle and said, oh, I can't with a good heart, have any kind of whatever against them because of whatever. So I'm going to choose them over God. That can't be right. I've met these people and they seem like good people. So I'm going to throw away all of my faith because of this. I don't want to be that guy. I don't want to feel judgmental. I don't want anybody to be upset with me. You know how many people have unsubscribed or left my chat because they're upset with the things I say? Do you think I care? I might miss some of them especially. But if it's between them and God, so sorry. You would be hard-pressed to find atheists and agnostics who don't. Ricky Gervais, he said he became an atheist because of a scene that he saw in The Exorcist and how silly he thought it was. Huh. These don't sound like critical thinkers. Most of the time, that's what it is, Beto. I have not, Diego. I have not. Let me screenshot that. Yeah, and Beto, I will say this. I say to my kids all the time. I tell people, it's almost like a weapon of the enemy or something like that, bro. Christian movies, at large, Christian movies are the most corny thing I've ever seen in my life. Christian music, for the most part, some of the corniest stuff I've ever heard in my whole life. And then what else do you get at the forefront of Christianity? People like Joel Osteen. People like, I can't even remember who, the guy that did the COVID song and flies airplanes, the Jets. These are the people who are the starting lineup. These are what people think Christianity is, and that's why it's a laughingstock. It's terrible. The devil believes in God. Oh, absolutely. He wouldn't be here if it wasn't for him. What's up, Moru? Christians and science used to be linked hand in hand, but it's changed later on. Of course. There's an old joke about a prize fighter who's in the ring and he's getting killed. He's getting his brains beat out and his mother's in the audience and she's watching him get beaten up in the ring. And there's a priest next to her and she says, Father, pray for him, pray for him. The priest says, I will pray for him. But if you could punch, it would help. There's your free will. Otherwise, people are asking. It's so weird, bro. It's so weird that people are like, I don't want a God telling me what to do and control me. But then also at the same time, make me a drone. And it's like they complain about free will. but they don't want to be a drone either. Like, you don't want a God that's forcing you to love him, but at the same time, they're like, well, I got too much free will. Doesn't make sense to me. I don't know, man. Am I a Mormon? No. I am a wonderful potato. Oh, jeez. Walter Vaith has good lectures. He was an atheist in the evolutionary biology field, and he explains how evolutionary science has gaps and is kind of BS. I'm gonna look into that, bro. Wow, that's interesting. Manuel Perez says Christ is king, and if you look for the truth, you find him. And I'm not a religious person. That's fascinating. How Melancholy says, how are they using it as control? They try to belittle Jesus and Christianity at every turn. Exactly, bro. I think it's a not a good argument to say that the Bible is a control mechanism, because it's absolute. Even in the Roman times, which I think somebody brought up, they were very, I mean, they might have had the facade of it, but they were never Christian. That was never a Christian nation. I mean, you'll have the Ku Klux Klan claiming Christianity. That means nothing. That's lip service. Yeah, I'm not I'm not saying like, I mean, the only thing that I could even try to say negative about the King James, the only thing I could even try is, I know that there's some fodder there. I know that there's some room there for anti-Christian people to bring up some of the political nature around that translation. I think it's important to have, well-rounded resources. And it shouldn't matter. Like, if you're firmly rooted in your faith and what the scripture teaches as a whole, it shouldn't matter if they use certain angles to attack it. But because certain political things in King James and his wives and this and that, it could get a little funky. But I get it. I'm not after anybody. I'm not like dissing on people who read King James or nothing like that. It's just I'm very much aware of how there's some targets there. Oh geez. Late night theological chat with the GM. I love God, religion, and MMA. This is my jam. Oh, Zach the Tripper. And by the way, ladies and gentlemen, we have been streaming for 6 hours and 31 minutes.
Flow goes deep like the ocean. It burns so hard, grab the
This
lotion.
is insane, bro. Is this the longest stream we've ever done that was not for a fight?
On this green tea potion.
Heck yeah, Robert. Heck yeah, bro. Darkness wants to have nothing to do with the light. I had a talk with potential jobbing. He asked me to get contacts and bring all my current customers over. Burning my current company. I couldn't believe it. I mean, I hate to say it, but I kind of don't. Yeah, I totally expect that, bro. That's 100% sales. 100%, bro. Man. Gotta say, I was always anti-God and religion, but approaching it from an analytical way, it's getting harder to deny. Lord, I lift your name on high. We should start worshiping right. Bro, that is so beautiful to hear. Guys, think about it. Think about this, please. Anybody that's like not on board with what's being said here tonight, please think about it like this. Look at Joe Rogan, bro. Do you know that Joe Rogan goes to church now? And please leave all your, oh, he's a this or he's not fun. I'm not talking, I know we meme on Joe Rogan. I understand how he's becoming the community and RIP Joe Rogan. I get it. But once upon a time, he was like the most respected man in this community, right? Think about how you used to think of him and how you remember him before your brain got all memeified and brain rotted, right? Remember him and how he talked and everything he stood for, the way he conducted himself, all his extracurricular activities and the drugs and this. Remember all of that, right? He's the last dude. He was the last. He was so aggressive and confrontational about making fun of Christians and how the Bible was so stupid and it was just a collection of all this nonsense that came from stories from before, blah, blah, blah. Just the most, like, he was the mouthpiece. He's like, it's stupid, it's make-believe, it's a fairy in the sky, but okay. And then life got real for him. And then he started getting all canceled and CNN and shut him down because of misinformation. He started seeing the holes and the flaws in the government and in the infrastructure that he once believed in. He was a part of the mob that is quick to turn its back on you and eat its own. Now, I'm not trying to put this guy on a pedestal and act like he's some kind of a saint. What I'm saying is, remember how much he wasn't. Remember how much of a anger-filled Christianity is stupid and idiotic kind of dude he was. But then he was forced, because everything completely turned its back on him and flipped his world upside down. He was forced to look at everything from an analytical way, from an analytical perspective, and talk to people from both sides, doing his research, doing his due diligence, having professors and philosophers and scientists and mathematicians and theologians, everybody from all aspects. Just like Melancholy is saying, gotta say, I was always anti-God and religion, but approaching it from an analytical way, just like it does with Jesus on trial, treating it like a courtroom of law. No emotions, no feelings, no anecdotes, no heartaches, no hypocrites in the church that made Christianity look bad, no influences of Joel Osteen and Lauren Daigle, just analytical. It's getting way harder to deny. That's what's important. Forget about the people from the church that hurt you, the people that you grew up with that went to church and you're like, that's a Christian? They look like hypocrites. Christianity must be fake. I forgot, Johnny Depp is another one. He said he doesn't believe in Christianity because he had, I think, an uncle that used to say he was a Christian, and he saw how he would live his life, and he said Jesus must be full of it because of his uncle. Great. Critical thinker. There's another one. That's why you ended up with Amber Heard, bro. I'm a pastor's kid. Growing up, I never had my own personal relationship with God, but eventually got to it. Christ is Lord. Bro, I've been around and have known. I've been around a lot of and have known some pastors' kids, bro. For a lot of the part, they have it the worst, man. I sympathize with you, bro, and I know that their parents give so much to the congregation and to other people that a lot of time there's something to be desired in the household, and a lot of kids actually end up resenting them and resenting the faith as a whole because they're like, bro, I don't even see it in my own home. You're a hypocrite. I've seen that too much. I'm not saying that was the case with you. And I was talking about it not that long ago, Mo, where I've had a little bit of a difficult journey with my faith because what I've seen in my own life is people that had like a really rough past and then they came to faith. They had such a 180 that they're now so appreciative and they've had this new outlook and it's like they were reborn, you know, literally. And I was basically raised in the faith. So I feel like I never had that moment. And sometimes it can feel, and I don't feel good about saying this, sometimes it could feel very complacent. It could feel very mundane. It could feel very through the motions because you're like, man, I've been doing. It's kind of like a kid whose dad's like an NBA player. It's like, bro, you know, I live in the stadium. It's not even a big deal. I live in the, what what the heck, not a stadium. I live in the gym, whatever, the gym. I don't know. It's like not even a big. Oh yeah, there's Michael Jordan. Oh hey, don't touch me, please don't touch my butt again. Like it's not even a big deal. They get used to it. So I sympathize with you, bro. In a world where we could use free will to focus on anything, I find it amusing that religions tend to try to force us to focus on our weaknesses and how we are so bad. I mean, here's the thing, bro. I feel like I could just as easily say I feel like people outside of faith. And again, I feel like you like to use the word religion and religion. Bro, I'm not trying to come at you aggressively, but this is the same I'm talking about Ricky Gervais, Johnny Depp, Richard Dawkins. It sounds like it's coming from a place of anger and frustration, because when we converse about this, I hear you use the word religion a lot. Religion, I hate religion. Religions, like you probably think of like religious people, religious folk that maybe were judgmental towards you, or I don't know, but you use that word a lot, bro. So it makes me think, where's that coming from? What are you tying that to that's just making you so... To me, that just sounds like someone that's like, the gays, them homosexuals, to me, it's like the other side. They're religious people. I don't like religion. You know, it's the same. It feels the same. I don't know. Maybe I'm projecting something, making something up, but you use that word a lot. And I've said it a bunch. I don't view myself as religious. I hate that word. It feels like a bad word. I have a strong faith in Christ as the Messiah. I fully believe in God. I refer to myself as a Christian, follower of Christ. But if someone, I would never tell someone I'm religious. Like in a world where, so here's the thing, bro. Here's the response to that, though. In a world where we could focus, where we could use our free will to focus on anything, I find it amusing that religions tend to force us to focus on our weaknesses and how we are so bad. On the other side of that, I feel like people of no faith, bro, look at some kind of Grammy event or the Golden Globes or something. Look at how people live their life. Bro, I went to a soccer game. I don't know how many days and days ago. And bro, the way they were trying to force all of their anti-faith sentiments down my throat. I mean, if we're going to pretend that the world doesn't do that. So I understand that being in the world and not being of faith, you feel like people of faith do that. Bro, I'm a person who has strong faith, and I constantly feel that the world is trying to indoctrinate me to be anti-faith, to feel like a bigot, to feel like a hate monger, to feel obscure and old school and old fashioned and on the wrong side of history, on their high horse, on their soapbox. I encounter that on a daily basis. It's not just people of faith that do that. People of faith are doing it in a way like that dude. Again, I always forget if it's Penn or Towler, but he, as an atheist, he has made the popular claim, I'd be offended if a Christian didn't try to save me. Why wouldn't they want to save me? That's messed up if they really believe in heaven and hell. So of course, someone of faith is going to tend to say, hey, let's focus on the bad. We need a savior. And on the other side of that, I got people from the world constantly trying to make me feel bad about what I believe in and say that I'm a square, I'm uptight, I should get drunk, I should do drugs, I should be with multiple women, and some dudes that are women, and some women that are dudes. And if I don't do that, I'm on the wrong side of history. Heck yeah, Mo. Ditto. Absolutely, David. Humans are capable of evil, but also capable of so much good and without religious intervention. Absolutely. Absolutely. We all know plenty of people who don't have faith in God, and they are capable of doing good things. I would never make the claim that without faith in God, you're incapable of doing something good. I mean, we got to get real intellectual about it if we're going to, but at that point, what is good? What's the basis for objective morality? Who's to say what's good at that point? I mean, we got to keep going. That's why Cliff Connectedly always talks about following something to its logical conclusion. Could someone who doesn't have faith in God do something good? Well, first, let's define what's good. What's good? Who declares what's good? Because Hitler thought he was doing something good. Hitler didn't think he was a bad guy. Is anybody under that illusion? Do you think that Hitler thought he was a bad guy? Think about that. For some people, you just had a revelation. What? Oh, how weird. Hitler actually thought he was the good guy. What? Some of you already knew that. Can people who don't have faith in God do something that's good? First, let's define what's good and who gets to say what's good. It all is always going to boil down to objective morality. Who gets to define this? Who created this? It came from somewhere. Is this real or is this clickbait? No way, bro. Is this spam? I think I'm getting hacked right now. It's real, bro. Temu influencer program. Monthly paid collaboration invitation. Hi, Mexican martial arts. It's all copy pasted in here. This is Temu from the Temu. Is your name Temu? This is Temu from the Temu marketing team. We've been following your content on, bro, I haven't even posted on TikTok in how long? And you'd be a perfect fit for the Temu influencer program. We offer seeding balance for free product samples and the opportunity to earn a monthly payment of up to $3,000 for a potential future collab. Sure, bro. It looks all spammy if I click on it. If you have any questions or concerns, please feel free. You're crazy, bro. Dang, doing time in the pinta, getting jumped, stone, all for our Lord Jesus Christ. Dang, bro. Dang. I've been getting into it. I'm leaning toward Christianity. I'm telling you, bro. Like, I think Melancholy put it the most matter-of-fact way. Just look at it analytically. Look at it Jesus on trial type. Evidence that demands a verdict type. Case for Christ type. All these presuppositions that people have about the scriptures were written so long after the resurrection and they were not the right guys and there were contradictions and he didn't even die, and all of those things that people bring up are definitively answered in these works, and people won't open the books. They don't care. They won't check. They'll write it off as some other, it's just a Christian affirmation. Well, yeah. Well, what are you feeding off of? Worldly affirmations. You're on your worldly echo chamber. So why won't you crack open Case for Christ? Why won't you crack open Evidence that Demands a Verdict? Why won't you crack open Jesus on Trial? Probably because you might find something that you don't want to see. Because what you're doing right now is on a daily basis, you're cracking open whatever's worldly. You're cracking open the news with its agenda. You're cracking open TikTok. You're cracking open Instagram. You're cracking open talks and debates by atheists. You're cracking open one-pagers by whatever agnostic side. Whatever it is, why don't you crack this open? It sounds familiar. I don't think so. I don't think I watch God Logic, but I could check it out. Oh, Tom Bow, Jesus on Trial is a book. I do not believe they've made that into a movie. That's a book that I have. Yeah, same here, bro. Same here. But I was the same as I am back then, bro. I would always be debating with kids in class about Christianity, bro. I want to, Beto. I really want to, and I've never... It's just scary, bro. It's scary because I don't have a job. So I don't know how I'm going to dedicate the time to do something like that. I might have to get a job. I hate it when I go to Best Buy and they don't know jack. No pun intended. Because, like a jack, Exactly. Keep caution. Phrases like God bless, God willing, thank God, God forbid, universal languages across nations. Why? I mean, it's just, bro. It's kind of like, the I don't know. I don't want to sound like an idiot. I don't know if this is the right. It's kind of like the earth declares his glory. There's certain things that are just pumped into our existence that are just unavoidable. I mean, it blows my mind when I talk to people that are atheists or whatever, anti-God, and they're like, God bless you. I'm like, what? It's just so weird, man. And on the other side of that, when people take the Lord's name in vain, it's like so beautifully inserted into our culture to disrespect and take the Lord's name in vain. It's crazy, man. Snap. Where was I? Shoot. Oh, man, I'm so glad. Hey, I don't know if we've ever had you here this late, Jessica. I'm so glad that we had you while we had you. I hope you have a fantastic sleep. Have you guys heard that song? Just because it wants to make love doesn't mean it loves you. I walked in at the end of the stream only to have the stream go on for a few more hours. Oh, Jane, I never told you we were trolling you. I told everybody I'm wearing a diaper. We're not even close to the end, bro. We're not even close. And I don't expect everybody to stay. I told you guys before, I'm going to be the first one in the gym and I'm going to be the last one to leave. I'm gonna bore everybody to sleep and I'm still going to be here. Shoot, where was I? Shoot. I think I'm going to have to skip quite a bit. This is annoying. Shoot, man. I don't like skipping chat. I know I said I wouldn't sleep till the stream is over, but I'm so sleep. Angel, hey. Parting is such sweet sorrow. But I believe that you were here for what was meant for you to be here, bro. Thank you, bro. Practicing on my punching bag and double M bag right now. Heck yeah, bro. Put that work in. Put that work in. GM, would you promise Marilena in exchange for the 6-hour stream? I just told her, hey, I'm trying to make it to March. And you're the one always complaining and telling me how concerned you are about my livelihood. So, I'm gonna get the streaming hours in. I'm gonna tell the algorithm that I'm alive and well and get that watch time in. I'm just gonna pump up the algorithm. So she knows what it was. She knows what it was when I put that ring on. Oh, shoot, man. I hate skipping on the... Shoot. I hate skipping on this. Is saying Jesus started Christianity a correct statement? To be very honest with you, I've never actively thought of that. And I don't know if anybody here would agree or disagree with me. That's also a Christian. But I would say yes. I mean, by its very name, it follows, the following of Christ. I don't think Christianity is in any way averse or against what was happening and what God was implementing before that name, before that term. It's not to say that, but yeah, the term Christianity, yeah, because of the following of Christ, because of being Christ-like. How dare you, David? Joe Rogan is hedging his bets. How dare you, bro? Heck yeah, bro. Heck yeah, dude. I just had a very generous individual bless me on PayPal. I appreciate that, man. Helping me get into March strong, bro. Let me see if it shows your username because I don't want to expose your real name, bro. Oh, there it is. I was waiting for the email to come through. I don't see anything in here that resembles a username. So I'm just going to say your first name. I want to say thank you very much to Gerardo. That's one of the more challenging names for me to say in Spanish. Thank you, bro. He just slapped down 10 big ones in the PayPal. $10 weenies for them Costco weenies. Thank you, Gerardo. Thank you, bro. Thank you for allowing me to keep doing what I'm doing. Sometimes, I got to put all my shame and pride aside. Sometimes, it's a Mexican martial arts telethon. This is my job. And the only way I'm able to talk these papas and bring you these breakdowns and stuff is, by your support sometimes. So thank you, bro. Bro, I think he would gain way more people's respect by not being Christian than by being Christian. You know how many people make fun of Christianity and don't respect Christians and think they're wackadoodle-doos? David, why are you doing this to me, David? I feel like at every turn, at every opportunity, from every angle, I just feel like you're so set on just being against. Like, bro, you have to know this. You have to know that there's more people whose respect he would gain by not being a Christian than by being Christian. Christians are the minority, bro, especially actual Christians. Because there's Christians that are just like this, and they're not actual Christians. They're not actual followers of Christ. You have to know that that's not the case, bro. What the heck? Oh, I'm so far behind. Man, some of you guys are funny. You guys remember when National Geographic said that, I believe in God, not in people claiming that they know what God wants. It's good to know that you believe in God, bro, for real. Not in people claiming that they know what God wants. Bert, I'll say this, dude. And I say this a lot because I have respect for, I know that there's people in here who are Christian. And where things could get funky sometimes is because I'm used to dealing with people who are not Christian. And that's somewhat simpler than dealing with other fellow Christians. Because when you deal with other fellow Christians, at the core, you basically believe the same things. But it gets you know what it's like? It's like, I don't want to put it that way. I personally think it's a little bit more difficult when you have disagreements with fellow Christians. Because now it's like, ooh, we're dealing with a lot of the same technique. We're a little bit more evenly matched. And there's a lot of, it's trickier to navigate. Whereas with someone who is of faith and someone who is not, it's just very black and white. It's very, anyway, I believe in God, not in people claiming that they know what God wants. So let me try to express something here. I believe that we can find out. I believe that we can find out what God wants through the birth, life, teachings, death, burial, and resurrection of Christ. I feel like we could find out what God wants by being more aware of the person and nature and teachings of Christ, which we can get through the scriptures. Now, if you say, how do you get there? I think what you have to do is go on a honest venture into the history around the Gospels. Try to dig into the Gospels as much as you can with dig into the Gospels as much as you can and even cross-referencing extra biblical works around the same time that spoke of Christ and his followers. And I'm not just talking about people who affirmed it. I'm talking about people who thought that Christ and his followers were crazy. But they still talked about what they were doing and affirmed what was being said in the scriptures as they were disagreeing with them and their teachings. So I'm trying to get somewhere. It might be a little bit clunky, but I think you can find out what God wants by studying Christ. And if you find that it's difficult to wrap your beanie around following Christ, well, what you got to do then is go on a truthful, objective, honest dive into, again, the history of the Gospels and all the extra biblical writings around the time to try to confirm and affirm as much as you possibly can. And even like I said it earlier, I think there's a lot of stuff from the Old Testament that's a lot more difficult to wrap your beanie around than the stuff in the New Testament. There's some interesting sounding things in the Old Testament, but what helps me is, again, Christ. Christ affirms and confirms the Old Testament writings and references them often. There's a lot of things in the Old Testament that would be very hard for me to be on board with if Christ himself didn't confirm and affirm them. So it's like you have to honestly approach it in a way where you're allowing the fullness of all of this to work in harmony. I could wrap my beanie around and get on board with and accept some of the very challenging things I read in the Old Testament because of Christ. And I can know what God wants because of Christ. Like, Christ accomplishes these things that God sent him to accomplish. And I believe that there's plenty of historical information and findings and evidence that Christ is who the Word of God says he is. There's never been any kind of archaeological finding whatsoever ever to disprove that. All they've ever done is build the path to confirming that, ever. And anytime anybody speaks against that, I feel like they haven't genuinely done their research. There's never been anything to speak against it. It only helps to confirm it. Always, always. I think I missed something earlier. Bro. Thanks, I really appreciate the advice. I just wanted to try something new. I'm tired of working asset protection for stores. Sometimes people come in there just trying to take, yeah, bro, because they're homeless and I feel bad. They don't even have enough to get. I know, bro. It's messed up. There's no easy answer for that. You could look at it. I used to be in a similar career. And there's the spirit of the law and there's the letter of the law. You've probably studied this. And that the letter of the law, sometimes that black and white nature, it doesn't account for humanity like this. You know, that's the spirit of the law. You want to like Robin Hood a little bit, you know, you want to help people out. It's tough. And you're probably in the position where you're not able to make that call. And it doesn't feel good. I respect that, man. You sound like a person that really does have people's best interests at heart. And I hope you hang around here. I hope we get to talk more and I get some good news in the future that you're at a place that you like. I hope you pursue some things that you know will make you feel good. I would probably find the Bible hard to read if I'm honest. Hey, Robert Gerard, I would encourage you to get your hands on a study Bible. A Bible that has, and I know some people are against this, but I think that it could be very crucial for breaking down challenging parts. You get something that's called a study Bible, and it'll break down verse by verse the meaning behind a lot of these things that are difficult to wrap your beanie around. Bert Alomio, I want you guys to know how fantastic this individual is. We have been having types of conversations all night long that a lot of people would find very, very difficult. And that they think that we're going to have some kind of a falling out and that we're not going to be homies anymore. That we're going to be like Martin Luther in the Catholic Church or something like that. But if anything, we've only gone closer. Bert Alomio just slapped down 5 Mexican martial arts memberships. And I think that speaks volumes. That is unbelievable. I appreciate that to such high levels, bro. Thank you so much. Cause I got all my homies with me. I really appreciate that, man. Robert Gerard, I mean, I think that says a lot about how you view God, which I think could be seen as a good thing. That you happen to look at God as a positive figure that wouldn't be so harsh. I think that's a good start. But I mean, think about it like somebody that you're in a relationship with, a very loving relationship with. And I don't know what your story is, bro. I don't whether it's a wife, a girlfriend, anything. Imagine that you are in this dynamic with somebody who loves you and cares for you greatly, and they've written you a series of love letters, and you've never read them, and you've taken it upon yourself to decide, I feel like they're more gracious than holding it against me. I feel like they're nice enough that they're not going to hold it against me. And therefore, I don't think I'm going to take the time. I feel like it might be a little bit of an undertaking. I think we could get past it. They'll forgive me. Now, I know that's a very blunt way to put it, but I got love for you, man. And I wouldn't want to disservice you by putting it any less blunt than that. I feel like if you've had these things made available to you, why wouldn't we? Why wouldn't we dive into that, you know? And I understand. I don't want to give you the wrong impression, and then you dig into Deuteronomy and you're like, what the heck, bro? Like, and become all disenfranchised and whatnot. There are certain things that it makes more sense to start with. A great place for a lot of people to start with is Psalms. In Psalms, you'll immediately dig into a lot of the things that we deal with today. Depression, doubt, fear, worry, sadness, agony. Where are you, God? I don't see you. I don't hear you. Why have you forsaken me? Why aren't my prayers being answered? There's so many relatable parts in there. The Psalms are a fantastic place to dig into. Another one of them is the Gospel of John. Another one that I hear from a lot of people is, that can't be right. That's kind of a difficult one to start with. I feel like I hear three: Psalms, John, and Romans. But that's some meat and potatoes right there. But I would say, to keep it very simple, Psalms, John. That's some easy reading right there. And once you kind of bite into that atmosphere, it's going to be easier for you to dig into other things that are more challenging, because now you got a foundation. Now you've already come across some of the people and dark places, some of the highs and lows. I had a foreign exchange student from Brazil. I said, wow, you're so close to God. She said, we are the same distance from God. You don't always need back and forth. Sometimes it's simplicity. Stuck with me. Yeah, that's beautiful, bro. I mean, I'm constantly hearing and reading about people in like rough places, like parts of Africa, who have the most fantastic faith in God. And it's because they don't have the just absolute breakdown and decimation of culture and morality that we do here. They don't have all the distractions that we have here. They live a more simple life that's just more like in those times that a lot of the fathers and prophets had, where it was just, I mean, sometimes I'll sit in my backyard just in the quiet, and I'll just look up at the sky, and I will almost feel guilty, and I'll pray, and I will apologize to God, and I will say things along the lines of, I wish I could do this for hours. I wish I could just sit in this silence and converse with you, spill my heart to you, pray, worship you. I wish I didn't allow as many distractions as I did into my life. I wish I wouldn't have welcomed as much debt as I have into my life, which I'm now currently spending so many hours upon hours trying to dig myself out from. If I didn't have any responsibilities, if I didn't have any this and that obligation, I would just sit here and I would just worship you. I would immerse myself in your word, and I would share that with the world. If I didn't have anything in the world that I had to do, any place I had to be, that's what I would do. Which makes me feel guilty that I'm not doing it right now. It's like I'm waiting on God to do something. You make the first move. But I believe it, bro. That's simplicity. Oh, heck yeah. Heck yeah, bro. I want to say a big thank you to Kyle. I want to say a big thank you to Kyle for dropping $5 weenies for them Costco weenies.
Whose hot dog is this?
And the perpetuation of the good news of the Mexican martial arts to all nations. Thank you very much, Kyle. Thank you. Remember, I'm working on some new merch. I hope it's good. It's always a little dicey. But I'm working on some new merch in March to commemorate the 10-year anniversary of the Mexican martial arts. And I'm not going to do like the White House. I'm not going to say it's in March and then we end up celebrating it in a whole other time. It's going to be in March. It's not going to be on Flag Day. Thank you very much, Kyle, for helping me get to March, bro. Bertolomeo, I'm just responding to that, bro. That just sounds like something that somebody made up, bro. Honestly, God is to love and to forgive and to help, serio, regardless of books and stories and what you believe. That sounds like such a dismissive statement, bro. Honestly, bro. Because anybody, you know how you're saying God is to love and to forgive and to help? People could say God is for pornography and God is for gluttony and God is for love is love and God is for having 18 wives and a couple boyfriends. God is to live your best life. Like that just sounds very like wishy-washy, you know? We can't, I hope I don't do that. I hope I'm not guilty of that. Just saying willy-nilly statements. Like I try to say everything I say. If I'm talking about God, I'm trying to base it off of some kind of a scripture, not just like some Hallmark type of, you know? It's the, and I hesitate to use the word stories, but stories doesn't necessarily mean something didn't happen. But it's those stories, it's those things that happen that tell us of God's nature. And that's how people end up with these kinds of sayings. God is to love. God is to forgive. God is to help. Which, all of those things can be true. But when you try to separate that from why we believe that, that's impossible. There's a book. Oh my gosh. This is oh, shoot. What was it called? This isn't the right book, though. Oh, it is. There's a book called Stealing from God: Why Atheists Need God to Make Their Case. And I think it's unbelievable, bro. And you reminded me of that right now. There's an excerpt, or not an excerpt, it's like a description of it. Shoot. What if the core arguments for atheism revealed that God actually exists? With a rising dependence on science and rational thought in today's culture, religion is often dismissed as outdated or illogical, and atheism is gaining a wider audience. But award-winning author Dr. Frank Turek provides a strong case for how atheists steal logic, reasoning, evidence, and science from God in order to support their claims. A result of careful study, stealing from God exposes the intellectual crimes atheists are committing by taking a closer look at it. Causality. How did the universe originate? Reason. What does atheism mean for... Wait, this is getting... No matter your stance on religion or atheism, this book will prove a thought-provoking and compelling read. I don't like this part. There was a part that I was looking for in particular. Dang it, why did it go away from what I clicked on? What if the core, where was that? This is so annoying. That's not what I clicked on. Well, anyway, there's a book called Stealing from God: Why Atheists Need God to Make Their Case. And what happens is kind of like what you're saying right here. And I think you said you believe in God earlier. So I'm not trying to say you don't believe in God or whatever. But here's what happens. People will say things like God is to love and forgive, and so they'll use all these things that are scriptural, but they'll deny the scriptures in the same breath. And it's like, no, you can't do that. No. That's being hypocritical. You can't steal from the scriptures and use the essence of the scriptures to make a claim, but then dismiss the scriptures at the same time. That doesn't work. That's dishonest. You also read the Bible as a tool or as something to connect with God. Yes, absolutely. Because again, I would be what you call a cessationist, where I don't believe I'm going to sit there and have a full-fledged conversation with God, where I'm going to talk to him and he's going to talk to me. I don't believe that that's the time that we're living in right now. The way that I could expect God to interact with me is through his word, his love letter. That's how I could learn about his character, his nature, all the things that I need to know so that I live my life accordingly. I know, bro. I'm too focused, David, on what's important, on what actually matters, bro. All I'm seeing is stuff that says God in it or something. The church controls every politician. It has to say they believe in God or else they suffer big time. You have to give that. I mean, when you say the church, I have to think like, what do you even mean by the church? Because, and maybe I'm overthinking it. Maybe you're just talking about Christianity or whatever in general. If I was just gonna answer that in the most plain way possible, I would say just by their very nature and how they conduct themselves and how everybody looks at politicians. Like, people look at politicians like car salesmen, you know? I feel like politicians are already doing enough to affirm the world. And when I say the world, I absolutely say that with a negative connotation. I believe that politicians are already doing everything in their power, and a lot of it by default. They don't even have to try very hard to suit the needs and affirm and perpetuate what the world wants. They already have them by default. They're already enabling all of their activities and everything that they want to do. And then in that same breath, they'll say, look, I'll tell you something that might make some people mad at me, okay? I don't care about politics. And I know this will bother some people. I don't care about politics, and I didn't vote. I don't care. It doesn't matter to me. It doesn't matter to me. I'm not impressed. I'm not influenced. I'm not bothered by who leads the nation. I know who leads the universe. I just don't care. It's all temporal. I don't care. Vanity of vanities. The waves of the sea come in and out. The sun goes up, it comes down. I don't care. I know who's ultimately in charge. This is all cute and silly to me. And I feel like I feel like I don't want any one of you to think, I don't want anyone in here to think I'm saying something that I'm not saying. I'm not getting political, and I'm not saying I'm for one side or the other. I'm really not. But I feel like before he was ever president, everybody kind of already had an idea of who Donald Trump was, right? And how he was with women and business and money and power and greed. Everyone already kind of knew how he was, right? And then he said, I'm a Christian. And me being what I would like to believe is a genuine follower of Christ. It feels kind of weird saying that, like I'm trying to pat myself on the beanie or something like that. But when I heard that, I wasn't impressed because I felt like it was for show. I felt like it had an agenda behind it. And I'm not saying that to say, he's orange, I'm on the left. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying, if anything, that was maybe insulting to me to hear. It didn't feel authentic. So I can't, and I don't mean to, I know it just seems like anything you say, I'm just going to retort it and try to shut it down, which, to be fair, we're both doing that to each other, I suppose. But I just believe politicians, by their very nature, are already giving the world exactly what they want. So they're going to get the world's votes. And then they're going to try to pick up the rest with some cultural Christianity sprinkled in, and they'll get all the votes of the cultural Christians. And it's just a tactic. To say that the church controls that, that's wild to me. Because they're constantly, just like was said earlier, and I don't know if it was by you or Bert, that it's used for control. And I'm like, what? All the government does is go against the Bible. All the government does is implement anti-Bible sentiments. What? So then now the same thing, it's like, how would the church control it if everything is so anti-Bible? Most people don't know the way of the Lord. I agree. Most people that say they're Christian don't know what anything in their Bible says. Wow, I went way back. I'm like back before Angel and Jessica even went to sleep. I went back by accident. Jane, I can understand that. I'm content in my world that does not have a God within it, but it sure seems fascinating hearing about it here. Jane, I'm not trying to put you on the spot and make a whole I'm happy that you're at least you're being positive about it. Fascinating hearing about it, not being confrontational. I mean, it could be much worse, but I would regret it if I didn't say, because I care. I could absolutely wrap my beanie around someone saying they're content living in a world that does not have a God within it. I can understand that because, I don't mean this to sound too forward or negative or insulting, but I think by its very nature, if someone lives in a world that does not have a God in it, by default, they are their own God. That's pretty sweet, right? Of course that seems comfortable. How can you beat that? I'm my own God? Sweet! I could stay up all night and eat cookies, metaphorical. I could do whatever I want. I have no consequences. I don't have to answer to anybody. There's no morality that I have to adhere to. Huh? That's sweet, right? But again, if I happen to be on some kind of a journey where I'm trying to find something out and I'm seeking evidence and truth, and you might not agree with me, but I'm just saying, if I was doing that and I happened to discover, oh shoot, by the way, I don't know if there's anybody in here that is not aware, even people that absolutely hate Jesus and everything he stands for, and people that say they don't believe in God, you're going to find it very hard to come across anybody these days, any scientists, any professors. It's almost impossible these days to find anybody that says that Christ didn't exist. I know years ago people would say that Jesus wasn't even real, but I don't, you're going to find it challenging to find anybody that makes that claim these days, because we just keep going in that direction. The evidence just keeps popping up. We're not going the other way. We're going toward the evidence. And what I'm trying to get to, Jane, is I understand that. Who the heck? It's like Home Alone, you know? But where it does get tricky is if you end up on this journey for truth and trying to figure it out. By the way, the guy that wrote The Case for Christ, he was an atheist. And he was a womanizer. He was cheating on his wife. He was, I think he said he was an alcoholic. And his wife became a Christian. And he hated it. And he wanted to leave her. And the only reason he became a Christian is because he was on a journey. He actively, intentionally went on a journey to dig into Christianity to show her, look at the flaws. Look at the holes. It's not real. And he said, oh, snap. Just like melancholy, oh, snap, it's real. He went on a journey to disprove her because he couldn't stand her being a Christian. And what he ended up with was the case for Christ. So if you go down that journey and you find out, seems like Christ was real. And even people in extra biblical writings outside of the Bible who were not followers of Christ, they even say and confirm the things that the scriptures say about all these things he was doing, working miracles and whatnot. And of course, they spun it and they were trying to say that he must have been demon possessed or something like that. Of course, just like people don't believe in a creator, but they'll believe in something like panspermia. If there was ever a perfect example for people who are just running from God and God's authority and an ultimate creator, I mean, you can't get anything more perfect than that. They think that sounds foolish, but they'll believe in panspermia. So Jane, I'm taking forever to get to it. What I'm trying to get to is if somebody was on that journey and they came to learn about Christ and the evidence showed that Christ really was that dude that was doing these things, and it's the fact that he did those things and was that guy that we should listen to what he says. That's what I keep referencing him, Cliff Connectedly. That's what he says. He says he'll tell people joking around, hey, if you're born and you live your life like Christ and you get crucified and you raise from the dead three days later, I'm probably going to pay very close attention to what you say too, because there's something different here. There's something going on here. So what I would say to that, Jane, is it's all fine and dandy here, like Home Alone. But if you go on that journey and find out that Christ is who he claimed to be, and what were those claims that he made? He made claims about eternity. You can't take that out. There's a saying that people say, I think it was C.S. Lewis who coined this. He says, because this is what it says in the Quran. They try to, both sides are played, you know. Oh, Jesus was a cool dude. He was a cool dude, you know. He wasn't who he says he was. Don't listen to that. But he was a cool dude. But he wasn't crucified and he wasn't raised from the dead. And that wasn't him. They replaced him. But yeah, he was a cool. And so what people say to when they debate with people that are like Muslim, they'll say, hey, Jesus was either there's three things Jesus could have been. There's no way around it. He was either a psychopath Looney Tune, he was a liar, or he was who he said he was. There's no fourth option. He was either crazy beans, a filthy liar, or he was exactly who he said he was. So you can't say, no other sect of religion could say, he was a cool dude, but he wasn't who he said he was. He wasn't the Messiah. Oh, no. Then he wasn't a cool dude. He wasn't a good dude. Then he's a liar. Or he was crazy off his rocker. You can't play both sides. So, Jane, to end my hour-long response about this, it's all cool right now on this earth, but if we find out that Jesus was who he said he was, and some of his claims, a lot of his claims were about eternity and about heaven and hell, there's more to the story then. There's eternity to concern ourselves with, which would be terribly unfortunate if we can't do any live streams in eternity. You know how much of a bummer it is when we go live, even now on this earth, and we don't see Jane? You know how much of a bummer that is? You think I want that for eternity? What do you think about fighters who want to thank God in post-fight? Like if God wanted the other dude to get knocked out, too funny. I hate it. I don't like when they do that. I think it's weird. I think they should be very careful about how they word that. I don't think there's any problem whatsoever with saying, hey, you know, all the world is always saying this. I want to say, I acknowledge you, Christ. You're my Savior. No matter what happens. When they go and say, God gave me the strength to do this, and God, it's weird because sometimes you got both dudes saying that God's going to help them knock the other one out. You can't just like fit God into your narrative like that, bro. That's weird. That gets tricky. Dang, I don't even know how far behind I am right now. I'm still reading where people are talking about Temu, bro. Shoot, man. That's not true, bro. Bertolomeo, I have to acknowledge that, bro. I mean, Christianity and Catholicism wouldn't be so global if it wasn't forced. Bro, there's people, the way that Christianity is rising right now in China is at higher rates than it is in the United States and in Spain or Latin America. That's what Catholicism has the biggest hold on right now, probably, right? Latin America, Brazil, and then we're talking about the United States, Protestantism. Christianity in China is currently growing at rapid rates than any of these other places I just mentioned. It has nothing to do with that. A lot of people use that angle. And like Melancholy was saying a little bit ago, there's faith seen that is much stronger in places like Africa than in the United States. It has nothing to do with that. People in China are being executed. They're being martyred because of their faith in Christ. It's not a cultural movement over there. It's not like it's being perpetuated and they're being encouraged to do it. People in China are being martyred for being Christian, and they're still doing it, and they're doing it at higher rates than people in the United States. North America, South America, and they're being martyred. It's not being forced on them. They're being killed for it. Same thing in Africa. There's groups constantly in Africa. We've had missionaries in Africa. There's groups over there constantly being killed. Thoughts on Tabasco? I can't even remember what it tasted like, bro. Honestly, I haven't had it in I don't know how many years. I mean, I don't really understand that logic, to be honest, Raider. The Romans did nothing whatsoever that mirrored what Christianity is. And I think that's a misconception. They made it legal, but it was never something that was perpetuated in a Christ-like manner. Again, that's like saying that the Ku Klux Klan are Christians. No, they're not. They adulterated and contaminated scriptures to try to reverse engineer their agendas, but they weren't Christians. Heck yeah, Kim North. We were waiting for you, bro. You're snoring, bro. Absolutely, Tom Bao. Absolutely. I mean, I did this for a few years, and somebody mentioned it the other day, and I thought it was funny. I did this for a few years, and I kind of danced around it because I thought, I don't want to be preachy. I'm not going to force anything down anyone's throats. I'm just going to happen to be a creator who just happens to be Christian, and it doesn't need to be a focal point, blah, 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 blah. But it got too hard to do that. I would sprinkle little things here in my videos about scriptures and stuff, and people started asking questions, and there's no way I'm going to deny it. It's the biggest part of who I am. There's nothing that I'm more passionate about than my faith. It's right above Chinese food. I want to say thank you to, I'll just say Ellie. I think it's Ellie. Eli? Ellie. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Ellie says, Ellie slapped down $16.99. $16.99 in the PayPal. Thank you for
Whose
doing
hot
it.
dog is this?
You know how that PayPal hits. If you're gonna preach another channel, like start another channel, you're a G at the MMA breakdowns, but I'm so busy to watch them all at your production rate at the moment. Ooh, look at that. Look at that, bro. How the turntables, bro. I used to be known for being like a sloth with my uploads, right? I used to be known for being the most unproductive member of the MMA community. And now Ellie's saying that I'm producing at such a rate that he can't even keep up, bro. I'm too prophylactic, bro. How the turntables, bro. Whoever thought that they would see the day that I was too consistent? Don't stop your higher power. Do not listen to non-believers. Love you, man. Thank you, Ellie. Thank you, Ellie. How funny, man. How funny, man. If I would have never done this, if I would have never pursued the Mexican martial arts, like that was the thing. The Mexican martial arts was the thing to get me to start my apologetics channel. What a funny life, bro. What a funny journey. Thank you, Ellie. Thank you very much. Heck yeah, bro. Religions are mainly made to make you behave a certain way. That's why they make you do things. Absolutely. That's why I'm not religious. That's what religions do. That's why I was talking about, that's why I've talked about on multiple streams. There's the path of works, which is religion. What can I do? What can I do to earn my way past the gates? And then there's the path of just putting your faith in your Savior, which I don't call a religion. But yes, religions are mainly made to make you behave certain ways. Yep, I agree. I'm a Christian, and my name is Christian. Double Christian. 10 burpees every 10 minutes to stay awake, starting at 10. Wait a minute, starting at 10? It's 10:39 where I'm at. Am I 40 minutes behind in the chat? What? That is crazy to read, bro. I think GM is a little too passionate about what he believes. That's crazy to say, bro. A little too passionate. You care too much about eternity and you know, God. What? That's crazy to read, bro. Bro, David, this is kind of, it's a little belittling and insulting, bro. That's what I've been saying I do. Like, bro, I'm not trying to be insulting, but this is what we're talking about, like ears to hear and eyes to see. It's like it's like falling on deaf ears. I was literally telling you that I take great pride in being a critical thinker and checks and balances and looking into everything. I've been telling you how I study. That's why I keep saying extra biblical. Do you think that means more Bible? When I say extra biblical, that means writings outside of the Bible and history. That's literally what I do, bro. This is insulting to read. That's literally what I do. And to see that you're saying this so deep into the conversation, I think Jim is a little too passionate in what he believes. Let's be honest, if we all change whatever our beliefs are, our whole world would change. Huh? If we all change whatever our beliefs are, our whole world would change. Yes, that sounds about right. What's wrong with that? My family are Catholics and they be ripping me for trying to be a Christian. Yeah. They're like, come home, right? Do they say that? Do they say come home? Yeah, I get it, bro. There's something very there's like a home court vibe there, you know? There's something very like, yeah, you know, they treat you like the stepchild sometimes, you know. I get it, bro. Yeah, it's tough, man. I'm like, how about you ditch all your man-made traditions, bro? How about you interpret the scriptures? How about you exegete instead of eisegete, bro? How about you stop acting like a dude is Jesus? I doubt she read it, period. That doesn't matter, period. Doesn't change anything, period. Bass, dang, bro, I didn't know you were this bass. I knew you were funny. Hey, I appreciate that, Christian. Some people have the opposite feeling when I talk about this stuff, so I appreciate it, bro. I didn't know you were this bass, bro. I did enjoy The Chosen very much. There was some weird things in it. I feel kind of funny sometimes when they expound on certain things that there was no way to know. There's some things that are in there that aren't quite in the Bible. They take their liberties with certain things, and it could get a little bit weird. But I enjoyed what I've seen so far. I have to be honest.
We are family.
Cause I got ARJR with me. Thank you, bro. So deep into the stream. Thank you, bro. We've been streaming. For those of you that don't know any better, we've been streaming for 7 hours and 40 minutes, bro. I didn't even oh my gosh, I almost turned off my computer, bro. I was gonna feel my computer to see if it was hot, and I had my finger on the button to power it down, and I pushed it like halfway, and then I realized what it was, and I took my finger off. Oh, dude. Hey, look at the self-inflicted, bro. GCC01JB, thank you very much.
I got all my homies with
Thank you very much for the contribution. Thank you for the self-inflicted membership. Thank you for being a part of the community. If you go to my membership tab, you'll see a link so you can get into the Discord. You'll see a bunch of behind-the-scenes content. It's all for you. Ooh, Raider. Oh, that's dangerous, bro. Raider, I don't know. Like, for all I know, and I'm not trying to get personal or anything like that. For all I know, you are like in some kind of religion that I don't even know about. You might be like on some dark web kind of stuff. I don't know. He says Christ talked about the Old Testament because he grew up with it. In the end, he went against his own church. I believe he was on his own path. So this sounds like you're getting into some kind of like, he was like Rastafari. I don't know. But, I mean, the old is revealed in the new, bro. They mirror and complement each other. You can't read the Old Testament and New Testament without seeing the correlations. It's beautiful, bro. And the things that are fulfilled, I mean, they're basically one and the same from that perspective. Not only did he affirm it, I mean, he literally fulfilled it and taught it. And where it seemed like maybe it was contradicting, a lot of the time, I mean, of course there's parables and whatnot, but a lot of the time if you're looking with eyes to actually study this stuff, because there's so many things you could read on a surface level and, you know, take it at, I mean, just like people always say, judge not, yes, ye be judged. That's terrible, bro. That's fit within a certain context. Of course, I actually taught on this. I preached on this topic one time at my church. I think it's within the same chapter. I don't remember how many verses afterward it is, where it says, judge not, lest ye be loved. Judge not, lest ye be loved. Judge not, lest ye be judged. It's literally a few verses later, it talks about judging and testing different things and being aware of what's what. And I was telling people how they proof text. People proof text, and they don't know what the scriptures say. And how in the very same, like just right there around the corner, it's talking about how it's okay to judge. And the people are like, huh? And it's like, it's teaching you about parameters, and that you're going to live by these things by which you conduct yourself. And it was, written to those people at the time that were living in certain ways and acting in certain ways, who were mistreating people around them. And it's just telling you what standards you're going to experience if you're, what was it called? Don't dish it out if you can't handle it, kind of a thing. Can people be Christian adjacent? I don't do bad stuff, but lack the God part. I mean, Jane, I can't say something, that I don't believe, or I wouldn't sugarcoat something to somebody that I actually care about, I mean, you could be Christian adjacent by certain people's metrics and standards, absolutely. By the world's view, by a world, because we were talking about that earlier, how people that aren't Christians could do good things. That's when we got into the stealing from God conversation, that book. You could definitely have that appearance. People could say Jane is the best person ever, does the best things, always helpful, always considerate. I've never met somebody nicer. But it's not, and I'll speak personally, it's not about that. I cannot nice myself into heaven. I cannot good person myself into heaven. I cannot good deed myself into heaven. Because now we're talking about religion again. Now we're talking about works. I can't work my way into heaven. I gain access into heaven by acknowledging what I am and acknowledging what Christ is. And people just can't get past that. What do you mean what I am? Pfft, I'm pretty good. Pfft, what do you mean what I am? You know how much I donated to this and that? You know how much I helped at that thing? Pfft. And God, what has God done for me lately? I've been living a good life. Me and the person that I'm with are happy, and we do this and that and the other. We're pretty good. So what the heck can God add to that? What are you talking about? I have a pretty good life. That's what people can't get past. Because I know the moment I said that, some people cringed. That it's not about being a good person. You can't good yourself into heaven. You can't nice yourself into heaven. You get there by acknowledging what you are and what Christ is. And that's when people are like, I know what I am. What are you trying to say? That's where it gets messed up, the ego and the pride. It's not about being a nice person and being content and doing good things and people think that you're good. I mean, when I say it out loud, sometimes I hear it. That sounds ridiculous. What do you mean? What do you mean I need a savior? I'm cool, bro. What are you talking about? I feel like if we're honest with our innermost thoughts and the actions that we could have if we didn't strive to do better. And again, it all boils down to morality. Because when I start having that conversation about I'm good, I'm being good, the moment you start having that conversation, can I be Christian adjacent? I'm doing good. I'm being a good person. What is good? Who defines what is good? Genghis Khan thought what he was doing was good. Mussolini thought what he was doing was good. What's good? There has to be something at the end of the rainbow. There has to be something at the end of the rabbit hole. Where did objective morality come from? Who defines what's good? It's without critical thinking that we deny Christ. When you start having the conversation, I feel like I could be adjacent. I'm a good person. Who says what's good? Whoa, shoot. I never thought about that. Well, then think about it. And if you start chasing what is good and where did good come from, you'll start having the conversation about objective morality. Well, where did that come from? Did that come from primordial slime? Things along those lines, things so intellectual in nature don't come from nothing. Have you ever seen something so intellectual and have you from yourself, from your own observance and your own life experience, ever seen something spawn ever seen anything of such intellectual prowess spawn from nothing. Even your shoes didn't spawn from nothing. But of course, even though we in our observable lives with our eyes wide open, even though we've never ever seen anything, this fan didn't come from nothing, this napkin didn't come from nothing, this cup didn't come from nothing, even though we are in our own observable first person lives, even though we've never seen a single thing come from nothing, of course everything came from nothing. That doesn't sound like a lack of critical thinking whatsoever. That doesn't sound like a religion. That doesn't sound like people have been fully indoctrinated by the religion of the public school system. Not at all. That's critical thinking to the max, at the highest level. It's not a lack of information. It's not a lack of evidence. Not even close. Thank you, Kyle. Bro, I'm far behind. I came for MMA, stay for the apologetics. $5 for a beanie. For a beanie. Wait, $5 beanies? Oh, snap. I should sell beanies. For real, David. That's what I was thinking. It's ridiculous, man. Maybe I should be the only one doing something on the 4th of July, right? Bro. Yeah, the parables go hard, bro. And it's interesting. It still does to this day what it did back then. With people with hearts and minds open, ears to hear and eyes to see, they would grasp on that. But it was the Pharisees and the Sadducees. It was the people with hardened hearts that are like, what? This sounds like nonsense. Do you ever feel like we are all tiny little cells that are all connected to God? I'm trying to visualize the concept of images of God. I mean, I'll be honest, I've never myself thought of it that way. But when you put it like that, what it makes me, what I jump to, what I visualize is just like we look at it in the relationship, Father, God. I imagine us just like you're saying, like little cells. I feel like little children. And you have children, just as we do in real life, who they tend to lean toward being very rebellious in nature, very contentious. And then you have other kids who tend to be much more agreeable for whatever reason. And they get along and they listen and they do what they're supposed to and they're eager to please. And I look at it that way. It's just, there's times when I'm dealing with my kids, and it's both. It's when they do things that upset me, and when they do things that make me happy and proud. A lot of the time, I think I immediately connect that with my relationship with God, and I'll think this has to be along the lines of what he feels when I upset him. Wow. And it'll help me to be much more gracious with my children. When they do something to let me down, I'll think, I just did something this morning. That allowed me to fall out of favor with my father, that allowed him to be disappointed with me. And when they do something to make me proud, that encourages me. Man, I want to make God feel like that. That's how I think of it, to riff off of what you're saying right here. Bert Alomio has been a member for 3 months.
'Cause I got all my
3
homies
months
with me.
Grandmaster, you said that what you really care is about the truthness of God. Will you be reading other books like the Quran, Tanakh, Kama Sutra, the Chama Sutra, and so on. Absolutely, bro. I said that in this stream. I'm almost positive. If I might have said it yesterday. When was it? The day before? I'm almost positive I said it in this stream. That I have every intention of, the Book of Mormon. I feel stupid, frankly, that I'm here talking about this with you guys like this, and I haven't read all of those works from cover to cover. Now, I've read adequate amounts of excerpts, which doesn't cut it. I've done research into those readings, but I've never read them from cover to cover, which is bad. I personally feel like I shouldn't be speaking on such things to such a level if I haven't done that. But I have absolutely every intention of reading those things from front to back. And I think everybody should, just like I'm talking about the case for Christ, evidence that demands a verdict, Jesus on trial. I don't feel like anybody should be speaking down on Christ as much as they are if they're not willing to read those. We should all be doing that. The masses will lick our feet and serve us as our slaves. Menachem Begin, Israeli Prime Minister. Yeah, I said earlier, the nation of Israel, as they were even throughout a lot of the biblical times, appear to be in a state of apostasy. It's not good. And no one is infallible, by the way. You'll find, it's not only priests. You'll find Protestant pastors, and forget religion. You'll find PE teachers. You'll find science teachers. You'll find managers in places of employment. There's a lot of people that do wrong, and they don't represent everyone else around them, below and above them. It's just there's bad apples everywhere. Oh snap! Oh dang, Marloca, are you talking about the Shama Sutra? Or are you talking about evidence that demands a verdict? Are you are you talking about Jesus on trial? Question for all: if aliens arrived with advanced tech, they claim they came from their God, and asked us to abandon our religion to benefit from it, would you? I can't even believe you're asking that, David. Absolutely not. Now, I know this will, I keep saying this, I shouldn't care. This could make me sound crazy, right? But if we ever encountered any type of a face-to-face there's even precedence for this in the scriptures. There's precedence for this in the Word of God, the fallen angels. Fallen angels have already, on earth, in a very tangible, real way, have already interacted with mankind. And that's how we got the Nephilim and stuff like that. The heroes of old, and that's already happened. So if we had some kind of crazy, what we're assuming to be alien race interacting with us, I don't think it's too much of a stretch to be like, I don't have any trouble equating this to something like fallen angels. I've thought a lot about that over the years. What do we make of the aliens? Are they demons? Are they fallen angels? All throughout history, you can find in pyramids and in caves, there's painting and carvings and etches of these things in the sky. This is not new. I don't know why we get wowed and mesmerized when the government actually admits this. We've known this before the government ever admitted anything. So to me, that would just be like, this, of course. This is just like they've done in the past. And it's not representative of Christ, so I have no interest in following this. All you have to do is speak the name of Jesus and watch the anger and demonic energy come out of people who say they don't even care about religion. Yeah. Like you watch street preachers and stuff, people... there's only ever one side that's like vile and crazy and foaming at the mouth. Unless the Westboro Baptist Church, those, that's crazy. But... typically that's what it is. You'll see it come out and it's anger, bro. Yeah, for real, Raider. It's boring, bro. Oh no, my chat skipped. Oh, shoot. Oh my gosh. I was far back. Oh my gosh. Oh no. What? David, what? You think I care about that, bro? David, I think you're, bro, with in all love, bro. I think you're focused on the wrong things. I think this is why it's easy for you to not lean toward God. Keeping the thinking alien, we could benefit greatly in theory. Imagine the technology. Who cares? Technology? We already got too many devices, bro. Imagine the technology you would need in order to be able to traverse the ground. Oh, okay, I see what you're saying. The technology you would need in order to be able to traverse the... Bro, I know I'm already way behind in the chat, and you've already heard me respond to this. We're talking about angels. Demons are fallen angels, bro. I mean, if there's ever been anything closer to God, I mean, you don't... Bro, they could show... I can show you the world. Bro, look at what Satan did in the garden. They could show you anything. Look at what Satan was trying to do in the desert with Christ. That's how stupid Satan is. He thought he was going to get Jesus when he was tempting him in the wilderness. Throw yourself off this cliff. Bro, that's the best you got? Throw yourself off a cliff? Bow down to me? That's the best you got, bro? You thought he was just going to get on his knees? I mean, that don't impress me much. Traversing and the technology and this, that's nothing, bro. That's nothing. Of course they have all the technology. Where do you think we get it from now? I know the book of Enoch is a crazy thing and it's not canon and there's parts of it that don't, but that doesn't mean the scriptures themselves refer to the book of Enoch. So there's something in there. There's something in Enoch that even the writers of the scriptures had respect for. Now, it wasn't in there as a whole because just like any other writings, there may be things in there that they're like, okay, they went off the edge a little bit here. But we know from even, I don't want to fill in any blanks. There's some teachers who say that people fill in the white parts of the scriptures, the black parts of the text, right? Sometimes people say that people are too eager to fill in the white parts. They try to say things that the Bible doesn't say itself, and I'm not trying to say anything that the scriptures don't say, but there's writings that make claims that it was these fallen angels who introduced mankind to these different types of things that we use today. A lot of the technology and weaponry and things that we use today are because these fallen angels were like, hey, you know what? You could do this and that. You can make weaponry. You could. That's where a lot of that stems from. So, of course, that falls right in line. Jeez, I literally, Amber, I feel it's crazy, bro. There would have been a time that I would have been terrified of this, bro. Penn said, it was Penn, how much I would have to hate you to not tell you about salvation if I truly believed in what I believe. Yeah, it's crazy, man. That's what I'm saying. That's why people should get it and be like, bro, this dude is like the atheist of atheists, and even he could respect that. Wrap his beanie around it. If I was my own god, I would still be on meth, but I knew it was something. It was the wrong choice. I do eat ice cream at 4 a.m. sometimes, though. Yeah, I mean, it's a super black and white way of saying it, you know. People still have common sense, you know. Yeah, Lee Strobel, he was a I believe he was a journalist. He came at Christianity with straight facts. He hated his wife Christianity. Yep. Oh gosh. Oh, bro, yeah, we've been streaming. We've been streaming for 8 hours and 4 minutes, bro. Hey, to be fair, Bert, this stream started off strong, bro. It started off so strong, I think I'm going to clip that first part and make it into a VOD. The part at the very beginning, for those of you who are here, I was talking about Ilia Tapoera. It was pretty good, bro. Dang, DJ PR. To this day, it's been years, bro, and I still don't know if I'm saying it incorrectly. DJ PRS1. Love you, man. Love you, man. For real. I always enjoy seeing you in here. Old faithful, bro. San Diego. So, is Atlantis real? Look, I'm not going to act like I'm not some kind of... I got no accreditations on this, you know. I tend to believe that Atlantis... I'm not making some definitive statement and saying that this is based off of scripture or anything like that. This is just me having fun right now. I tend to believe that the story of Atlantis exists. It's the same as the Epic of Gilgamesh. I tend to believe that it exists because of what happened. I'm not saying that word for word it's true or canon or, you know, Bible adjacent. I'm just saying I don't think we would have a story like that if a global flood didn't happen. That's what I'm saying. And I do tend to believe that the world was much, much more technologically advanced than we'd like to admit right now when that happened. Because I cannot remember for sure, but I think the time from the beginnings of creation to the flood, I can't remember. I may be super off here, but I think it was something along the lines of, if not the same, it was significantly more time in history that they had when that happened than we've had since then. They had so much time to become as technologically advanced as we are now, if not more. Plus, before that time, before that, and especially before things like the Tower of Babel, you had people in such concentrated groups before they got spread out all over the globe, right? You happy about that? Before they got spread out over this ball, you got people that are on opposite ends now, the North Pole and the South Pole. I just learned about this very recently. Or I didn't learn about it, but I listened to a story about it. They were talking about how people don't realize that when they were in such tight-knit communities and they lived with each other in such segregated environments from generation to generation to generation to generation, it made such, like, their infrastructure had to be insane when you're just living from generation to generation within your same family, your same communities, and instead of like when everything was just scattered all over the whole population, you know? And dang it, I wish I remember how to, I feel like I'm not doing it justice, but I felt like that's a fascinating point. Because people were really kind of just hanging out in their own communities for generations, and were then building and getting better and stronger upon whatever it was that their family's expertise was. And it was just like intense. And now everything's kind of just like watered down, spread all over. You kind of just go get a job, you know. Like they say today, it's not a career, it's a job. You kind of just go do your thing, and it's not even really, I don't know. I'm just saying, I think it's fascinating when we talk about stuff like Atlantis, because I think there's something there. Yeah, Jesus was either Looney Tune, liar, or really that dude. Jane, that is what we would call heretical. If God is real, he'll give me the chance after death to reconsider my choices. Jane, I would never say this about you, Jane. I'm going to say this about a hypothetical person, okay? I would never say this about you.
Whose hot dog is this?
Imagine if there was a little kid, like a brat, and they say, I'm going to go ahead and do it anyway because I already know my parents are going to give me another chance. They love me. They're going to let me do whatever I want. Did you ever watch the Andy Griffith Show? And there was this one kid, and he was a brat. And he was like riding on the sidewalk with his bike. And I think Andy kept telling him, I'm going to have to take your bike, fool. Like, you can't ride on the sidewalk. I'm grossly paraphrasing here. And the kid was like, I don't care. Do you know who my dad is? I don't care. Some of you might remember this. You know exactly what I'm talking about. And it's going to ring true. But even if not, you should still understand what I'm saying. And the kid wouldn't stop. And then Andy took it. He took the bike. He said, okay, I gave you too many warnings. I got to take your bike. And the kid was like, I'm going to go get my dad. You're going to lose your job. He's going to come get you. You'll see. And then he leaves. And his dad comes back. He's like, what happened? Andy told him what happened. And this was old school. So some of you guys will be like, but the dad came. The kid's dad showed up. And Andy told him what happened. And he's like, tell him, Dad, you'll see. You're going to get my back, won't you, Dad? And the dad, when he got a full explanation of what happened, I know this is weird. Sounds weird today. But he asked Andy if he had a woodshed around the back. Because he was gonna get a what they call it, a switch. And he was going to smack up his kid, his little brat. That kid was so certain, my dad will stand up for me. My dad, doesn't matter what I've done or didn't do. My dad's gonna, I don't have to worry about nothing right now because he's gonna come save the. Wait. You already have standards and expectations right now. And clearly you do, because your dad showed that his character is not to be that guy to allow you to chill out in limbo and he's going to come save you. Your dad, based on what he did here, showed, he exercised, he proved that his character is to be the one to give you a consequence, to show you, I have expectations for you. If he wasn't that guy, he wouldn't have did what he did. So what that tells us, I know that we don't have a bird's eye view into this kid's and his dad's home. I mean, this is the Andy Griffith Show. These people appeared in one episode. We never saw them again. But what this tells us, without even living with them and seeing their day-to-day life, what this tells us is the character of this father. He wouldn't have done what he did in the end if he hadn't laid down standards and expectations for this son. This kid knew better, but he still said, my dad's going to save me. You think he won't save me? He must. He loves me. I'm his kid. What kind of an animal wouldn't save me? He took him around to the woodshed, let him know what's up. I have children, and I very consistently, consciously am very aware if I don't deliver them consequences, they are going to grow up to be people that believe they don't have to live with any kind of consequences. They're going to grow up to be people that don't believe that they need or deserve consequences. They're going to be animals. They're going to be entitled. They're going to think they can do whatever they want, and they're going to be catered to, and somebody is always going to bail them out. Nope. And I say this because I care. It's a terrible. There's branches of religion that teach limbo, that teach purgatory, and I think it is sending people straight to hell. the heck? I apologize. I'm getting severely distracted right now. Oh no, Jane. If he's cool, then he will reconsider how cool I would be to have around Jane. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Heck yeah. Ode to Run. Heck yeah, bruh. We've been streaming for 8 hours and 14 minutes, bruh. The path to heaven is narrow. The amount of saved individuals is in the tens of thousands, super small. Yeah, people think it's bigger than it is. People think it's bigger than it is. And even from then, a lot of them are fake, bro. Dang, David Flores, bro, you got to answer to everything, bro. That's so diminishing, bro. That's so insulting to people in China. Because in China, it's something that gives you solace in the terrible life you got. Bro, that's such a smack in the face to the Chinese people, bro. That's like so, oh man, that's so dismissive. What? Oh dang, love you, Beto. You're probably long gone. I don't know. I don't even know how far behind I am at this point. This is an issue of divinity. Do you believe people could have divine experiences? I think I have to say yes. I think to say no, I would be effectively saying that there's no miracles today. Now, I don't believe that there are any miracle workers today. I think if someone comes to your town for a tent meeting and he calls himself a miracle worker, I think he's full of baloney. But yes, I think I would have to say yes. If Bryce Mitchell was doing a sermon down the street from you, would you go? Probably not. Bryce Mitchell reminds me of the dudes from like the, what is it called? Bryce Mitchell kind of reminds me of someone that would be from the Westboro Baptist Church, you know? It's a little intense, and I think some of it comes off as very unbiblical. It kind of feels like someone that just became a Christian yesterday, and he's like super zealous about it, but maybe not as studied as he should be if he's going to be that zealous.
Not forget Jesus, people.
Oh, dang, Jess Ray is savage, bro. I wonder how far behind I am. I will say that Tetra Nova, The Chosen, is awesome. It's a fictional story based in scripture meant to send you to the Word of God, get the truth for yourself. I hope a lot of people do that. I will tell you this. When I was watching The Chosen, it 100% made me dig into my Bible more. 100%. And I hope it does that for a lot more people. I just read Jane saying he will never reach the bottom, and I'm so tempted to just scroll max. I'm a time traveler from the past. Ground control to Major Tom. Bro. Shoot, man. Mussolini was a good man. I need to read that, bro. I've never heard of the Jefferson Bible. I need to read that. The Jefferson Bible is a good, ironic example of what I believe the true purpose of the Bible is. The Jefferson Bible. What is this? The Life and Morals of Jesus of Nazareth, commonly referred to. Oh, isn't this the one that I think I've heard of this. He literally just took out like excerpts and is one of the two religious works constructed by Thomas Jefferson. Jefferson compiled the manuscripts but never published them. The first was the Philosophy of Jesus. Okay, so let's get to the meat here. The Life and Morals of Jesus of Nazareth, commonly referred to as the Jefferson Bible, is one of the two religious works constructed by Thomas Jefferson. Jefferson compiled the manuscripts but never published them. The first, the Philosophy of Jesus of Nazareth, was completed in 1804, but no copies exist today. Convenient. The second, the Life and Morals of Jesus of Nazareth, was completed in 1820 by cutting and pasting with a razor and glue numerous sections from the New Testament. So it's like nothing but red letter. As extractions of the doctrine of Jesus, Jefferson condensed composition excludes all the miracles of Jesus and most mentions the supernatural, including sections of the four gospels. So this is like super heretical copy pasta.
No spam Marino in the chatterino.
Oh, I left out dang it. If you guys know what that's from, I forgot. I don't have the copy pasta. Anyway, this is terrible. This is just like what you would do with like a Jehovah's Witness or like a Mormon Bible. It's proof texting. It's like he's trying to remove all aspects of divinity, which again are addressed and accounted for with writings from outside of the Bible. Even at that time in history, there were people who were not followers of Christ who were talking about the miracles that he was performing, and they were claiming that he was demon possessed. For 20 years, my life was hell. A few times I asked what God would allow that to happen, but nothing ever answered me. How can I believe in a God that lets a child be broken down like that? Jane, what you're saying right now is like, and please do not think that I'm trying to be dismissive of this whatsoever and just make it seem more simple than it is and treat your life like an anecdote. That would be terrible. But the essence of what you're saying here is what I constantly hear as the problem of evil. That is one of the biggest hurdles for people who deny Christ, who deny God, the problem of evil. What kind of God will allow A, B, and C? And that takes us back to the "what have you done for me lately" doctrine. That takes us to we serve God for who he is, not for what he does. And I know you could say, well, I don't care much for who he is if he didn't intervene, if he didn't help me. We only know evil. We only know these hard times. We only know being broken and lonely and deserted because we know what good is. And again, what is good? You know what we learn on this earth, in this life? We get a good, healthy serving of what life is apart from God. That's what life feels like here on this earth. And that's what sin does. It separates us from God. And that's what eternity in hell is. It's eternal separation from God. I was having a conversation with someone a few weeks ago, and I don't even know if I'm going to stop myself halfway before I even get to the end of this, or if I'm going to regret it. I don't know if this is a good thing to say on here. But I told you, sometimes I have conversations with other believers where we get a little crazy, you know? We already know we have our faith in Christ and so on and so forth and etc. Sometimes we just get a little passionate. We start talking about some crazy things. And I remember one time I was talking with a friend about, like, bro, I don't even know how I want to say this or if I want to say this. I was saying something along the lines of, shoot, man. I'll just say this. I'll keep it very simple. I was saying something along the lines of how I think hell, because I know people get influenced by things like Dante's Inferno, right? And they think hell is just fire, and that's all there is to it. And remember, there are different types of books in the Bible. Some are historical, some are allegorical, some are more poetry, some are revelatory. There's prophecy. There's different types of writings in there. So I think a lot of us have very different views of what hell could be like ultimately. And I said something to him along the lines of, what if hell is very, very, very much like earth? And I was telling him, to be honest, I have faith in Christ. I love God. But sometimes on this earth, I feel like we've just been deserted here, man. The ugliness and wickedness of this earth, I feel like it is like the most blatant separation from God. It just feels like we're so far away sometimes. This place is so wicked. And I think in a sense, that's what it is. What we experience now, where we live now, this was not God's and it was good, perfect creation. We are living in a place post-fall. We are living in a place that had already turned its back on its creator. We live in a state, in a sense, being separated from God. We live on an earth that welcomed death and disease. And that's what Adam opened the door to in the garden. It wasn't an instantaneous death, as in a physical death, but what he opened the door to was a spiritual death, which I think was later reconciled, at least by the time they had Seth, because they were at that point thanking God and worshiping God for this son. They were training both both Cain and Abel in the ways of sacrifices to God, which is how Cain's was wrong. It wouldn't have been wrong without a standard set in place. Cain's sacrifice could not have been less than, it could not have been a failure if a standard had not been set in place for him. So it was clear that Adam and Eve made amends. But when they did when Adam allowed sin into the world initially, it was a spiritual death, and it was to be a physical death. So just as in that time it allowed something dark and ugly and unfortunate, that's our existence now. Things that are, I told you guys earlier, of the lady that I've known for years that's most likely going to pass away this weekend from liver failure. We have death, we have disease, we have unfortunate situations, we have warring and brutality and wickedness. And that's because mankind said, yes, I want to deal with that. I want to deal with the intricacies of good and evil. I want to be like God. Give me some of that. And now we have it. And I always say this, Jane, what you're reading to me, what I'm reading from you is a life that's not perfect, right? There's definitely something to be desired. It is far from perfect, right? Now I know this might sound like, bro, really? That's what we got to do? If that didn't exist, why the heck would we need a heaven? If life on earth wasn't less than, if it wasn't undesirable, if it wasn't sad and wicked and heartbreaking, why in the world would we even aspire to eternity in heaven? Why would we need it? It'd be perfect here. What we're experiencing here on this earth ultimately is a separation from God. That's why it feels so lonely and deserted and broken and scary. Now, I think a lot of us get the wrong impression of God, and I think that's why you could feel the way that you do, Jane, because we have been taught and conditioned to believe that God is our own personal genie. And society has done, Satan has done a wonderful job in conditioning us to feel that way. Because then when we don't get our prayers answered, when we don't get our wishes granted, we lose faith. Because the setup was imperfect from the start. We got bamboozled. We have been lied to and manipulated into believing that if God doesn't act as our genie, he must not be real, or he must be really heartless to not have heard us and acted on our wishes. That's not how it works. These days, I rarely pray for something in particular. I pray for God's will. And sometimes, unfortunate things will happen, but I believe in God's sovereignty. And it's easy for me to accept unfortunate things because I understand that this world is temporal and fleeting. And it's one big waiting room. Exactly, suffering of children and innocent is the most difficult to make sense of faith. Beyond earthly comprehension. It's very, very, very difficult, but at the same time, it could be very easy. Very easy, and I think people overcomplicate it. Why is the suffering of children and the innocent in existence? Why? Because mankind said, hey, God, get lost. Cool. Okay. There's something that, there's a sermon that John MacArthur preaches on, and it's taught out of Romans, I think 1. Can't remember. It's called, if you want to Google it, you can. John MacArthur teaches the sermon, I think it's called The Wrath of Abandonment. And what he's talking about is the wrath that a nation could experience, the wrath that a whole earth could experience when its God has said, okay, that's what you want? Okay. You want to stay up all night eating hot Cheetos and drinking sodas and pulling all-nighters 4 nights in a row? Having rock stars and Red Bulls? Go ahead. See how that works out. The wrath of abandonment. It's crazy. And people could embrace the gospel. They could have a relationship with Christ on a one-to-one basis, on an individual basis, acknowledge him as their Savior. But this world at large, this earth, is in separation from its Creator. That's why at large we see the problem of evil that we do. Same here, Jane. Wait, hold on. Oh, shoot. I'm so far back. Oh, no, man. Oh, no. Oh, no. Recon.
We are family.
Cause I got recon for 863. Thank you, bro. Dang, deep into the stream, bro. Deep into the stream. I appreciate it, bro. Heck yeah. Thank you for doing it. Book of Enoch 1 said fallen angels came and gave humans all types of tech, like how to make weapons, makeup, use plants for drugs, etc. Yeah. It's crazy, man. And I try to be careful. I try to be careful when I mess with stuff like the Book of Enoch, because I know that it's not in there, but you know, certain things are referenced, and I think there could be some validity to certain parts, but you know, you got to be very careful when you're picking and choosing. I understand. I'm keeping my wife complacent. We were talking about complacent like 2 hours ago, huh? With a butt massage while having GM in my earbuds. Dang, bro. I feel complicit. GM watching you on break right now. Dang, you're out. Dang, you're working a graveyard shift, bro. Heck yeah. We need some more Christians in the MMA community, GM. I know, bro. Is it really just me and Bryce Mitchell? That Looney Tune? Dang it. This is the stream that doesn't end. It just goes on and on, my friend. Some people started streaming and not knowing what it was. MMA Dinga. Got you in my ear while I play No Man's Sky. No Man's Sky? What is that? No Man's Sky. Oh, that looks crazy, bro. I've never heard of this. Oh, shoot. Now, this looks like some fallen angels right here, bro. Look up Jeffrey Drum and his hypothesis on the function of the pyramids and other ancient. Oh, yeah. About like the electricity and stuff, right? How they were like energy sources, right? I'll dig into that more, but I'm pretty sure. Heck yeah. GM is so far back, I can see him sinking in the horizon. How dare you? Maybe the dengue ate your baby. Maybe MMA dengue ate your baby. GM back in 1955. Oh, no. He's going to start talking about the firmament and the ice wall soon. We talked about that on another stream, bro. No, I feel bad, Jane. That's why I didn't want to make you feel like, I'm not saying that you care or anything, but I didn't want to feel like I was just trying to put you on blast. That's messed up. It doesn't feel right. But I care, man. Like when you say certain things, I'm like, I can't leave this stream with her thinking that. Like just like the bro, I already forgot ARJR. I think it was Penn Gillette. He's the dude that makes the razor blades. I'm like, how could I not say anything to my homie? I can't just leave that be like that. I like to think that I could be honest because I respect those who are Christian and religious and whatnot. I agree. I think, yeah, everybody is like super respectful and cool in here to the fullest. GM so far back, he almost in Bible times. No, Jane, don't say that. Jane, don't say that. Where do Catholics get the concept of purgatory from? I've never seen them back it up scripturally. Well, I have my best friend is a Catholic, and I don't know if he backs up anything scripturally. They refer to the catechism a lot, which I've told them, bro, you don't think it's a bad look, bro, that you got to make a whole other thing to like. Anyway, it's like, don't look in here. Don't flip through the scriptures. Focus on this thing. And a lot of it's tradition from men. And what they call the early church fathers. There's a lot of dudes that were writing just after, like the apostles were dying out and stuff like that early in history. And they were they were like what I'm doing here, very, very, very passionate about the scriptures. And they were doing what I keep saying, like, I don't know if I should say this, I don't know if I should talk about this, where you start to get a little bit creative with it, you start to have a little bit of fun with it, and you're so passionate about it that you just start, what about this, what about that? And they come up with these different concepts and theories. And maybe this, you know how I was saying, like I've heard some people say that, maybe there is something to reincarnation, and maybe God is so gracious that he keeps letting people live their life over and over again on earth until they come to him, and then they'll go to heaven, because God doesn't want anybody to suffer for all eternity. So maybe he keeps giving them a chance like Groundhog Day on earth until they do the right thing. And then, okay, that's like really taking some crazy liberties and filling in the lines and trying to have your own fun with it. And so that's pretty much what the early church fathers were doing a lot of times. And people start coming up with stuff like, I think this and that, and I think because of God's nature, he would allow this. So a lot of stuff just starts getting perpetuated into the religion. And most Christians, even today, do not crack their Bibles open. They feel like as long as they sit on the pew on Sundays and listen to Christian music on the radio, they're good. And that's why a lot of doctrines enter in. Hey, Jane, it's cause your blue name. I notice you like a sore thumb. Oh my gosh. Heck yeah, D-Man. We've been streaming for and my head's starting to hurt now. We've been streaming for 8 hours and 39 minutes, bro. I'm in overtime right now, bro. It is fun, bro. It's amazing, bro. I love it. Virgin Taker. W Stream GM, didn't think you had this in you. Do you mean to talk about this kind of stuff or to stream for 9 hours? Yeah, bro. I'm surprised, dude. I am surprised. Again, not too long ago, I would have been like, what the heck do I say? I don't know how to act. What if I'm not enough? I would have been terrified of having conversations like this. But I'm loving it, bro. Dang. The Grand Inquisitor. I'll check it out, bro. Wait, what? What did I miss? Oh, snap. What did I miss? What the heck? All right. Well, I don't even see oh man. EGM is so far back he almost stopped being a Homo sapien. Right. Wonder if Grandmaster can baptize with bro. Oh, bro. Hey, nice play off the Roro. Gonna need a Scooby snack. Hey, nice play off of that, Jane. He ate an apple and it was GG. Oh my gosh, bro. Heck yeah, Jess. Heck yeah, bro. You can get all swole by the end of this. We went all the way back to the beginning. GM been streaming since BC. Oh. The fall is an essential part of the human condition. We were one with God before we came to this earth. Our separation from God is an illusion that exists as a fundamental part of being human. I mean, bro, I'm going to be honest. I'm not sure if it's because I'm tired, but I feel like I could easily read what you're saying and take it the wrong way and think that you're saying something other than what I believe in. But at the same time, I feel like I could definitely agree with it because, yeah, it's our separation from God that really puts into perspective who we are and the differences of us and our Creator. Oh no. Every once in a while, the chat just decides it's gonna skip on me. There we go. I actually didn't know people believed in God until I was like 14. And I'm glad that was the case, or I would really not have liked him. I'm very sorry to hear that. And I'm not trying to like look down or anything like that. But I can't, that's hard for me to even imagine. To not know people believe, like I'm trying to wrap my beanie around that kind of existence. To not even know that people believed in him, like that, I feel like that gives me even just the smallest taste of like how dark that must have been. I really hope you talk more about God in either this channel or start another one, man. You probably are the only MMA content creator I've ever heard speak about God and be a believer. Yeah, people are scared, bro. People think they're going to lose viewers, subs, whatever. I couldn't possibly make myself care about that. I mean, it's not too, like, let's say Bert and David got all mad at me and they left. I would be bummed out. If somebody just came in willy-nilly and I didn't know them and they were talking papas and left, I wouldn't care. But if it was like Bert and David, I'd be like, dang it, man, we were homies. That would hurt. It would hurt. But I'm just saying, like, in the grand scheme of things, like, you got to stand on what you believe, man. You got to stand on it like Justin Bieber, you know? What if we end up finding out that we're just one big hologram? Somebody brought something up to me like that the other day. They were talking about holograms and simulations, and I was like, yeah, who cares? I said, I'm not going to shut that down 100%. And what my response was like, yeah, we could be a hologram. We could be some computer, or maybe not that far. We could be, whether you want to call it a hologram, simulation, but you know who created it, right? You know whose hologram this is, right? Whatever cute verbiage you want to put on it, you know that God plugged it in, right? Turned it on, and that it's still going somewhere, right? Like whatever kind of spin people want to put on it, I'm like, yeah, but you know who created it, right? You know who put in the HTML, right? However we got to anthropomorphize it, you know that it was God, right? Loyalty. Oh, dang. Dang, that feels good, bro. Thank you, bro. Not gonna lie, I've just been sitting here thinking about the wisdom I've been consuming for hours. I appreciate you, bro.
Whose hot dog is this?
Thank you, man. Shoot. That's the thing. That's the thing, Jane Caulfield. We're either going to live a life believing that we've earned something. I mean, you might be very mad at me saying this, Jane, and I don't mean, that's never my intention. But let's just say that you're someone else and you weren't my homie and I didn't, I would say what you're doing is the same as you're doing the same thing as like Jehovah's Witness. You're doing the same thing as a Mormon. You're doing the same thing as a person who's in a religion of works. Hey, let's take account of how good I am. That's you saying, I'm good enough. Look at what I did. And the reason that an animal, the reason that somebody that you would look at and say they're despicable, and then they say, you know what? I am despicable. Because at my core, I'm a fallen creature. I was born with sin. I embrace my creator. I need a savior. I'm a piece of garbage. That's what it is, an acknowledgement of needing a savior. It's either that or look at how good I am. And that's all it is. No matter how many years I've had my faith in Christ, no matter how many things I've read, how many things I've taught, at my congregation, no matter how many years I led worship, no matter, I will wake up tomorrow and I will still be able to say, man, I'm so imperfect. Ugh, I'm so imperfect. I'm in absolute need of a savior. Still. Who cares what I've done good? Who cares? 5, 10, 15 years of good, I'll still wake up imperfect tomorrow. It's that simple. Oh, snap. Oh, snap. Dang. I just received a very amazing, generous donation. A wonderfully generous, hefty donation in the PayPal from someone who has demanded to remain anonymous. Somebody who has demanded to expose me for this Christian rhetoric, who has demanded to expose and reveal my internet history. They slapped down 50 big ones in the PayPal. What a blessure. Instantaneous blessure. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for coming in strong at the end of the month, helping me usher in March. Thank you very much for the blessure. I appreciate you profusely, even though I'm terrified of you. GM, do you think most people are not making it to heaven? Absolutely. I mean, the Word of God tells us that, but common sense tells us that as well. Human beings, for the most part, are rebellious in nature. They don't like having any type of authority whatsoever over them. They don't like being told, don't go here, don't go there. And a lot of people say that it's unfair. Look at what Adam and Eve did. That's unfair. Well, what they did was indicative of I mean, do you think mankind acts differently today when they're presented with sin? Adam and Eve showed what happens when you're not in the right type of relationship with your creator, when you're not in when you're not observing a relationship where you're adhering to whatever standard and you're acting as your own God, because that's what they were presented with, that they were going to be able to be like him. That's what we're pursuing consistently in this day and age, being our own gods, being in control of our own lives and destinies and our own money. That's all we care about. And people today, without acknowledgement of a savior, acting autonomously, they do the same thing on a daily basis that Adam and Eve did. They choose to be their own gods. Oh man. Fool goes MIA, then streams for 8 hours straight. 8 hours and 51 minutes now, homie. Heck yeah. This shows he missed us as much as we miss him. Bro, I tell you guys, man, this is joy to me, bro. I love doing this. When I don't do it, I feel bummed out. I get kind of scared when people talk about the path being so narrow and few. I mean, I was born and raised to be a Christian, right? And I could tell you this. I lived a good amount of my years as a cultural Christian. I lived, too much time as a cultural Christian. I know how unbelievably easy it is to be there and to stay there for years and to be absolutely fooled by your own shenanigans and to absolutely think you're on the right track. It's crazy, man. Crazy how blind I was. It's too easy. I believe if you are spending time in the scripture and in prayer, though, sincerely, to me, having now been there, it feels impossible to have that fear anymore. When you stay in the Word of God and you feel so closely aligned with the character of God, it becomes so easy. I feel like someone who is very anti-God will look at the scriptures and the things that we are called to do and not do and think it feels very legalistic. And it just feels like you have this overbearing person just ready to send you into eternal damnation. But when you actually sincerely approach it, you look at it as a parent that's just trying their best to not allow you to stick a fork into the electric receptacle. Yeah, fair weather fans. Man, I could listen to a live like this all day, every day while I'm doing my day-to-day stuff, and I can't quite put my finger on why, but I'm loving the fact that you're so far behind in chat. MMA Dinga. Bro, I hate the new wave Christian believers who just say Jesus is Lord, accept him as Savior, and have nothing else to say. There's a book by John MacArthur called The Gospel According to Christ. And bro, that absolutely transformed the way I approach my faith and live my day to day. And it's like the antidote to being a cultural Christian. It's by John MacArthur. It's called The Gospel According to Jesus. And it's teaching you basically how to not be a cultural Christian. It's teaching you what the true gospel is and how that should define and reflect in our lives. And so it's not just all lip service like you're saying right here. Don Fry, that is something. So here's what I was doing a while back, because I tell you guys, and I'll tell you this as many times as I feel like I need to. I am sincerely on a quest for truth. I have never been content with blind faith. I have never been content with just believing something because people I love and respect believe, because I feel like I'm supposed to believe it. I sincerely seek out truth constantly. And I've read the Bible and I've had my notepad there and I've read it through this lens. Every single time I had some kind of question, some kind of objection, challenging thought, something I didn't quite understand, something that was hard for me to live with, I'd write it down. I basically wrote down all these different things of what would someone say who's anti-Bible, who's looking for holes in the Bible, who's struggling with their faith, and at the same time, it was something that was personal to me, because it was from my perspective. So there were things that I felt like on a human level, even though I put my faith in Christ, I'm still human. I still have doubts and fears and worries. I put all the things that would make me question anything, because that's what I do. And one of the problems that I've had is, what about those people? What about those people that don't hear? What about those people that weren't exposed to it? One of the problems I face is that somebody could go to hell for not knowing. I don't see how somebody could treat people with love and respect, being a genuinely good person their entire lives. I think you ran out of space. You're probably going to say, and then they would still have to go to hell. Oh yeah, and then be banished to a pit of fire for eternity for thinking that God may not exist. One of the best responses to that I've come across is that the reason that we don't need to fear something like that is because the Word of God as a whole, from start to finish, when we understand the character of God, and this is why I don't think we should speak on this unless we are diving into the scriptures and actually know what we're talking about. Because a lot of people will talk about God because of the impression they have. They'll talk about God from the perspective of prayers not having been answered. They'll talk about God from the perspective of things they've heard anecdotally. They'll talk about God from the perspective of the problem of sin and evil. But they won't read the scriptures. They won't learn of the true character of God. They won't allow that to come to life in their hearts for them. When you actually immerse yourself in the scriptures and learn of the character of God, it becomes very apparent that when you're talking about the character of God, he would not allow such a thing to happen. It's kind of like the questions when people ask, what if a baby was born and he dies 2 days later? Does he go to hell? He wasn't able to conscientiously embrace the gospel. Easy answer to that question. We know the character of God. Does he seem to be the kind of God that would allow that? Now, I know we struggle with the problem of evil. Well, what kind of God would allow sin and disease and death? And why do babies die, period? That is a problem that we deal with on earth because we as people allowed sin to enter the world. That's why unfortunate things happen on this earth. But we're talking about eternity now. We're talking about somebody that passes away already and maybe they never were exposed to God. We're talking about a baby that passed away in 48 hours. Now we're talking about eternity. We understand from the character of our God that he's not the kind of God that would banish someone to hell based on ignorance. We talk about somebody that is severely intellectually and mentally challenged. What if there is somebody that's 32 years old, but they are severely mentally... I went to church with somebody for many years. I didn't even know what autism was at the time. This was the most severe case of autism I know now that I've ever encountered in my life. He was nonverbal. He never, it sounds insensitive to say, I don't know a nice way to say it. He never stopped drooling. He couldn't walk correctly. He would moan. Now, I don't believe that my God would send him to hell for a lack of understanding. Now, some people struggle with it to the point, why did God even allow that to happen? Again, because mankind, and don't think that we would act any differently, because we don't. We don't on a daily basis. Whenever we're not in submission to our Creator, we don't do the right thing either. And Adam and Eve were not acting in submission to their Creator. They were acting in submission to pride and ego. So we would have failed in the same way if we were not in submission to our Creator either. But because of what happened and sin entering the world, that's why disabilities like that exist. Because we opened the door and said, welcome. Hey, God. And God said, let's see what happens. I'll be here in eternity. I'll be here waiting for you. Have fun in this existence that you wanted for yourself, though. But on the other side of that, in eternity, I don't believe that Joshua, his name was Joshua. I don't think that Joshua was banished to hell because of his lack of understanding and being able to intellectually embrace the gospel. Now, I will also say on top of that, Don Fry, the mustache guy, I believe that the heavens declare his glory. I believe that if we're going to be honest with ourselves, because again, it will never, denying God will never not be a hard issue. Never. Again, ask Richard Dawkins. It will never not be a hard issue. At its core. Again, okay. We've had people in this very chat who have expressed that their frustration and their struggles and being in an ideal relationship with God stems from, where were you, God? What kind of God would allow this? I can't wrap my beanie around serving a God that would allow this. We've seen that. We've seen it from the highest level atheist, Richard Dawkins, to people in our chat right here. It is never not a hard issue. It is not due to a lack of evidence, ever. So we have nature, we have everything around us that declare the glory of God, that reflect the Creator. So even someone lost in the most Amazonian jungles could look at creation and know there's something out there and cry out to whatever it is. And the same as that, Abraham never heard the name Christ. Moses never heard the name of Jesus Christ. We think of all these people. Noah didn't hear the name Jesus Christ. So it's like, how are you going to be saved by this guy that came after all the... It's the same God. It's the same gracious God that has the same character that we're talking about here. Whether you're Noah, whether you're somebody that was autistic and couldn't intellectually wrap your mind around the gospel, whether you were an infant that died within 48 hours, it's the same God. Dang. I gotta disagree with that. Of course, I'm gonna worry about my family burning in a pit of tar. I don't know if you're responding to something I said or something that somebody else said. I don't know how that would be a response to something I said. I gotta disagree with that. Of course, I'm gonna worry about my family burning in a pit of tar. I think you're responding to something that somebody else said, because I didn't even respond to what you said till like way after that, I think. Wait, what? GM, I'm gonna blow your mind. My son is 9 years old and doesn't know anything about... Oh, because I was amazed that Jane Caulfield hadn't heard it. Oh yeah, that's... Doesn't know anything about Jesus or God. That amazes me. You know what? It shouldn't. I think it's been a long time since I've said this, but I grew up in a place and time where when you told someone that you were a Christian or that you believed in God, they went, "Oh, cool. Where do you go to church? Oh, I know some." And now, if you say that, they go, "Ugh, is it contagious? Ugh." So I guess, but wow, and doesn't know anything about Jesus or God. He's the white as that building, have a plus sign on it. Wow. Dang it, bro. Now, and I'll answer you first, bro. I'm exposing my children to the beliefs of Islam. I have been to the beliefs of the world and what society is pushing, to the beliefs of Mormonism. I believe that they should be firmly rooted in what they believe and know how to give an answer for the things in which they believe and be able to be apologetic in their faith. I believe they should be well-rounded and know all these things. I believe that they should be critical thinkers. And I've told my kids plenty of times, I told them, I can't save you. I've told them, you cannot ride this wave. You cannot enter the gates of heaven because of your father's salvation. I say you have to be equipped. You have to embrace the gospel yourself. You have to make your own decisions. Are you going to allow him to be a critical thinker and be aware of who Jesus is? I don't know if you're intentionally shielding him from it. Yeah, I had no concept of religion in my life, no family or friends. And at 14, I was in a foster home who said they were Christian, and I didn't know what it meant. I was in a dark time, didn't learn more. When I was I'll just say this. one of the recent jobs I had when I was on my hiatus, I had a job with somebody who was raised. Jeez. I made a friend when I was working there, and he told me that I don't know if he was like an atheist or agnostic now or what. I can't remember exactly how he explained it, but he was raised in a foster home, and he was raised by like supposedly hardcore Mormon family. And I'm gonna say this because I'm not saying his name. I will never say his name. No one will ever know who he is. But he was very abused in every way that you would imagine. Yes, every way that you would imagine. By this family that said, we're Mormon. We're the most Mormon. I mean, they spelled it More because they were Mormon, like to the fullest. And they were doing to him what they were doing to him. And because of that, no faith. I don't believe in anything. Now, I wouldn't align with the Mormon religion anyway, but because of that, he's like, oh, well, that's a fraud. That's fake, which there's other reasons why that's not the way to go, but that was all that he needed. And that'll happen the same with any type of, that same thing could happen with true faith in Christ. That same thing could happen with Christianity, where you become disenfranchised with it and you don't believe in it because of someone that said they were Christian. Oh, that's how they're living? That's the same thing that Johnny Depp was saying. How he had an uncle or something like that was a Christian, but then he saw his life behind the scenes. He said, he says he's a Christian? He's a fraud. Heck no. Christianity's fake. So it's like, man, you're letting these animals, you're letting these terrible people decide that for you now. It's like, I would like to see you take more power over that. It makes me mad at those people. Man, you're my preacher at this point. I don't know a single religious person. I'm honored, bro. I am honored. Jess, heck yeah, bro. Scoliosis. What does the word say if not to treat others as we want to be treated? I don't know exactly what you mean by that, bro. I don't know what you're trying to. I'm not trying to say that all disrespectfully. I'm just saying I'm not sure if you mean something by that. It feels like one of those statements like you're leading me somewhere, but I mean it does say treat others. That's part of that gospel. Treat others how you'd like to be treated. Thank you. Keep caution. Thank you, bro. I believe it's becoming something bigger. This is the kind of talk on AM radio. You would clean up AM radio. You know what? Shoot, man. I think I might try to get to the end of the chat, and then I might. I think Marilena might miss me, bro. GM hasn't even yawned yet. I mean it, bro. I could do this till the sun comes up. That sounded nasty, bro. I didn't mean it like that.
Whose hot dog is this?
But I don't want to cut this off, bro. Oh.
Whose hot dog is this?
But I don't think I'm imperfect. I am flawed in almost every way. We are very similar, and yet I'm doomed in your eyes. I don't do good to be good. I want to help others more than myself. I mean, I'm glad that you said that. And that's a powerful differentiation. And I think that speaks a lot to who you are. And I think it's important for you to stand up for yourself and say something like that. I don't do good to be good. That's significant. And I respect you for saying that. I mean, I get I know we could only learn so much through the chat and the comment sections, but I believe that. And I don't mean to discount it by acting like, oh, but it's the same, by the way. I mean, it sounds like yours is coming from a genuine place. But this is it. It's not to say that it's that it doesn't count when you're good, or that you're not authentic about it or anything like that. It's just, let's say you're just having a conversation around the table with friends and people who care about you. You just want to get all intellectual, right? It's not to say that when you do good things, it's not a sweet, wonderful thing. But it's just, if you were feeling frisky and you just wanted to have a deep conversation, again, it just keeps going back to, hey, Jane, who's to say what's good? Right? I know I keep going back to the same place, but there's nowhere else to go. Hey, Jane, who told you what you're doing is good? What if somebody else thinks that's not good? Like, it's just good in your eyes? Oh, okay. Okay, Jane. Like, because you have to understand, people could do that. And you might not care, but you have to be able to accept that that's a possibility. One person could do something out of the goodness of their character and genuinely be sincere about it. But to someone else, they'll be like, why the heck did you do that? I don't think that was good. Huh? How come? It's just a matter of opinion and perspective at that point. Now, you may never have the desire to have that deep conversation and find out, well, what is good and who defines good? Because that rabbit hole will lead you to something. Oh boy, how far behind am I know, John. You trying to get rid of me, John? The book of Big John, bitch. Oh, dang. How dare you, Bert? Man, you're talking major truth bombs. I seek truth myself and have read the Bible. It changed me and my family saw it. Heck yeah, bro. Heck yeah. That's beautiful, man. That's real when something actually changes your life like that and it's not all lip service and being a hypocrite. Too many people preach their Christianity and they act like an animal in the house and they just make everyone around them resent it. Let me see if dang, warning fouls was more prominent in the book of Jason Herzog. All right, let me see. Dang it, I'm super behind. Dang, are you sounds like I'm paying for someone else's sins. That's just rude. Are you talking about the dude are you talking about the mentally challenged dude that I was talking about from my church, Jane? I know you wouldn't be saying that, Jane. That cannot be what you're talking about. Oh my gosh. Oh wait, are you talking? Okay, you're talking about Adam and Eve, right? Oh my gosh, I thought you were saying, oh, so he gets a free ride? Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. David, it's a matter of taking ownership of reality. We're lying to ourselves. We shouldn't look at it like, I hear people say that a lot. It's Adam and Eve's fault. We're doomed. Bro, and I'm saying this in general to anybody. You would not have done any better. When you're not aligned with the objective morality of your creator, when you're not in obedience to your authoritative creator, you will fall short as well. Adam and Eve is a picture of us. Adam and Eve, I'm not saying that they weren't real, but still, they are a perfect example, metaphor, illustration for us. We not acting in alignment with the standards of our Creator would have done the same thing. So we can't say, oh, it's their fault. No. You would have done the same thing. So you would have still been there anyway. You can't just blame it on them. You'll do the same thing. You'll do the same thing on a daily basis. It's just a lack of accountability. Though I did not steal, I must repay. Whew. Thank you, Don Fry. I appreciate that. It's the few and the proud that don't tune out, you know. I mean, Bertolomeo, it could be a very devastating thing, bro. Not gonna lie, it was kind of based how Lucifer told us about the truth, the forbidden fruit. Bro, it becomes a little too real when you think about all the death you've ever encountered in your life. Loved ones, friends, sickness, disease, heartbreak, sadness, anger. The world that we were complaining about earlier, the problem of evil. That's what opened the door to that. People wanting to be like gods. People wanting to fall out of favor with their God and open the door to sin. So anything that you've ever experienced along those lines, any kind of suffering and pain and sadness and sorrow, I mean, it's hard to think of that as a laughing matter, bro. That's what opened the door to that and welcomed that in. Hey, thank you, bro. Thank you, B. Bruce 007, epic fail. B. Bruce 007, epic fail. Hey, dang it, B. Bruce, are you an atheist, bro? Are you coming after me? I got nothing but love, bro. I'm not trying to disrespect anybody.
Don't let him bully
I'm not trying to be angry. I'm not trying to insult anybody.
I think about it, I hope you get violated by pig monkey men in the woods.
But I don't know if that's what you're saying, bro. But I appreciate you, dude. I appreciate you. Genesis is written in a highly symbolic manner. I could see that highly symbolic literary style. Yeah, I think what's important for people to remember is that doesn't necessarily mean, because a lot of people equate something being symbolic to not having happened. I think that's very dangerous. Yeah, Tom Bao, I mean, anybody would be foolish to think that they have like the most gigantic comprehensive understanding, man. We're all in the same boat. But here's the problem with that, David Flores. I mean, with all disrespect, bro, because I mean, nobody wants anybody telling them how to be a parent, you know. I don't want anybody telling me. But just to speak objectively, because I don't even like doing that. It's too personal. I don't want to try to speak about someone else's child. I don't like coming at somebody like that. But like in an objective way, just speaking about anybody hypothetically. Once he's able to think critically, we can get into the topic. But I don't think it's healthy to expose a young mind to something that requires critical thinking before they're able to do it. Here's the problem with that. What terrifies me, bro, because I don't even know your son, but it's like, I already care about him. You better believe that the world is already indoctrinating him with stuff that requires critical thinking before he's able to encounter it. You better believe that the public education system and everything he watches on TV, bro, have you seen the ads on TV? He's already being approached and indoctrinated with all of this stuff on TV, on devices, on YouTube, on everything. I remember when my kids would play on their tablets. I knew everything that they'd play. They'd have to get my approval to download any kind of game. But then, what do these games have? They have ads. And the most vulgar ads would pop up. And they'd be exposed to some wild things. You got to believe that the world's already approaching him with stuff, bro. So that's going to end up being his foundation. And then it's going to be an uphill battle from there. And I know I'm talking to the wrong person because you're thinking, well, I don't want him to believe in that anyway. But you would have to admit that that's not being entirely honest with what you're exposing him to then. Because you're giving him a 9, 10, 11, 12-year head start learning one thing. That's not being, completely fair and exposing to everything at once. Because he's already absolutely been exposed to something. That's going to set the foundation for him to proactively reject whatever you're going to allow him to see later. I agree with the idea that we are all imperfect and born in sin. I agree that most evil in the world is because of us, and that it's not God's job to come down and solve our misdeeds. Like my family aren't religious, and that's by choice, and they don't have an intention of seeking God. But most are good people. They will do things for the services of others, not themselves. They treat people well and live good lives, as good as we can as humans. I find it hard to believe those people will be punished to hell, non-belief. Bro, here's the response that I've encountered for that. Because, hey, bro. I got people that I love dearly that I would be in tears right now if I allowed myself to really think about that. I've got people that I love and care about that I don't believe are where they need to be. And the most consistent, most meaningful response that I've encountered to that is kind of a riff off of our free will. And I appreciate how some pastors and teachers and theologians express this in a very simple way. It's not a preachy way. It's a very simple, matter-of-fact way. What they say is, these people that we're talking about, these loved ones, these friends, these relatives, we don't even need to say they did A, B, and C, and that's why they're going here or not going there. It's not even about that. And I know for the most part, this ain't going to make you feel better, bro. But I'm not doing you any favors by trying to make you feel better also. The response that I've seen to this is, if these are people who have actively chosen to live a life separated from God, why would he force himself upon them? If these are people who have chosen to live every one of their breaths in separation of God, and they have the free will to do so, why would he then at the very end force them to be with him? He's chosen not to treat us as drones, as robots. We have that free will, and boy, do we make the most of it. But then, you know what's very, very interesting that I've encountered about atheists and agnostics? They'll make this claim. Well, when it's time, when I'm in that in-between, in that limbo, then he'll prove himself to me. Then I'll realize that he's good enough. I'll live my life doing whatever, and then if he's really gracious, it's like they try to manipulate God. It's almost like reverse psychology. If he's really the good God that he's supposed to be, then he'll let me in. Huh? So you want to live a life with free will, and you better have your free will. But then when it's over, you want him to take that free will away from you and make you go be with him, even though you didn't want to be with him your whole life? That doesn't sound like a loving, gracious God. Now you want him to strip you of your free will? Huh. You really seem to like that free will before. Why do you want him to take it away from you? Huh. That seems inconsistent and hypocritical and self-serving. Huh. That seems like how they say hedging your bets. So it's just a matter of people have free will, and if they choose to live an existence in separation of God, God honors that. But wow, people get mad. What kind of God would do? Oh, the kind of God that just honors what you wanted? And you know what? This is very dangerous territory right here, and I don't want to assume or imply anything, but a lot of the scriptures are illustrative and allegorical, and there's a lot of debate on literal fire and whatever, you know, in whatever we think of, whatever we've come to believe how it looks like. There are some Christians, and I'm not making any definitive claims here because I don't want to lead anybody in the wrong direction or confuse anybody, but there are some people that believe that, you know, eternity in hell is just an ultimate separation of God, and it doesn't necessarily have to be literal, actual flames of fire. It very well may be. But there are groups of people who think it's just an eternal separation, which is bad enough. And there is weeping and gnashing of teeth. You know what? There's weeping and gnashing of teeth here on earth right now. This is a wicked, terrible place. There's weeping and gnashing of teeth here. So there's a lot of people who, and not that that makes it any better, but there's a lot of people that just think it might be just like a lot like Earth, where it's just an ultimate, forever, never-ending separation. But now you have to do it with the full knowledge that God did exist and Christ was for real. That's different. That's the highest level of weeping and gnashing of teeth and regret and no second chances. What kind of a gracious God wouldn't give any second chances? The kind of God that gave you free will for your entire existence while you kicked him in the face. How dare you be so spoiled and entitled? What kind of God would give the kind of God that allowed you to embrace what you wanted to? Your friend and I have so much in common. I lived in many foster homes of many religions, and they all shared how cruel they could be when I never had known any religion before that. So that was your introduction to religion. That was your introduction to faith. That was your introduction to God. Now, I would never, ever want to discount or belittle any part of your life. That would be ignorant and terrible of me. But Jane, if I could just make such a bold claim, I feel like a great deal, if not the entirety of your apprehensiveness toward God and faith stems from this ugliness. Why wouldn't it? This is what laid the foundation for how you view faith and God. Why wouldn't you feel the way that you do right now? You need to know, and which you do already, that they were not representatives of the faith. They were hypocrites. They were charlatans, they were fakes, they were phonies, they were frauds. They were not representative of what God and the Holy Spirit acting through one's life looks like. And there's times in my life where, because again, I'm not perfect. There's times in my life throughout the day where I'm tempted to do something that would be considered sinful. I shouldn't act that way. I shouldn't say this. I shouldn't participate in that, whatever it is. And I've told you guys this before. One of the things that makes me stop is I look at it like, if I do, and I know this sounds so elementary, I understand that. There's times when I tell myself, if I do this, I'm empowering Satan. I'm letting Satan win. I'm disrespecting my God. I'm dishonoring my God. This isn't some frivolous thing that's going to go unnoticed. If I do this, I'm saying 1 point Satan, 0 God. I'm dishonoring my Creator for something pathetic and disgusting, and I'm letting Satan snicker in his face. And that helps me. Now, I don't know if this means anything to you or if you care at all, Jane, but if you allow those stupid, awful, monster people affect your eternity, affect your potential for faith in God, you're letting them win. Those people are still like this on your life, on your spirit. It's as if you never escaped them. It's like they still have their claws in you. It's as if Satan used these people to thwart you. That would make me feel competitive. I'm not going to let them beat me. I'm not going to let these people still have their claws in me. They're the ones that, subconsciously even are directing my path. I've made decisions based on them. Oh no, you stupid chat. bro, I'm gonna get a UTI, bro. Wait a minute, the US bombed Iran? US and Israel attack on Iran live. US and Israel launch an attack on Iran with tensions high over nuclear talks. Anybody just now realizing how fortuitous it is that we're having this conversation right now? Anybody now thinking that maybe it was some pretty intricate timing that we're having a conversation such as this right now? My God will not be an authoritative dictator. Bro, it's like if you have a kid and you don't want them to... Bro, kids want to do the dumbest things. Kids will kill themselves if you let them. Give a 10-year-old, give a 6-year-old the keys to your truck, and they'll be like, yeah, I'll go get some ice cream, and they're dead. It's not an authoritative dictator. It's a loving father who knows what's best for... I tell my kids all the time, I will be as fun as I can be. I will be as cool as I can be, but it's not my job to be the cool guy. It's my responsibility to train you up in the ways that I think are appropriate, to make sure that you're a healthy, functioning person, a cautious, safe person, somebody who's doing what they're supposed to and not doing what they're not supposed to. If there's going to be times where I'm going to be uncool because I'm saying that you have to do this or you don't have to do that. And it's going to seem like your friends are cooler and funner because they're in it for the good times, for the fun times, for the laughs, for the entertainment, for the excitement. Sometimes I'm going to have to look like the bad guy because I actually love you, because I actually care about you. And I'll tell them, hey, isn't it funny how your best friend changes like every year or 2 or 3, right? You see how like fickle you guys are, and maybe you like this person more one day and that person says something that annoyed you. Yeah. I will love you more than anybody forever. I know what's best for you. I know what's best for you more than you do. And I said it the other day in a stream, you yourself, whoever you are, you're always the person who least knows what's best for you because you're too close to the situation. Your temptations and your heart will lead you in ways that maybe aren't the best for you. That's why people end up in precarious situations and circumstances and relationships that they end up regretting. They're too close to the situation. They get blinded by things, by lust, by greed, by whatever, entertainment, money. It's not being a dictator. It's saying, hold my hand when you cross the street. I can't imagine how, I don't know how people don't look at it that way. Wasn't everyone saying for the U.S. to please help the Iranian protesters getting slaughtered for months now, and then we do something and we're also blamed? Yeah, bro, it's the same thing as when they got somebody a few weeks ago, and everybody on Twitter was crying, and then the people from that country were like, bro, this is what we wanted. What are you talking about? Everybody just wants to villainize the United States over everything, and like so many people from the United States are so anti-patriotic. Like anything the U.S. does, they're against it. Even if the people in Iran are happy about it. It's crazy, bro. I'm not closed-minded and do not believe I have all the answers. I want to believe there is more than this sad life. That makes me, I can't even tell you how happy it makes me to read that, Jane. That is so far and above where so many people are. That's exactly where you need to be right now. Life's a trip. It's a trip, carnal. Yeah, bro. I just love being out. Sometimes just looking up at the sky, just being in nature. It's relaxing, bro. Yeah, heck yeah, bro. It's been 9 hours and 38 minutes. David Flores, that's encouraging to me, bro. He needs to have a good foundation in the scientific method. That makes me confident, bro. There's nothing wrong with that. He needs to have a good foundation in the scientific method before being exposed to a story that tried to control your life. I like that, bro, because I don't think there's anything wrong with science. GM, how do you practice receiving all God has for you? I mean, I can't pretend that I have some, mysterious. For me, the majority of that is in prayer. And I just started trying to implement a while back, not to have a wish list, not to have a Christmas wish list of prayers when it comes to God, but to pray for God's will. And to remember that I don't worship him and acknowledge him because of what he does for me, but because of who he is. And it makes it easier to receive what comes in life because of that. So, I mean, it's nothing over and above, nothing over the top. It's just exclaiming with my words to have his will be done. And I say it often in my prayers that I am aware. I say, I know that I may sometimes want things and ask for things that maybe aren't best for me. And I ask him, I literally say, God, if I ever am asking you for something that is not meant to be, something that will take me out of favor with you, something that will take me off of the path that you have for me, I pray that you veto that you don't listen to me. I pray that you don't give me what I'm asking for, but that you give me what I need and what's in accordance with your will. It's in the prayer for me. I've asked for so many things over the years that I now realize if I would have had, it would not have been the right thing. David says at the end of the day, it really is just a story in a book. Probably better than Ender's Game. Both contain words put in order that provoke your mind towards curiosity. David, it makes me sad, bro, because you were earlier. You were it kind of felt like you were accusing me of not, and I think you were saying it to somebody else, but I happened to see it, of not basically doing my due diligence and reading into history. Like he doesn't read enough history or something like that. I don't know if you're not doing that because I said it so many times. I would never expect anybody, because I don't even do it myself, and I wouldn't ask my kids or anybody that I really care about to do that, because it's so one-dimensional. And it's not to say that it's not enough, but I believe if we're going to be apologetic about our faith and be able to articulate it and defend it, you got to be well-rounded. And even the people in the biblical times were well-rounded. They were very well-read on the paganism all around them and the other religions and the pagan gods and stuff like that. But when you say something like it's just a story in a book, that leads me to believe that maybe you haven't cross-referenced and read other writings in that historical period that actually referenced biblical things and things that happened. And I mean, if you trust, I mean, if you don't believe that, you can't believe any writings from history. You can't believe anything that we have. If you have this scientific method mind, which again, it could kind of be manipulative, because somebody who is so scientific method driven, they'll treat everything in life like that. It's like let's say somebody has a wife. Can you prove with the scientific method that she loves you? I hope not. That's kind of weird. Well, don't believe she loves you then. Can you prove by using the scientific method that your children love you? No. Is that love not real? Can you prove with the scientific method that when you go over to your parents to have a nice Sunday brunch, that your mom's not going to poison your mashed potatoes? That's not how life works. That's not how life works in the real world. That's living in a bubble. You can't live within those confines. Life doesn't exist like that. Can you prove using the scientific method that we're having this conversation right now and this isn't all a wild dream? You can't carry that out. It's somewhat dishonest. We cannot say that it's just a story in a book when there's so many writings outside of the Bible that confirm the things that the Bible speaks of. It's leaving so much context out. What's your take on numerology or the number 3? I've thought for a long time now that the most pivotal events, moments in my life have all happened in 3s. Am I cursed? Bro, I'll be honest, I've never really taken a deep dive on those kinds of things. Now, I know that there's a lot of recurring things in the scriptures, whether it's the number 40, 7, 3. There's different things like that that do occur. 10. Now, a lot of the times from the things that I could just recall, barely, I think some of them had to do with the cultures at the time. Like, let's say the New Testament, the Old Testament was written in Hebrew, and a lot of it was written for that audience at that time and in that place to understand and be able to make certain connections. And when they'd read certain numbers, they'd have certain understandings. Oh, this was symbolic of that. So a lot of it could be cultural. I'm not even gonna pretend, bro, that I think, because I know a lot of that stems from some pagan stuff as well, depending on how you look at it. I would say that I wouldn't worry about being cursed, bro, especially if you're somebody that's seeking God and is I don't know if you're a person that has some kind of a faith, but if you've embraced the gospel and you have Christ as your savior, you don't have to worry about something like that attacking you. You're covered by Christ, bro. I know that sounds crazy to some people, but I think panspermia sounds crazy. So I think the fact that I'm sitting here in front of a microphone that came from nothing, came from primordial slime, I think that's silly, bro. It's wild, bro. Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez. How far am I? Oh, no. Oh, there's so much stuff I'm never going to be able to respond to. But it still doesn't work, bro. It still doesn't work, bro. About Spain conquering Mexico, it doesn't work, because what about people in people in Ethiopia or whatever, where that's not the case? They still have faith. And everything about their land tells them not to. Everything about their land tells them don't have faith. You're talking about people that they force to have faith. There's lands out there today where they're saying you better not have faith or we'll kill you. And they have faith. See, that's what I'm saying. That's so diminishing. I'm not saying I'm insulted. I'm almost incapable of being insulted. Nothing gets to me like that. But it is insulting, and it's very dismissive and diminishing to say, what would your theology be if your religious conquerors of yesterday had lost their battles? Bro, there's so many people out there, they're losing their lives, bro. They're losing their heads because they're in areas where they don't have the religious conquerors pushing that theology, and they're still choosing to embrace it, and then they're killed. That's just not, that's a very in a box kind of way to think, bro. There's other places where they don't operate that way. Bro, David, it seems like you want to read everything but the scriptures. I'm going to screenshot this, though, to look into it. What's up, real Bruce Wayne? Yeah, we've only been streaming for 9 hours and 48 minutes, bro. Oh, no, I just remembered I work in the morning. Can God or Big John get me out of it for being open-minded and learning this evening? JK, I'll just sleep in and go in when I feel like it. That's a good thing about being in your position. That's how you do it. Use a boss. Heck yeah. Heck yeah. I won't keep you too much longer. I don't want to overstay my welcome, you know? Diego, there obviously there's people out there that disagree because of what you're saying, but my understanding and my studying is that being permanent and eternal, it is derived from the scriptures. Now I know that there's different things that they speak on. There's different things that make it seem like how is going to seem and look and feel different than it does in the scriptures, but as far as being eternal, that's taken from the scriptures. See, it's hell is Catholic? No, purgatory is Catholic. Jesus himself, Christ, spoke more than anyone in the scriptures of hell. Purgatory is a Catholic thing. Sure, we live our own lives and find our own path and are responsible for ourselves, but man, the idea of God punishing somebody for eternity, for that person not believing when they've genuinely sat down and thought about life and come to an earnest conclusion that God doesn't exist, why do they deserve to be shut out for eternity when they live? Now, I know this sounds like an easy thing for me to say, Don Fry, the mustache guy. This sounds too easy for me to say. Too easy. I fully don't believe that there's an excuse for that. And I know it sounds insensitive, but salvation is a divisive issue. I mean, people go to war for it. People lose friendships over it. People lose marriages over it. And again, it's all a matter of perspective, because you're saying the idea of God punishing someone for eternity, that, and I'm not coming at you like this, bro. I'm just saying as objectively as possible. If somebody looked at it like that, that's a dishonest way to look at it. It's like they're trying to be manipulative toward God and make him look like the bad guy. Because the person in that position said, I do not want to live a life in relationship with God. I don't want that. I don't believe in him. I've sat down and pondered it. It doesn't make sense to me. I don't want him. So God's not saying, oh, now I'm after you. God's saying, God's like a dude that is like, I'm not going to stalk this girl. She said she wasn't interested. See, here's what people think. People seem to think that God is like Ted Bundy. And when the girl rejects him, he's going to go smother her. What God is doing is just saying, okay, and backing off and allowing that separation to continue. Hell and eternity, the scriptures teach us that hell was not made for mankind. Hell was made for Satan and his demons. Hell was created as a place of punishment for those fallen angels. It was man that decided that they wanted to join them. God isn't picking up anyone and chucking them anywhere. These people are raising their hands and saying, that's the way I want to go. And then they complain when God doesn't force them to do something. And Don Fry, what I was trying to get to, which I didn't get to yet, is I don't think there's an excuse, bro. And I know it's too easy for me to say because of how the conclusion that I have arrived to and how passionate I am about it. I don't think anybody could sincerely, objectively weighing all the options, I don't see how anybody could sincerely come to the conclusion that there is no God. I think it's dishonest, and I think it's a matter of the heart. I think it's ego. I think it's pride. I think they're just too much of a darn intellectual to be that silly to believe in the spaghetti monster in the sky. It's always the heart. I believe if they really wanted it, they would have had it. And then not. After that, they're going to have the nerve to feel entitled and spoiled and judge God? Miss Chuck Almighty, dang, you're still awake. It's almost 3 a.m. Miss Chuck Almighty, we've been streaming for 9 hours and 54 minutes. We've been waiting for you to come back. We've been waiting for you to come back. Where were you when World War III started? Dang. Do you enjoy the beach like as a family day, or is it overrated? I am obsessed with the beach. I love the beach. I wish I could go every weekend. I love it. Could never be overrated in my opinion. There's a complete book of Isaiah in the Dead Sea Scrolls that predict the exact day Christ will be crucified 1,000 years prior. It's 100% true. Bro, you could put this in the front of people who have hardened hearts, and they'll find some way to discount this. And they'll tell you to watch some video by Richard Dawkins. Like, it doesn't matter. I know, yeah, you're right, bro, and I love you for posting this. But a lot of people aren't honest in their search for truth or critical thinking. They will discount something like this. It's not enough. It is not enough. I was on this chat when it started, and now I feel a strong deja vu. Oh, dang, you're getting tired, huh? You're getting that third win? Oh, shoot. Shoot, bro, where was that? I was just gonna. When you are provided a Bible, where does it say you need to cross-reference? We can't say read the Bible, but then say you didn't cross-reference the information, bro. That's look, David. I keep saying this. I'm gonna keep talking to you as if I don't know you and we're not homies, right? Because I don't want to feel like I'm coming at you. I hate that. I hate confrontation. But I feel like that kind of a statement is dishonest, bro. Because you I don't know if you're a scientist or what. I don't know if, like, by profession that's what you do. But you've said things where it's like you have, like, this deep fascination or loyalty and devotion to science and the scientific method, right? I feel like this kind of a question is dishonest because you wouldn't live life like that as a scientist, right? You would use a plethora of resources, or you'd be fired, or you'd mess up your research. Like, nobody in their right mind would do that. So my answer to your question is common sense. When you're provided a Bible, where does it say it? I mean, it's common sense. When you get a bowl of cereal, where does it say to grab a spoon? It's common sense. Anybody who is honestly seeking truth is going to be resourceful. And they're going to be meticulous in their search. Anything short of that would be lazy and ignorant. Anything short of that would be blind faith. Thank you, real Bruce Wayne. And then whose list of cross-reference literature do I use so that no one could say I didn't cross-reference enough? Well, just start with at least one, bro. I don't know if you're doing it, period. Start with one and then start with two. I mean, that's kind of an impossible question to answer, I know. I mean, what we're doing here is I feel like sometimes when I'm and I don't mean to make it sound like I'm not saying that's the dynamic, but it's like sometimes when I'm talking with Jesse Jr. and I feel like he'll know what the right answer is to something, and he'll go, well, what about this? And he'll say something that is like, are you trying to distract me? Or it's like so not pertinent to what we're talking about, and it's like, why don't you just make an actual effort in this first before you? So like, I don't even know if you've done that with one writing or one book, period. But now you're talking about like the concept of it. Like now you're just arguing. It almost feels like a semantics kind of thing. Like now you're just arguing over the concept of it when I don't even know if you've read one thing along the lines of what I'm talking about to begin with. I mean, Bertolomeo, I mean, with that line of thinking, we can't believe anything. And maybe you don't. With that line of thinking, we can't believe anything from history. With the way that you're thinking, we better not believe that George Washington was ever a president, or Abraham Lincoln, or anything that happened ever in history. Because if you weren't there with a first-hand account and you laid your own eyes on it, if we can't prove those are just stories, then you can't prove they're absolute truths either. Follow your art. So, I mean, it's the same way we measure anything else in history, by the same checks and balances, and the fact of whether or not there were people there to make sure that those things were verifiably true. That's how we listen to things from Albert Einstein and Aristotle, and like, if we can't take those, you know what's funny? I've noticed over the years, the Bible writings, the scriptures, people will throw those out and discount them like just left and right all day, every day. But when it comes to other older philosophers or things of Alexander the Great or whatever thinkers, Confucius, they're never going to question any of those. Those guys are like old, respectable, like they have a lot of honor and stuff for that. But when it comes to the Bible, oh, no. There's no, how would we know that was true? Oh, my gosh. Absolutely talking about. I get it. My head's starting to hurt right now. I'm tired too, bro. I don't... Nobody's listening to me. Bert, I thought we were homies, bro. Nobody listens to what I say. Look, at those of you who listen, Jane, you're a good observer, right? This is like the whole COVID thing again. Those of you who are sincerely listening to me have to be able to identify when those who aren't. You have to be able to see this. I've said the same things over and over and over and over again. It's like I'm not even saying it. I'm starting to believe in the dead internet theory here. Chale, how can you dismiss science so easily but believe what some other people you never met said 2000? Haven't I been saying constantly in this stream that science is cool, science is all good, I believe science, scientific method, 2 thumbs up, it's all beautiful, I believe it confirms and affirms God? I've been saying that non-stop. You know how discouraging it is to be on here for 10 hours and 2 minutes and have somebody say something against what I've addressed like 15 times already? Like if I didn't even say it, that is extremely discouraging. Hey, thank you, Chocolate Quemado. Thank you, bro. I appreciate you being here. Oh my gosh, bro. That makes me so sad. And it, bro, you can't prove a book by quoting the same book. Jane, somebody that's listening to what I'm saying, where'd my Melancholy go? Haven't I been talking nonstop about reading extra biblical writings, to not just read the one thing and to read other things around it, to cross-reference and confirm things? This is discouraging, bro. Hope for Truths. Hey, thank you very much. Thank you very, very much, Hope for Truths. I'm hoping for some truths in this stream, man. I feel like people are playing with me, man. Thank you very much for the encouragement, Hope for Truths. Drop and give me a 10. Drop and give me a 10. Oh, Bertolomeo, I don't mean to keep you too. I told you I was gonna be the first in the gym and the last to leave, man. Dang, y'all want to get rid of me that bad, huh? All telling each other to shut up. All right, I see it.
I actually admire that you can actually be this fake.
I love that, bro. Thank you, real Bruce Wayne. That makes me feel good, bro. I got to be honest with you. Sometimes I feel very unfulfilled. Just talking about Israel Adesanya's areola and Conor McGregor's newest fling, you know? And Dan Hooker's boyfriend. It could be very unfulfilling, and thank you for saying that, bro. Ryan Garcia should tap into this channel. Oh, I like this song. Oh, what the heck is this, bro? I like this a lot. Okay, I had to take a picture of something. I'm pretty sure God chugged Dahmer into hell as hard as he could. Thank you, Tommy Winter. Dang, Tommy Winter, bro. The homie. Yeah, I shouldn't touch on that. I'd like to be a little more read up on that. I don't want to touch on things that I don't feel equipped for right now in my weak state. Oh my gosh, bro.
We are family.
What's up, Drew?
Cause I got all my homies with
What's
me.
up, Drew? Just walked through here like if it's
are
lunchtime.
family.
Like if it ain't even 1:10 a.m. in the morning PST. For some
me.
of you, dang. For some of you, it's like 4:10.
Cause I got all my homies with me.
Thank you, What's Up, Drew, for coming through here.
Family.
Bringing some fresh enthusiasm.
I got all my homies
You know, there's a lot of
with
people in the chat right now, What's Up, Drew, that they're trying to silence me.
Family.
They forgot that I came in here with a
my
diaper.
homies with me.
That I was ready to go the long haul, and they're conspiring in the chat. They're trying to get me to shut up.
Cause I got all my
They're trying to shut
homies
me
with
down
me.
because they're tired.
We are family.
You know, there's people in the chat. You know how funny it is. What's up, Drew? There's people in the chat right now acting like they're tired. I've been sitting in front of this computer for 10 hours and 7 minutes, bro. And they're acting like they're tired.
I got all my homies with me.
Now, we're not going to talk about the fact that I didn't wake up until 1:30 p.m. I don't feel like that's pertinent to the situation.
Cause I got all my homies with me.
Thank you very much, What's Up, Drew. I'm going to be honest, and I've told you guys already. This is the Mexican Martial Arts Telethon. February was absolutely not my best month. It was challenging. And I wanted to have a Mexican Martial Arts Telethon so I could get into March strong and make sure that I could justify continuing to do this another month, you know, and not have to go back to dancing. And you just came in and slapped down big, bro. Real big. And I appreciate it very much. Thank you for your contribution. Thank you for your support. It is absolutely making a difference for me this month, bro. Thank you. And all you guys that just got blessed with the membership, please scope the membership perks tag for a bunch of behind the scenes goodies. I think overly focusing on avoiding hell is not what God wants for us. Absolutely, bro. We should seek God out of love, not fear of eternal torment. Absolutely. And it's because of that framing that a lot of people look at God a certain way. They look at him as this bad dude, overbearing dude that's going to come down on them with a hacksaw. And that's the wrong view, man. Heck yeah, Mona Kenny. Putting in that overtime. Overtime. Heck yeah, Valos. Heck yeah, bro. Esqueleto. Heck yeah, chocolate quemado. Heck yeah, bro. Ditto. Ditto, bro. I'm getting a headache, though, Avalos. It's been a long time. I've been using your hands. Marcos Witt. I'll check it out, bro. Yeah, I'm glad you were able to do that, bro. I'm glad you had a good time out there. I think there's a God, but what God is very up to debate, and I gotta disagree with the idea that somebody not believing in God or a God hasn't done their due diligence to seek God out when many do, and look at what they're presented with and not believe. Non-belief doesn't exclusively come from a disingenuous place. Yeah, and that's why when I responded, Don Fry, I think I said something along the lines of, it's way too easy for me to say that, because all I can speak from is my own personal experience. And when I set out on a journey for truth and wanting to make sure that I wasn't brought up in some silliness, some ridiculous stuff, which I discovered a lot of it was, it was blaring to me. There was no way around, because there's a lot of subjectivity in religion, right? You know, I've come across a bunch of materials of people in different lands and countries and all this convulsing and crazy stuff that they get into, and they're rolling all over the floor, and there's a lot of funky stuff going on, you know, and a lot of it is subjective, a lot of it is emotion, a lot of it is manipulation, and you can get a lot of that stuff from drugs. You can get it from going to a concert. You could get it from being around certain people that make you feel silly, like you get that high, you get that adrenaline. You do something that feels spiritual, but you don't quite know how to articulate it. There's a lot of that goes on. But again, only being able to speak from my own personal experience, I feel like I expose myself to a lot of stuff And I cannot, in my own chanclas, I cannot wrap my beanie around anybody truly doing that. Still going, I don't see anything. And you know what? There is reference in the scriptures, which I know doesn't sound nice, and I know it makes God sound like a mean guy. There is reference in the scriptures that alludes to hearts being hardened, eyes that will not see and ears that will not hear, and that's all there is to it. And it breaks my heart because I don't want to accept that. I want to believe that anybody, if they truly embraced and truly tried, could be saved. I want to believe that. And it's one of the hardest things for me as somebody who's so passionate about it, and somebody who wants people to be saved, to accept that maybe somebody really could sincerely, genuinely try and still not find it. And that's hard for me. What? That's their fate? That's it? That's hard for me. So it's hard for me to understand because firsthand it's like, no, I see it. There's no way around it. It's staring me right in the face. The evidence leads here. I recently heard a debate that there is a philosophy greater than Christianity, but they could not think of it at the moment. What? They're like, we know there's something better, but we'll let you know when we hear. Okay, we're working on it. We're asking AI. Why does it matter whether or not the Bible is historical? We don't even need to argue about whether it was literal. It doesn't matter. Its teachings hold. Here's the conclusion that I've come to in regard to that, because that was a big part of my faith and my life and my journey for a while. For whatever reason, and I think it's because I am such a critical thinker and I don't ever believe anybody or anything, and I have to research everything and ask all the questions. When I finally find that I believe in something, I'm good. You sold me. I'm good. And I feel like I could thrive and have faith with pretty limited materials, because it made sense to me. And when I started to research a lot of extra biblical things, all it did was affirm what I already believed. But as I started to get stronger in my faith, and what did it for me, honestly, was having kids. Because I realized how ugly and wicked the world was and how quick and eager it was to indoctrinate them. I wanted to make sure that they were prepared. So that's what took me down the apologetics path. And why I think it's important to know what's historical, what's allegorical, what is, I can't even think of all the different forms of literature off the top of my beanie. I should know this. But the reason why I think that's important is because I believe we should be able to give reason for the faith that we have when we're put in a corner. I think we should be able to articulate the faith that we have. And I think certain writings and certain moments being historical help to then look at other historical periods in time to help cross-reference and affirm what's in the scriptures, so that we're not only preaching the scriptures from the scriptures. I believe that it just gives us a stronger stance and more resources to affirm the scriptures. Heck yeah, Juan, that's how I get down, bro. 10 hours and 16 minutes. You keep having to say the truth, but people will only believe it when they're ready. Yeah, man, that's just how it works. That's how it worked with Paul, bro. Yeah, real mango salsa, yeah, bro. I'm feeling a little bit delirious, Miss Chuck Almighty, and I feel like I keep slurring a lot of my words. Thank you, bro. I don't know if you mean the ones that are like heavily edited, because I've been uploading a lot of shorts lately, but those like super edited ones, I haven't been doing it so much because the algorithm doesn't really support that on a long-term basis. I have heard you and I have kept my mind open. I know I've made some jokes along the way, but I have absorbed much throughout these last few hours, and I appreciate your words and your time. Absolutely. I'm gonna be honest, I feel very invested. And I care tremendously. This is not something that I'm gonna forget after I end the stream and it's just, well, that was fun while we talked. I feel tremendously invested in this. And everything I've heard has only made me feel more invested because I feel like it was an unfair setup. And yeah, I care very much. My head's starting to hurt, Marloca. I'm catching up. Oh, shoot. No, yeah, bro. I've been streaming for 10 hours and 18 minutes now, and I have not gone to the bathroom, bro. I've gone on my diaper, but I haven't got up yet. Dang, ARJR. Dang. I feel like I haven't talked to ARJR in like 5 hours, bro. I don't want you to shut up, GM. Just everyone else so we can all sleep like beautiful little angels. I think a lot of people who don't have faith, it stems from someone that claimed to be a believer of God they met in life, but that person did something they deemed God wouldn't be proud of. Yeah, I mean, that's like one of it's almost like a MLM, like a multi-marketing level, like it's like Satan's greatest weapon. He uses cultural Christians. He uses people that say they're Christians to make sure everyone else hates Christianity. He uses people to act like, to put on the guise of being a Christian, to put a bad taste in everyone else's mouth. David's still awake. David's still awake. What's up, TA? TAKZ1JC. What's up, man? What's up, man? Good to have you here. I just got to stream 10 hours and 20 minutes to run into you, bro. There's always the chance for human error. And I believe that as long as we are all attempting to contribute to a better future, our bodies will all fertilize the same planet Earth after we die. What the heck is this contribution, bro? I thought you were going to respond to something crazy that I said. What is this? There's always the chance for human error. And I believe that as long as we are all attempting to contribute to a better future. See, this just sounds, look, again, this sounds like some humanist type of stuff. Like whenever people start using language like contribute to a better future, leave the planet better than when I was here before, it sounds very humanist. Like, and that's like what the Church of Satan teaches. Everything's just human. We are our own gods. We are in control of everything. We are in control of the planet and making sure this and that and that. A lot of the time when I hear that type of verbiage, it kind of reveals something. Contribute to a better future. Like if that's the goal, that's the ambition. It's a very earthly, it's a very worldly, a very temporal mindset. Thinking about me, our careers, our future, our society, our land, our culture, our civilization. It's fleeting, bro. It's vanity of vanities. There will always be a chance for human error, agree? And I believe that as long as we're all attempting to contribute to a better future, our bodies will all... you threw me for a spin right there, bro. I believe that as long as we're all attempting to contribute to a better future, our bodies will fertilize. What? We'll all fertilize the same planet Earth after we die. I mean, I guess you're right, bro. I mean, as long as however you're living, and then the bodies will fertilize okay? I guess, bro. I'm all tears, big dog. You nearly made me tear up earlier on your little speech about God's protection. Heck yeah, bro. Heck yeah, bro. You're I don't want to sound all funky and weird, but your heart and your mind appears to be open to, things that will move you, bro. That's beautiful to hear. Let me be your plus one. That would be such a good song. Remember I was talking about that song a long time ago that ARJR found for me, where the guy's singing to some girl and he's like, but if you went the other way, I'll come down on Judgment Day. He was basically singing to some girl he likes, and he's like, hey, I hope you go to heaven, but if you go to hell, I'll go down there and be with you. That'd be funny. Let me be your plus one. That'd be a funny song. That's like the other side, the girl singing the song to him. Like, don't come to heaven, just let me be your plus. I should tell AI to make that song, let me be your plus one. I understand your point better now. You're speaking from your perspective and how you see it. Thanks for the clarification. Absolutely, bro. I mean, I can only speak from my own personal experience. And I have no problem with sounding passionate. But I don't ever want to be preachy to the point where I am out of touch. And, just kind of losing sight of what the struggle is like to wrap your beanie around certain things. So I'm just saying from my own experience, because I know how unbelievably inquisitive I am. I check everything. So it's like, for me, I'll tell you my experience, and my experience is, how in the world could anybody not come to the same conclusion? To me, it's like nobody's as inquisitive as me. Nobody is as doubtful and untrusting as me. So if I found this and I found enough evidence to believe, don't even tell me that you didn't. That's how I look at it. And that's all I can speak on, I guess. Ooh, Cody Carden. There's a movie called Galaxies Are Colliding about a man trying to reconcile his scientific thinking with Christianity and with experiencing love and life. Probably my second favorite movie of media. I gotta watch that, bro. I'm gonna watch it, and then I'm gonna send it to David. Predictive history. Dang it, that sounds familiar. If God knows everything and has unlimited power, then then God has knowledge of all evil and has the power to put an end to it, but it does not end to it. I think you copy pasted Richard Dawkins, bro. I feel like I've heard that forever. If God knows everything and has unlimited power, then has knowledge of all evil and has the power to put an end to it, but with that line of thinking, there's no need for eternity. With that line of thinking, there's no need for heaven. If we're saying with God's unlimited power that he should wipe out all evil, then he should do it. Then why aspire to eternity in heaven? That's like Richard Dawkins getting mad when his mom died, and then he's like, therefore I don't believe in God. What did you want her to be, bro? 1,000 years old? That's what you base your faith on? And it's very spoiled and selfish of us, again. And it's hard to go down this path if the person isn't conceding to this point. But when you realize that we're just like Adam and Eve, and that we sin and we'll do the wicked choice when left to our own devices and not live a life in obedience with our Creator, if you don't concede to that, it's hard to move on. But if you do concede to that, and we would have made the same decision, don't blame it on them, we would have sinned as well. When we could admit that, and we know that we've effectively opened up the doors to evil and wickedness and death on this earth, that's what we invited in. That's what we invite in on a daily basis when we tell God to kick rocks. if you're at the DMV, right, and you got a security guard, you know, like those government offices are always mayhem, bunch of weirdos. It's like, why? How come the only people that ever need any kind of thing with social security or birth certificates, why are all those people always a bunch of weirdos? Like, there's got to be decent people that need their social security card, right? But anyway, imagine like a crazy, sketchy government building, and then you're like, I hate security guards. I hate law enforcement. Get them out of here. And then they all leave. And then everyone in there starts robbing you, right? And they start fighting. That's what you asked for. You told the authority to kick rocks. So we can't blame God for knowing everything and having unlimited power. Hey, God, why didn't you come and save us after we kicked you out and told you to buzz off? Why didn't you come back after we chose your ultimate fallen angel over you? How come you didn't come back after we chose sin and told you that we didn't want you in our lives and we didn't want to have to be obedient? We wanted our autonomy. We wanted to be our own gods. We wanted to be just like you. Why didn't you come back and help us? Did you hear yourself out loud? Do you have your own answer? So there's that one. Thank you, Diego. I'm going to look that up as well. Screenshotted it. If God has unlimited power and is completely, this is Richard Dawkins copy pasta, bro. If God has unlimited power and is completely good, then you're saying it so. Your language is like when I say baby and you want to say fetus. If God has you're so precise about lowercase g and saying it. If God has unlimited power and is completely good, then God has the power to extinguish evil and wants to extinguish it. If it does not, also this is the same answer. It's the same answer. If God is all-knowing and totally good and then knows all evil exists and wants to change, it's the same thing. This is the same thing. It's the same answer. You cannot tell your wife, let me have a bunch of girlfriends and some boyfriends. Please take note that I said both genders, so don't say anything later. Let's say that you told your wife, hey, I'm getting bored in our relationship. I want to have a bunch of girlfriends and boyfriends, right? And then you get AIDS. And then you get mad at your wife. Why didn't you come stop me in the middle of intercourse? Why didn't you blow a fire hydrant on us and stop us? Why did you let me do this? What? This is elementary, bro. This is elementary. This is easy work. James Dillon. From what I gather, your perspective is that if you do your due diligence to seek truth, then you will come to a conclusion that there is a God. That's a valid perspective. One I don't share, but one I acknowledge as valid. We all walk different paths, so I understand differing perspectives, and that's all we could share at the end of the day. Yes, respectfully, bro. I appreciate that. So there are people in this chat that we've already seen today with their own, well, not their own lips, with their own fingertips and thumbs possibly, depending on what kind of device they're on. There have been people in this chat who have made it clear and who have shared with us that they find it hard to arrive at a conclusion of God as their creator, as Christ as their savior. They find it hard to come to that conclusion because of matters of the heart. They're finding it hard to come to that conclusion because of prayers that they had that weren't answered. They're finding it hard to come to that conclusion because of people that they dealt with who called themselves Christians who are not, that turned them off. A lot of these types of things. I believe that it is always those types of things that will lead somebody's heart to be hardened, their eyes to be closed, and their ears to be closed. It is never, ever going to be a lack of evidence. I have to stand firm on that. I wish Don Fry, the mustache guy, I wish I could sit down with every single one of the people that you know personally that you're saying has tried sincerely and genuinely to come to the conclusion of a God. I wish I could sit down with each and every one of them and find out what's at the heart of this. Was there some kind of hurt? Was there some kind of misinformation? Was there some kind of hypocrisy? Was there some kind of falling out? Was something? Was there something poorly relayed? Something. It's always a matter of the heart. And Don Fry, what I have to say, what I have to, at least as my perspective, what I have to declare as a truth and not a matter of opinion and not just something personal, the scriptures themselves teach that if somebody sincerely seeks and is prepared to be receptive to God, if somebody sincerely does this, they will not be found wanting. They will not be rejected. The scriptures tell us that, and I have to stand firm on everything that the scriptures declare. That is not a matter of opinion. That is something that I fully believe, that if somebody is sincerely doing that, they are not going to remain lost. It has to be a matter of the heart, as it was from the very beginning, as it was with Satan, as it was with Adam and Eve. Trying to understand good and evil from a human egoistic perspective will never make sense to us. God's perspective is beyond our comprehension. Yeah. We're very spoiled and entitled. We have the main character syndrome. Just one more, bro. Just one more. We just got to clone me. Oh, man. No, David, that is literally, a lot of people think that the Satanist religion and like Satanism is not, they think they're like, bleh, and it's all dark and everything. I don't know how much research, if any, you've ever done on this. It is preaching humanism. That's what Satanism does. It doesn't look all dark and disturbed and horns and eyes wide shut type of stuff. It is literally just perpetuating humanism, self, globalism. It's not about eternity. It's not about salvation and redemption. It's about let's save the earth. Let's help the people. Let's help the next generation. It's all about us. We're all that's important. We're all that exists. We're all that matters. Let's serve ourselves. Let's feel like we're doing something good because we're planting trees and it's humanism. Yeah, real Bruce Wayne. I ran into some problems with that with some people I know, and they were acting like Donald Trump was basically the equivalent of Jesus Christ. And I'm like, bro, can you stop? People are prioritizing politics over their faith, and it's insane. Oh no. Oh dang, Jess. It's because you're all swole now. You're looking all tempting and whatnot. A lot of people say they would die for God, but will you live for God? Yeah, exactly. But that's powerful, bro. People opt toward like theatrics, and being dramatic. And so they'll do that, but it's like, oh, live for God, like on a daily basis? Ooh, I don't know about that. Exactly, Tommy Winter. I was talking about that earlier, that, people look at God as this bad guy. Hell wasn't even constructed for mankind. It was constructed for the fallen angels that have just decided to take people with them, and people are willingly grabbing them by the hand. Jane Caulfield, we are dangerously close. I'm dangerously close to catching up. Dangerously close. So, you might hear the last words. Dang, MMA Dinga said didn't see that analogy coming, and Tommy Winter said excellent analogy. I don't know which analogy you guys are talking about. I want to be proud about it. Which analogy was that? I don't remember what I said. Don Fry, the mustache guy, I got so much love for you, bro. The grace and just the way you've been here. I absolutely respect and appreciate the interaction, bro. What was that about? Dang it, what did you say? What did I say, bro? Dang it, what are you responding to, David? You said, but I'm not claiming my wife is all powerful. What was that in regard to, man? I'm starting to get foggy here, bro. Shoot. I don't believe I'm able to turn off that part of my brain. It's God first. Like, yeah, bro. I've tried. I've read with my pastor, spent months dialoguing with another man of faith. It's just too hard for me to believe. Wait a minute. Bro, did you say with your pastor? Do you attend a church or you used to? I mean, bro, I'm starting to feel for you, bro. I don't believe I'm able to turn off that part of my brain. It sounds like you're like being sincere right here and like actually struggling with something. I've tried. I've read with my pastor, spent months dialoguing with another man of faith. It's just too hard for me to believe. Like, it sounds like you're being, I mean, this is the first, like, in the whole stream, I feel like you're just like giving me something here, bro. Like, you're actually trying here, bro. Bro, I'll tell you this. Some of the hardest people, some of the most inquisitive people that never stop asking questions and never stop dissecting anything. Like, some of the people that I listen to, some of the apologists, they had deconstructed. They were people that maybe came up in a faith and they turned their backs on God. And they started asking too many questions and they said it doesn't make sense. They started exploring these other religions. They started getting into all this stuff. And then because of that, they came back so well-rounded because they learned so much about whatever it is, about some other religion, about some other traditions and historical things, about science, whatever it was. Because they were so inquisitive and because they went through all these hoops of trying to find truth and knowledge, when they finally came to Christ, they were so well-versed. They're able to become like an impressive apologist, because a lot of people that just accept it like first day, like easy. Someone will be like, hey, I think you should believe in God. And they're like, okay. A lot of those people never had to go through that grind. They didn't go through the ringer. They immediately said, that sounds good to me, I'm in. And then they kind of just, unfortunately, a lot of them will just coast their entire life. Maybe some of them will lean toward being more and more sincere over the years, and they'll learn more and more. But it's the people that had the most difficult struggles. Like Paul the Apostle. That dude was like the most anti-Christian. He was like holding parties so that they could kill Christians. He was like schooled in something entirely different in all the traditions of the Jewish and all that kind of stuff that was very anti-Christ. And it's those people who know so much about so many other things and have all the what if questions, that when they do come to Christ, when the time is right, they're able to reach people that so many other Christians never would have been able to, because they've been in that place. They had the same questions. They had the same doubts that now you're fully well-rounded and fully prepared to address. That could be a powerful testimony, bro. You being in the place that you are right now and having the doubts that you do right now and the hesitations could be priming you for a beautiful, if not ministry, just father, friend, whatever. Even if it's not some kind of full-blown ministry, just you being the person that you are right now is the perfect scenario to fully equip you to be somebody that could speak that life into other people when you encounter other inquisitive people, other people that it was hard for them to crack. That's something that I think you could look at very positively, bro. Sometimes it's just a matter of time. The Apostle Paul, he wasn't saved until he was. I fully believe, bro, if you continue to be on a quest for truth, you'll get where you need to be. You might have a very, very black and white, type A, analytical type of mind, scientific method type of mind that you need to have Christ revealed to you in just such a way that whenever it is that you finally stumble across it, you'll know. Because maybe you needed Christ to be revealed to you in a different way than real Bruce Wayne did, in a different way than Diego, in a different way than Tommy Winter. Because everybody's different. And when it happens, it'll be that much more meaningful because of the grind to get there. Oh shoot. Yeah, I ate McDonald's real quick. I played a video so that I could cover myself so I didn't look like an animal. The analogy of telling your wife you want more wives and then you get AIDS. Oh, that's what it was. Hey, what I try to do when I come up with metaphors is I don't play any games, bro. I go to the most blatant black and white things so we could just see what things are for what they are. That was beautiful. Hope for truth, science. If you speak love over an object, natural or otherwise, it changes, grows, becomes enhanced, higher frequency, spiritual. Life creates life. It flows and grows. That's just kind of like how when they sing for flowers and stuff, right? It's beautiful, man. Oh, bro, you said everything you needed to say to me, bro. I was born Catholic. Bro, why didn't you tell me this 10 hours ago? I mean, is there an easier way to become disenfranchised? Like, I don't want to come after. I know my best friend is Catholic, right? And I always tell him the same thing. I tell him, you know what? I believe you're saved, and I believe you're on your way to heaven, despite your Catholicism. Like I've told him, because of the conversations that we've had and because I know that he truly has a heart that seeks Christ, I've told him I believe that you're on your way to heaven aside from the sacraments and rigid traditions of men that are perpetuated in that. When I'm on the phone with him, I call it a cult. I call it a state of apostasy. I'm real with it. We go at it with each other, but it makes sense to me, bro. It makes sense to me. Wow. David, I don't blame you, bro. It wouldn't cook right either. I talked to my Catholic friend. We'll have hours-long conversations, and a lot of what's being regurgitated to me is traditions of men and what the fathers wrote. And I'm like, bro, why don't you ever give me scripture, bro? Why are you always talking about what some guy said? Why are you always telling me what Scott Hahn said? Why don't we talk about the scriptures, bro? Why are you always telling me what El Papa said? Why are you telling me what the Father? Tell me what the scripture said, bro. Oh, man. You just dropped a bomb on me. You dropped a bomb on me, David. You dropped a bomb on me. Dude. You say you believe and you're fine if you don't believe. Wait, I thought you were doing the Katy Perry thing. You say you believe and you're fine. If you don't believe, then no matter what, you just burn. Say you believe and you're fine. If you don't believe, then no matter what, you just burn. I mean, I know you put it in quotes. It sounds like somebody said that I mean, I see how that sounds. It doesn't sound good, but that's very again, there's been a lot of like copy pasted things today that's very diminishing. That's really downplaying it and making it that's not genuine. If somebody does that, that's definitely a hedging your bets kind of thing. I mean, if I'm understanding that correctly, my brain is starting to hurt. I don't know if you're talking to me or somebody else, bro, but yeah, you're right. That's exactly who Christ hung out with. The least of them, bro. ARJR till the wheels fall off. ARJR's back. We've been going at it for 10 hours and 48 minutes, bro. ARJR is back. Hey, do you have to work today, bro? Bride of the Feistos just tuned in. Good morning from Poland. Poland, oh snap. Oh snap, I love your sausages, bro. Heck yeah. Heck yeah. David, it's on 10 more hours. Oh, I was sleep lurking. GM, aren't you always saying what some famous dude you like said? That is correct. I don't know if you'll feel the same, David. I don't know if it just feels this way when each person's on their own side of the conversation. But I feel like some of the stuff you've been pasting, it's kind of like, here's this shut up, here's the mic drop. And I feel like when I say stuff, it opens the door to possibilities and conversation and articulating things and trying to explain something. And I mean, am I wrong? I don't know if it's just a perspective thing. It seems a lot of the stuff that you're posting is just like very, here it is. That's I dropped a bomb on you. That's it. Like it's not opening the door to conversation and common ground. It's kind of just like shut this down. I don't know. That's just how it has felt a little bit. No work today. Heck yeah. Dang, my head hurts, bro. Like when we get to this point, it's like, bro, should I go for 4 more days? I can't wait till people see this stream uploaded. Like, I don't know how long it's going to take to process. I don't know if it's going to be immediately viewable, but I can't wait till people see it and it says like 11 hours. Have you heard that God has the saved people's names written in the book of life? Yes, Eric. And I know a lot of people struggle with that. I don't, because I mean it's pretty like basic stuff, you know. Heck yeah, man, like Carly, bro. I was waiting for you for some backup, man. We've been having some difficult conversations, bro. The reason that I'm okay with that, Eric, is because it's one of the first things for us to wrap our beanie around, that, you know, if we concede that we are created by a Father God, that he lives outside of space and time. I mean, how is he going to live inside of something that I mean, I guess you could build a house and live in it, you know, but, you know, conceptually, he lives outside of space and time. That's something that is a creation of his. So it doesn't make me feel shortchanged or funny about the fact that, you know, my name is already written down somewhere. You know, it's hard for us to understand something like living outside of time and be able to see everything from beginning to end, because all we've ever known in our existence is living by looking at a clock and taking time into consideration for everything that we do. But God doesn't live the same as us. I'm glad to see the fight for David's soul is still on. You're not wrong. I'm just limited in characters. That's fair. That's fair. Dre's like, bro, why you awake? Why you awake, bro? Why are you awake? Your channel was randomly recommended to me yesterday, and I binge watched a bit. You're hilarious. Bro, Bride of the Feistos, you mean you barely discovered this channel yesterday? And now you're here for our 11-hour deep theological discussion? We have a pretty random, we have a smorgasbord of a channel here. Heck yeah. Thank you for watching. Thank you for binge watching. I would have to send you 3 or 4 max character responses to be able to textualize what you could verbalize. And yeah, it's not fair. That's right, bro. I know how it is. It's frustrating. And then so many other people are talking as well. I get it. Did you plan on going this long when you started? What my original plan is I was going to wake up early and I was going to stream from 8 a.m. to about 10 p.m. or 11 p.m., to be honest, which is 14 hours? Hey, I was going to do it. My plan was to go for that long, about 14 hours, right? We're barely at 10 hours and 54 minutes right here. So we're not even as long as I thought I was going to be. I woke up at about 1:30. I went live later than I thought. Now, I did not think there was a world in which I was going to stream past 2 a.m. my time. I did not think that. So in that sense, I did not think I was going to go this late, but I did think I was going to stream more hours. Came for MMA, stay for the philosophy. Truly the grandmaster. Thank you, bro. Fermented. Yeah, she's sleep lurking now. Now you're keeping watch, ARJR. Think about how a movie exists in a videotape. We could watch the movie in time, but it all exists in one place on the tape. We are like the characters in the movie. Hey, that's pretty good, bro. Came for MMA, stay for the religion, philosophy on life and spirit. Heck yeah, bro. God is like us and can exist outside the movie. That's beautiful, bro. Look it, I know full well, I'm very much aware that there's people in this chat right now that are the downest of the down, and they could stay here for much longer. But I'm not gonna do that. Now, I'm not trying to use you as an excuse, because I have a headache right now, and I think I need to go inside and lay down. But I also know that there's some hardcores in here that will stay far beyond when they should. And I'm going to do all of us a favor right now, and I'm going to start to wrap it up. We have streamed for 10 hours and 55 minutes at this point. Not only have I never streamed this long on a non-event day, I've never streamed this long even during a Mexican Fight Companion. Even the longest Mexican Fight Companion ever was maybe 7 hours and change. I don't even think we've ever been to 8. We have streamed almost 11 hours now. This is history. We have never, ever done this. And what a beautiful time to do it. On the 10-year anniversary of the Mexican martial arts. It's not today, but 2026 marks 10 years, in case you guys forgot. Yes, I'm a girl. You know what? When I said that I like your sausages, as I was saying that, I saw that I said bride, and I was like, oh, snap. But, wait, I made it even weirder that I said that, huh? I made it even weirder because, yeah. I'm tired. I've been streaming for 11 hours. Because, you know, when you're talking with the dude and you're talking about his sausages, it sounds weird. And I was like, I'm not going to say it. But then I saw that it was a chick. And I was like, wait, I'm talking. But I wasn't talking about it like that. But now it sounds weirder. I apologize.
Send him 2-3 years Dagestan and forget.
Yes, I'm a girl who recently got into MMA, and now YouTube recommends me anything MMA related. I watched a motivational speech from Khabib to his team. I understand some Russian, and now I'm here. I'm very, very happy that you're here. I have fully believed that my channel and my algorithm was dead for the longest time. I am filled with joy to have you here, bride of the Faistos. I am very happy to have you here, and I hope that you continue to come back. I go live just about every single weekday, and I try to post VODs at least every other day. So we are very active on this channel. We are currently, I believe, the most active channel on MMA, and I'm talking about streaming time as well. There's no other MMA channel that is live, that is active more than us here. I know there's a lot of clip channels that upload stuff constantly, but if you're talking about hours streamed and everything, we are now the #1 most active channel in the MMA verse on YouTube, which doesn't take a lot of talent or skill. You just have to have too much time on your hands, frankly. But thank you very much, Bride of the Fastos. I'm very, very happy to have you here. All right, wife just woke up and slapped the out of my chest. Oh, snap, bro. I apologize. Marilena, I guess the same way with me, bro. Oh, my gosh. I feel sorry. I feel so bad, bro. A little bit melancholy, a little bit. I think I have to go. Hey, David, I'm going to wrap it up right here, too, bro. I'm sorry to get you in trouble, bro. Oh, dang. Heck yeah, real Bruce Wayne. Heck yeah. I'm just trying to be considerate, bro. Yeah, I definitely made it weird. Dang, yeah, I don't think she's coming back ever again. I think she's gone. Dang it, bro. Dang it, bro. I knew I was going to make it weird.
Are you intoxicated or something?
Shoot, bro. She took her sausages and left, bro. Dang it. I freaked her out. How did I ever pull Marilena, bro? I like your sausages, GM. You didn't even hear when I originally said that. I had to go and make it all obvious. Wait, before you go, remember when you had to when you thought you'd be a car salesman? I was a car salesman, bro. It was the worst time of my life ever. I can't even believe, like, it just seems like fake now. It seems like a bad dream. Dang, that's messed up. ARJR, thank you, bro.
We are family. Cause I got all my homies with me.
Thank you, bro. I appreciate you doing it. One more for the road. GSP would love this stream. Yeah, he would. He would actually. All right. Thank you guys for being here. You guys are truly a part of history today. I'm now looking at 11 hours and 20 seconds we've been streaming. And you know what? This might disturb some of you. Yeah, for real, bro. This might disturb some of you. I had so much fun doing this. I think I'm a little sick in the beanie. I think I'm going to do more stuff like this in the future. I think we're going to have days where I wake up. I mean, it's going to seem like light work after this, bro. It's going to seem like nothing. I think I'm going to have days where I wake up and I'm just going to stream from like 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. And now we have a president for it. Now I'm going to be like, wait a minute. You think that's too late? You think that's too late? Do you remember what we did last time? So, you know, this is getting me excited. This is getting me excited. I didn't even think about that 7 plague. That's weird, bro. It's meta. Thank you, ARJR. One more for the road. Cuba Trick still in the chat. Marloca still partying. I got all my homies with me. Thank you very much, ARJR. Yeah, I think I'm gonna be max streaming lately. This definitely was good for me. I had so much fun. And listen, I have so much love. Let this man go to the bathroom. I'm starting to feel it, bro. I have so much love and appreciation for the people in this chat willing to sit there and hear what I have to say and go back and forth with me and take part and engage in these discussions, of which I think are the most important things that we could ever take part in ever in this life. I know you could easily turn it off. I know that you could leave. I know that you could say I'm a wacko doodle doo. I know that you could make fun of me in other communities. but you're here and you're talking with me. It doesn't matter if you're atheist, agnostic, a Catholic. The fact that you're here with me, spending your time with me in love and having this dialogue, it means so much to me. And I care greatly for you. And I'm not trying to argue with you. I'm not trying to disrespect you. I'm losing my gift of speech. I'm trying to share something that I'm very passionate about and that I believe in, and that I would only that I would be a fool and I'd be careless not to share with you. So thank all of you. I thank all of you. Dang, melancholy. I feel bad, bro. I don't think you got too much sleep. On TikTok Live. Oh, interesting. Heck yeah, Cuba Tricks. Heck yeah, bro. Hey, Rob's neighbor. Shoo! Thousands and thousands. Oh, snap, bro. What the? That's interesting. Maybe for my other channel or what? Next time I hang out in the basement instead of the bed. Yeah, it's probably safer there, huh? Appreciate you, bro. Much love. I'll be here the whole stream next time for sure. Oh, heck yeah, bro. I look forward to it. It'll be earlier. Martial arts brings us all together. Heck yeah. I'm glad it does. We found our jumping off point. Heck yeah, ARJR.
We are family.
Thank you for the gigantic blessing at the end.
'Cause I got all my homies with me.
I thank you guys
We are
that have
family.
come out of pocket with your hard-earned
'Cause I
earnings
got all my homies
and
with
have
me.
decided to make it possible
We
for me to go
are
into the month of March
family.
with confidence.
'Cause I got all my
I'm going to be coming
homies
out with some
me.
new merch, some 10-year merch anniversary
We
very soon.
are family.
I hope you're excited about it.
'Cause I got
Thank
all
you for the
my
blessed
homies
year,
with me.
ARJR. Unbelievable, bro.
We are family. 'Cause I got all my homies with me.
Yeah, Bride of the Feistos, I'll just say real quick, no pressure if it's too much right now, but just so that you have the ability to get a gifted membership in the future and see all my behind the scenes content and extra content and stuff, if you go to the tab on my YouTube page that says something like membership or perks or members or something like that, when you go on that page, somewhere at the top it'll have like a drop down. I think it'll be actually where it says members, and it'll say something like enable gifted memberships or something, enable gifts, which is so dumb. I don't know why YouTube makes people do that, but if you enable that, then you could be one of the people on here to receive a gift for free, and then you have access to all that content. I don't know why they make you go through that hoop. It's crazy. But if you ever feel like doing it, hopefully you could get a membership. You treating yourself to any good meal for your record stream? I'm just gonna crash out right now. For those of you youngins, I forget, crash out means fall asleep. It's like pass out, you know. I definitely feel you know what I'll probably do tomorrow? I would like to get myself some Cold Stone. I like to get some birthday cake ice cream. That's what I'm feeling like. But I ate some McDonald's a little bit ago, so I feel okay right now. I'll pray for y'all and your safety and your salvation. Hope y'all do the same. Thank you, real Bruce Wayne. Absolutely, bro. Thank you. James Dillon with the chanclas and the fresh, clean white socks. And my Medinga, thank you. Thank you for the love. Thank you for the support. Hearts on hearts on hearts. Less chance of a White House card happening. Keep searching for truth, y'all. Absolutely. Absolutely. Carne asada. Oh, whoa. Thank you for the explanation. I will be back to catch up with you guys in another live. Good night to those on the other side of the world. Good night and good morning, Bride of the Feistos. Absolutely honored to have you here.
Whose hot dog is this?
ARJR, stay till she gets it. It won't be long. I don't think she's going to enable it tonight, though. Yeah, I don't think it's gonna be tonight. My plan, if I could pull it off, I did not think I was gonna stay awake this late. My plan is that I want to try to go live tomorrow morning before I go to the event for my mother-in-law. And I'm gonna miss the whole event. I mean the whole fights. I'm gonna miss all the fights tomorrow. But I'm gonna try to check in and stream before then, and try to squeeze in as much stream time as I can before whatchamacallit, before I take off. So I'm not saying 100%. I don't know if I'm gonna sleep in, but you might see me in the morning. But anyway, thank you guys for being here. This was legendary. It was historic. We did 11 hours and 7 minutes. Unprecedented. This was very special. A lot of good things happened tonight. A lot of very heartfelt things were said and shared, and it meant a great deal to me, literally. Sometimes it's hard for me to accept and believe that there's people there on the other side of the screen watching me and my silliness. And I want you to know that it's just as fulfilling to me and exciting to me to be able to see you guys on the other side and go back and forth with your chat and your thoughts. It means a lot to me. So thank you for being here. I'll see you hopefully at some point tomorrow. You guys be safe out there. Try to be good people, and don't do anything crazy. And
Not forget Jesus, people.
thank you for watching Mexican Martial Arts. Appreciate it. Good looking out. It's crazy. I don't want to say goodbye, bro. Good looking out.
We are family. Cause I got all my homies with me.
ARJR with 5 more for the road.
We are family. Cause I got all my homies with me. We are family.
ARJR with 5 more for the road, and I like to go out with the bang. Thank you, bro. Thank you for doing it, bro. Thank you for giving me the confidence for March. We're gonna march forward. We're gonna march right into March, bro. Thank you. I appreciate you.
We are family.
I have you hang up first. Oh, I remember those days, bro.
Homies with me.
What a G, for real. Not really. I posted some stuff on there, and I had a couple things that did okay, but for the most part, I always felt burned by TikTok. I felt like they were always just stifling my content. I was like, what the heck, bro? They're like YouTube. And I've always felt like so unfamiliar with it. I've always found it so hard to navigate TikTok. But I'm open to it, bro. I'm open to it. It looks like there's a lot of possibilities on there. I know it has good chances for virality. I just firsthand have not really spent, I think, an adequate, fair enough amount of time to expect anything better than what I've got so far. Oh, yeah, I remember that from Friends. Your biggest nights are always faith nights. You're right, bro. You're 100% right. And, yeah, it's clearly no accident. It's like, what the heck is it going to take for me to realize to do something more, you know? I appreciate it. I appreciate you.
Not forget Jesus, people.
Now I'm going to go lurk now on my own stream. I'm going to go lurk. Just a live feature. I've definitely watched a decent share of live videos on YouTube. I like to watch like random musicians and stuff like that. That part's pretty cool. I'll check it out again, man. Why not? I mean, it would be stupid of me not to be diverse and cross-platform, you know? Okay. Let me try it. Can we do it? Let me try it. Let me try to get Bride of the Feistos. Hey, no disrespect, Tony T. No disrespect, bro. No disrespect. I'm glad that you got one. I'm not glad that Bride of the Feistos didn't get one. But I'm glad that you got one. But I'm not glad that Bride of the Feistos didn't get one. Dang it. I tried.
We are family. Cause I got all my homies with me.
You could get into faith debates, but I just hate debates, bro. I know how people could get. Everyone on here is just so cool and loving, you know? Yeah, hopefully what I would bring to it would make it cool and not so argumentative, you know? ARJR.
We are family.
Bride of the Feistos, I will tell you this.
I got all my homies with me.
Even if it's not tonight,
We are family.
even if it's not tonight, the people in this
'Cause I
community
got all my
are like
homies
no
with me.
community that you have ever encountered before.
Family.
I've been on YouTube since its conception.
got all
I
my
remember when we
homies with
discovered it back in the day and we were all watching,
We
Charlie
are
Bit My Finger and whatnot.
family. 'Cause
But I will
got
tell
all
you,
my
it may
homies
not
with
be
me.
tonight, it may not be tomorrow, and it definitely won't be yesterday. But I know at some point in time, because of all the generous individuals that we have in this chat, and a lot of them might be asleep right now,
'Cause I got all
it
my
is only a
homies
matter
with
of time
me.
until you are a verified full-blown gringo and you have your green bold name in the chat. It's only a matter of time. Thank you very much, ARJR721. Bride of the Feistos, if I could directly bless you with one, I will. But I don't know why YouTube has insisted on randomizing it. YouTube has done everything in their power to make sure that we cannot pinpoint people and bless them with the membership. It's ridiculous. But yeah, people gift like crazy in this community. It's only a matter of time. What's up, D-Man? What's up? Hey, what's going on? I tell you what's going on. It's good to see you, bro. We have been streaming for 11 hours and 13 minutes. 11 hours and 13 minutes.
Stop the fight!
I will say this. It is cool, Bride of the Feistos. It is cool to have a membership gifted to you. It's a fun thing. It's randomized. But I always tell people the lowest level membership is 99 cents. So anybody could have full access to all the behind the scenes content, bloopers, mental breakdowns, music videos, Discord link, all of that. The lowest membership is 99 cents. And all my tiers are the same. Whether it's $25 or 99 cents, they're all the same. Because I don't segregate. It's whatever it is, I'm fair to everybody. But it's fun if you want to get it randomized and get a gifted one. That's cool. It's just a matter of time. I am about to collapse. So I am going to call it a night. It hurts to do it. Parting is such sweet sorrow. But it's the abstinence that makes the hearts grow fonder. When your homies are yonder. So we're going to call it a wrap right now at 11 hours and 14 minutes. And yeah, man, it was fun, bro. We made history today. It was fun. It was cool. I'm starting to feel a little bit ill now because it's been very long, but it was fun while it lasted. Thank you for being here, everybody. I will hopefully see you tomorrow if I could check in for a little bit. But thank you for the time that we had here today. Thank you for watching Mexican Martial Arts.
Are you intoxicated?
Oh, that's the wrong one. Appreciate it.
No forget Jesus.
Good looking out. Late. I don't know if I'm still live. I don't know if you can still see me. I didn't click yes to definitively end it yet. Thank you, ARJR. We're gonna get her. Hey, good night, Bride of the Feistos. Tommy Winter. Hey, bro. Heck